goodies and a Doppler
And
knife.
if you don't want to bet money, you go to CSGO Fast and get your skins there.
Exactly,
boys.
exactly.
Get rich fast.
Yeah.
Natu, Casper, would you like to give some predictions? Exact round predictions. Just
let's go right frag by frag. So the first
frag by frag. Well, we've
throw
got
out the whole match, boys.
Hey, Natu.
Why not? We got 10 minutes.
Natu, we've got 10 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah. Use it.
You want to dance?
Do I want to? I always want to dance. What, here on the table?
Yeah. I
Why
want to see you
not?
dance on the table.
No. I tell you what's a better idea. How about a commercial break? You guys up for that? Have we covered enough for this map? Are you guys happy with the points that have been raised?
We're done.
I think we've gone through.
Over and out.
Great, fantastic. All right, well, we will head to a commercial break now, and then we will head into the final map. It's going to be Cobble between Na'Vi and Flipside.
Gaming bets. We accept bets on computer games online since 2011. Referral system for regular users and the first deposit bonus. Gaming devices store and the best choice of payment systems. Dota 2 and Hearthstone, Counter-Strike and StarCraft, World of Tanks and League of Legends. EGB.com. You know for sure who's going to win.
Getting tired of playing with the usual skins but don't have enough money to buy a new one? Get rich fast with CSGoFast.com. CSGO Fast. It's a strong chance of winning in every game. Several rooms with different game modes. Daily, more than 1,000 games, 5,000 players, and 25,000 skins at stake. You don't need much in order to sweep the board.
Angry because you missed a big play? Tired of staying up all night to create highlight videos? Introducing LiveCut.tv. Simply press the capture button and bam! A highlight from the past 60 seconds will be instantly recorded. Get posts from streamers and fans around the world. Achieve legendary status Kappa.
No one said that it would be this hard. You can't force it, but you'll play your part. So I will run until I reach the end, and who knows where I'll be. But all I know is that we'll start again. Don't wait for me to fall under that pressure. Don't wait for me to give it up. Well, I will not work against the forces I trust. Have to stay above the rushing, the rushing I've got my sights on a brand new beginning. A steady rhythm will hold me to the shore. I've got my sights on a brand new beginning. A steady rhythm will hold me to the shore.
Joining me here once again is going to be Tom. We're about to jump into map number 3 between Navi along with Flipside. Slip there for a moment.
Yep, we are going to be
now,
going into Cobblestone. So, yeah, Cobblestone going to be map number 3. I am looking forward to this one as it's a map that both of these teams actually do really enjoy playing. They play it quite regularly. The only problem is we've only seen one of these teams play this map in this tournament. We casted it, and Godsend absolutely destroyed Flipside. So any sort of that performance today, they're going home. That's it. They're done. But so far, they have not played like that in any way, shape, or form. They've been absolutely superb.
Roll that out, of course, who showed up yesterday, once again showing up to the plate today, especially in the second half of that last map. Big performer to bring that back.
He took his time to get into it. Yeah. He did take his time, but it was a very good showing nonetheless. I feel like if he'd stepped up maybe a little bit earlier, you could say, oh yeah, maybe that. But nevertheless, Na'Vi, they closed it out on a bit of a whim. Like that last round, they had a little bit of a dodgy buy, and they managed to pull it off. And I have to say that possibly they didn't even deserve that map after that sort of performance. But yeah, we'll see how they actually manage to come back into this one. Of course, this is Cobblestone, a map which, well, the CT side anyway used to highly rely on the performance of Guardian, someone who hasn't been anywhere near his best today for sure.
No, not at all. I mean, unfortunately, there's been these very sporadic moments where we see him stepping up to the plate and really performing where he's needed, but for the most of the time, unfortunately, he's been a non-factor. He hasn't really been as prevalent as he has been in the past before he had to take that time out for his injury. It's been some of the other guys stepping up. I think Edward had some nice big plays in the last map there and was much more impactful overall throughout the course of the map. It was just that we're not seeing the big leader that we have in the past with these guys. It was sort of Flamey for a while too, and we still had Guardian playing, and there was a time where Flamey was almost over Guardian, but now it just seems we're not seeing all that much of it. And by the second half, I mean, you could see it if you saw the end of that last map there. They were not happy with what ended up happening. They had this huge lead. They basically had the map under their control. They were feeling great, and then all of a sudden they almost lose it to a comeback. It ends up being 16-14 with the guys on Flipside having like a 6 or 7 round spree before they are finally knocked out of that map. But going on here, I mean, nothing's really certain. We don't have a clue who's going to be taking this map, to be completely honest.
Yeah, it is going to be sort of a questionable one. I'm excited. I'm hoping we see a map sort of like Overpass where it was very, very close. Of course, that was actually, you have to remember, that was the map pick of Na'Vi. So it was like the map pick of Flipside was like sort of what you expected, more of what the map pick of Na'Vi should have been like, where it was like dominant, yeah, it was a clean sweep, then we'll go on to the third map. But it wasn't. It was sort of like, okay, Overpass was incredibly close. Right at the end, it could have gone either way. It started off as sort of the map we expected, like a very, very big lead coming in for Na'Vi. Easy one. We were already talking about map 3 as this. Okay, well, they won the first map, then they're going to have to come back on Cobblestone. And then it just suddenly sprung into action of World Edit suddenly stepping up. We saw a couple of double kills coming in from Waylander when it was very important. And even Blade on occasions just finding the headshots when it was necessary. So it seems like at the moment, everybody on Flipside is stepping up.
There it is again.
But not so much Na'Vi. But there we go. That is the 10-second warning, the one that seems to scare the life out of me every single time. But that means
go,
we're going into the knife round.
Into map number 3.
Never mind, Zeus crashed. big 10-second warning, and then nope, never mind. It's not actually happening as of yet.
That was the pause warning, clearly.
Oh, that was. Oh, maybe that was just the time. That was the like countdown to Zeus's PC exploding.
You were
or something
expecting gameplay? No.
Just you can just look at the map. You know, Cobblestone. It's a beautiful map, a very T-sided map, a map that, for me anyway, casting it's very very enjoyable because it is so T-sided. You can just see ridiculous strats coming in most of the time. It involves splitting through the middle of the map. But yeah, it's a map that I thoroughly enjoy watching. Also, the ways that the CTs actually get info is another one where they have to go for like sort of pushes into crosshairs, and you sometimes see these ridiculous shots coming out. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup for sure. Obviously, the domestic duel has been very good so far, especially in the second map. First map, let's just forget that ever happened and just say that this is Navi's chance to win, because that's a much nicer way of putting it. They have now won twice, both on Overpass, yet to win any other map. And for a team who, well, most of the time we say, yeah, they don't like cash, but every other map they can play. Not so far. So far, they have shown that they can lose on Mirage. They can definitely lose on Train. And, well, now we're going into Cobblestone, a map that Flipside performed very, very poorly yesterday. And the person I'm actually looking towards here is Waylander. Because the fact that he has stepped up over the last few maps has been a huge difference.
Well, we're getting into it now, ladies and gentlemen, and it is going to be the knife round before we actually get into the match itself. It's still going to be very important, of course, but I think for both the matches we casted yesterday on here, the team that won the knife round still chose to start on the CT side, despite it being a more T-sided map.
Well, to be honest, I feel like Na'Vi normally do that just as a sort of start, because they know that if they get 4 or 5 rounds, they can normally grind back the rest. And I say normally because I'm not so sure that today may be the same. We'll see what they actually opt to start. I'm currently looking at the beautiful face of Zeus, which isn't really helpful for the time being, but hopefully we'll be able to tell which side they've started on. And well, I don't want to say, because if I say, oh yeah, they probably started CT, and then it comes back and they haven't, then I'll look like an idiot.
No, just do it.
Well, I've already said what I'm going to say. Probably starting CT.
It's out there now. Now we just sit here and wait.
Yeah,
There's nothing else to be
keep
said.
Looking at.
We need silence now.
I played. Just look in his eyes.
This is the time where we wait to see if you're right or wrong.
Yeah.
Truly test
Oh,
your
God,
knowledge
come on.
in the situation.
This is too much. Well, I'm basing it off of yesterday's information. Will it be wrong? That's a real question. And the guys in production just don't want to show me anything. Is the map like exploded or a CS crashed or something? Is that what's going on?
We're not live. We gotta look at player shots. But Na'Vi are 3 for 3 for knife round so far today, which means they've always started off on the side they want to start.
Yeah, they wanted to start CT, then they lost 11 rounds on the T side.
This is still an important point, though, because, I mean, map number 1, they start off on the side they want, doesn't go over their way. Map number 2, they change it, though, and they do manage to end up with a much better impact on that CT side back over and overpass.
Yeah.
Now the real question is here on map number 3, if they choose CT side start again, if we end up having, who was it yesterday that chose, I think it was VP, that chose, like, CT side start and ended up, like, screwing them over?
They did choose CT.
Yeah, I think it was VP that ended up choosing it. Choosing it yesterday and ended up messing them up. So if Na'Vi make this mistake again because they've chosen to start on CT side, then I mean this could just be it for them. This is not an upper bracket match. This is a lower bracket match for anybody that is just joining us. They haven't.
I think Flipside actually. Was it Flipside who chose CT?
What's up?
I wonder if Flipside chose CT and then they got beaten by Godson. I'm not actually sure. But either way, we're going to be going into the pistol round. We're going to see a couple of kills already coming in for that T side, starting off this very, very nicely. And, whoa, 1 HP onto Shara. We'll make it a little bit more interesting. It's going to be Edward finding another kill back. It is a 3 versus 3 now, as Shara is down and out. The 1 HP player is no more, and they are just making their way onto the A side. The bomb is for sure going to be going down, and Blade holding a little bit of an off angle. He's got to watch out for that flank, though. Zeus could ruin this completely if he can find this kill, but that's a big if. If he can't, it's going to be very, very difficult. But there we go, Zeus stepping up like he did in the second even map. And now they're going to be swarming onto this site of 3 versus 2. It's going to be a difficult hold, but the time slowly ticking away, and there isn't a kill on the Na'Vi side.
Na'Vi pushing forward now, but it's going to be Waylander that holds out for the time being. He finds 1 kill, but then Zeus and Flamey strike right back. They're going to find 2 pickups of their own, and it'll be Na'Vi that hold the advantage on map number 3.
And that is huge for them, because you know for a fact that if they get, well, like I'd say more than 6, this game could be good and done. They are very, very good on that T side, or they always have been very, very good on the T side. So it really is about the bounce back now, and we've got to see what they're actually going to go for here. Probably just pistols and then come in with the AKs in the next round. It's sort of an expected play. The meta normally suggests it. A few teams sometimes just go for that force, but, well, we're not seeing it here. And actually just a 5 P250 by no nades.
So as Na'Vi press themselves around the map. We're going to see the pretty typical stack coming up. No surprises as of yet. 3 players pushing onto the B bomb side. They're going to keep Guardian as a floater. And Zeus pushing out towards the long A to watch for a much more aggressive push. Although that nade that was tossed towards Waylander, as you can see, has already done some huge damage, bringing him to 24 HP. They're going to smoke this off. I believe Markelov did spot one of them, but that'll be C's striking right back, taking down Waylander as he tries to move forward just a little bit too much. And he loses his life because of that.
Well, C's just using MP9, also known as the Shredder, when you come up against players who don't have any armor, and none of the players currently do on that flip side of things. So I feel like there's not too much that they can actually do in this round. Just a couple of drops would be nice, especially due to the fact that they've actually gone quite heavy on the SMGs, considering it's very, very likely that there's going to be an AK buy, almost definite that there's going to be an AK buy, unless they want that AWP so desperately onto World Edit that they actually skimp again. But I feel like that's almost an impossibility just from what we are seeing in this round.
So now for Na'Vi, though, not giving themselves up just as of yet, but still fragging. Flamey's going to find 1 kill. Zeus catches the off-angle kill against Blade. Blade not checking his corners, unfortunately, so now Guardian just catches Markelov walking out in the open. It'll be an easy frag for him. And for Shara, well, there's not a whole lot left for him to find.
1v5, no armor, P250 clutch?
Doubt it.
He gets one. There you go, through the door. There we go. His dream is alive. 32 and never mind. Guardian going to finish him off. They will keep the 2 rifles in play. But this is the question now. Are they going to go for that bonus round? Or are they just going to go and buy up? That's the real question, because they know that there's AKs coming. Obviously, Markelov, he is going to go for a Galil just so we can get a few nades in play. But to be honest, I feel like, yeah, they're going to go with the AWP, and they're going to keep 2 SMGs. So this is a risky buy. This is the buy that is going to be trying to keep them with a little bit of extra cash. The smoke going to be thrown straight out to stop any quick pushes, and that's actually a really nice smoke coming out from Guardian. And it will stop them straight in their tracks. That is very, very clever. I don't think I've seen a smoke all the way from that position before that just completely blocks off any aggression early on. And it's actually going to allow Edward to boost up onto the broken wall and get onto plat as well. So that's actually a nice start to the round, allowing him to get a little bit closer. Flamey also going to go aggressive as well. So this is a huge information play as well. This is something else, something we always talk about, the information needed on a map like Cobblestone. But nevertheless, nothing starting off as of yet. And it is just going to be a 5 versus 5.
So the smoke's going to boil out there, of course. Hold some members of Flipside back. Their earlier plans to go for very aggressive control of the B-bomb site are not really going to work out so well. But Markelov now starting to press himself forward, considering the option of pushing into that B-bomb site. And in fact, he's going to go for it. There's no one inside of the room and sees. He's almost caught out there. Edward's able to hold, though. Does fire back inside of the door to support his teammate, taking down World Edit. And already this is being made into a very, very messy take attempt from Flipside. Doubting themselves, they're slowing down. They still have plenty of time left to do this. Just over 45 seconds left on the clock now. They need to start moving in to take some control. Out into the platform goes one of them, but he too is going to get dapped down to the floor by C's. Edward finding a second pickup. It's all over. 3 of those final kills come in just under a second. And Na'Vi will find the 3rd round and the first gun round.
It's actually interesting to see that rather than Zeus picking up the AK, one of his teammates swapped an M4 for an AK, and he still has the UMP, possibly just going to try and make a little bit of extra cash. But straight away we saw that MP9. Second they dropped the first player, they trade that out, and they're just going straight back into the game. So a nice start for Na'Vi, stopping that early buy. So it's going to put Flipside back into a position where they're not going to have a brilliant amount of money on the board. And of course, something to mention is when Flipside don't get off to a good start sometimes, they do just get absolutely wrecked on occasion. So we'll have to see whether or not that is going to be the case. And well, here we go, Zeus going a little bit aggressive, possibly going to go for an information play at least. He's not got a huge amount to lose. It is just going to be pistols. They are saving pretty much everything. World Edit just going with a Glock because he wants that AWP as soon as possible.
And Zeus holding out for now, finds one pickup. There's a second one, switching over to the pistol for a third, and he's going to even grab that one too. Dropping World Edit before he's finally traded down by Markelov.
A little bit of a something for the crowd there. Just going to clean up 3 nice easy frags. Going to boost his economy as well because he's going to get 1200 off that plus the pistol kill. And well, now it's just going to be a cleanup. 4 players staying alive, all the players with rifles as well. So that's the most important thing. And now we're going to be seeing that buy. And here goes World Edit. Someone who took a long time to come into the game, the previous map. He started very, very well on Train, but when it came to Overpass, I feel like, yes, he was phenomenal on that CT side, but on the T side, we saw next to nothing. And to be honest, on a map like this, the T side is so important that he has to come alive here. It will be easier to find the picks with the AWP, especially than Overpass, because a lot of the time, a lot of teams play very, very passively unless they go aggressive towards A. That's sort of the play you expect to see here, but more nades going to be bounced in for the Na'Vi side. 4 players currently over towards that B side. Zeus playing alone on A, and well, sometimes we see Guardian over there with the AWP, but on this occasion, he is actually going to be boosted up. So clearly still playing with confidence, even though he hasn't been hitting his A game as of yet. But, well, we're going to be going in to this round relatively shortly, and Shara going to get away with his life there. Still plenty of time for them to play with.
Well, he's back into the corner, allowing Flamey to push up, and he's trying to force anyone outside of that area, but there's no one hiding back there. So not going to be able to catch them. But now we do see Shara starting to creep his way out. It's going to be a trap, though. He'll need some support to get out here if he wants to push out on his own. The other 3 from Flipside that are still close to the B bomb site are going for drop control instead. Navi haven't actually decided to put up a lot of big defense. Markelov, though, burning inside of there. He's got to be cautious, down to 55 HP. Still, he gets control. He's the only one that's actually gone fully down, however. Someone else just joined him as they try to leap out. Guardian, he's there. He's ready for it. He's going to grab the shot in the world at it.
And that's that first AWP duel coming in, and it's going to be won by Guardian. Markelov, someone who Natu actually mentioned saying he wanted him to pick up the AWP, now has it in hand, so let's see if he can make anything of this round. But there we go, Guardian picking up a second kill. This is a map that he's very good at on the CT side, and there we go. 3 kills already in the first proper buy round for Flipside. Zeus going to find one more, and Blade is in a horrible position here. Over towards the A site, lurking, has the possibility to take down Edward, and he will do just that. But now, without a bomb, and without anything really, he's just got to try and take the duel. And of course, it's going to be Guardian quad kill in this round.
Look at that sign. Not going to say the words on the sign, but for anybody that caught it, you caught it. Well played, Starlighter. Navi now with the lead 5-0, starting to build up a pretty hefty bank here too, looking at Flamey and C specifically with Guardian and Zeus, also stacking up quite a pretty penny, whereas Flipside buying themselves out. 2 AKs on Char and Waylander, Blade along with Markelov having to downgrade themselves to Galil's and World Edit, just going to be working with a scout. They've got enough utility to make a take happen, but it's got to be fast, and that's exactly what they're going for. Shara, the smoke out on the platform ready, just waiting for the counter grenades to come in. There's only one tossed out really by the CTs, but that nade is going to go right into the face of Shara, bringing him down to 72 HP.
I'm wondering if there's actually a possibility of an A split here, just because of the 2 players currently over towards the long area. Going to be able to get actually quite far, although Guardian has now rotated over there. Shara going to be finding the entry kill onto Edward, looking for more, and he's not going to find it. He'll get traded out by C's, but he has found them a way into this round. But by the looks of it, they don't have a huge amount to play with. And that was actually one of the AKs, so it's going to be just Galil's 1 AK and a scout in play. They are edging their way over towards that A side now, but Markelov deciding not to go down drop as of yet. 3 players still over towards B. It will leave Guardian alone. He has been doing well so far with that quad kill in the last round, but there's so much for him to do if they do decide to push his way. However, Zeus now rotating over. Still plenty of time for Flipside, especially for a team like them that love to run the clock down. So not going to be dedicated to this site as of yet, but it is getting to the point where they may just have to do that, especially with that bomb being dropped. Zeus going aggressive. The bomb will be spotted. Guardian not going to be able to trade anything here and just going to be falling back, trying to defend the site. Going to get taken down as well. Not taking the shot quick enough. The trigger finger not quite on point this time. And, well, this is going to be a difficult retake to say the least, unless Flamey can find a very quick kill. And now Seized all alone. Does have the flank, but surely there's going to be somebody checking this position.
Seized now. It's all up to him in the 1v3. He spotted one of these guys, but he can't connect the hits at all. He just gave away his position for free. Doesn't get anything in return for it. World that it's waiting around the corner for him. He sees him. He tries to tap away at it, but nothing being gained here by Seized at all. He's been shot down to 77 HP. The jump up kill comes in, but that gives away the position. So he's going to find one of those kills through the wall back towards Alley. Now, though, he's got to make some progress. He's running out of time on the bomb here. Pushing out, looking for another kill, but Markelov is going to stop him in his tracks. And finally, we will see another round coming up for Flipside.
Well, Waylander taking a little bit of a risk there, jumping up. But he does actually get the information, which is vital for Markelov to just push out and take that final kill. Guardian on screen at the moment. Didn't really do anything in that round, just got shut down. Obviously, the previous round, he did quite a bit. 4 kills for him, but nevertheless, it is 5-1 now. And, well, Flipside are going to be trying to get a little bit further onto the board. Of course, we do see the buy coming back out from Na'Vi. Plenty of cash for them to play with, but it will be fading soon if they don't manage to capitalize on this round.
Flipside, though, still playing it back. Not going to want to take any risks just as of yet. Markelov getting hit by a nade very early on. They're down to 52 HP. Not the most optimal situation for him to work with for the rest of this round. Guardian also aggressively up on top of the platform. We've already seen the damage this can cause, but they have grown weary of it in these past few rounds. So Flipside will need to grow cautious if they decide to still continue to push with platform. Mainly focusing on drop right now, though. This is looking like it's going to be an A split hit. Drop control, and they'll ship themselves through the connector closer to the A site, whereas the other 3 will push themselves up ramp.
Yeah, the push slowly coming in there. It's very little for them to actually play with here. However, Wayland are going to be finding the initial kill in the round. Flamey quickly trades. Edward finding another. Flamey going big, and C's has found one in the meantime. And this is 4 quick kills. World Edit, the only player left alive. We haven't seen him in a huge amount of clutch situations, and maybe that's why instantly taken down.
Oh, no. Okay.
Left hanging a little
almost
bit.
felt bad, Zeus.
Yeah, 6-1, an instant return coming in from the guys from Na'Vi. And now this is going to leave a very, very problematic situation for Flipside. The money's not going to be great, and as you can see, they're going to be going for just a couple of P250s and nothing else.
So, with this said now, Guardian and the rest of Na'Vi back in control of things here on the CT side, resetting Flipside entirely. Just look at the buy they have. It's nothing at all being brought into this round. Just a couple P250s, and that's basically it. They just have the Glocks beyond that. So to start off, pushing in, they've already been firing off with these, and Zeus is just waiting outside of the connector now to see if he can grab any of them.
Yeah, Zeus, this could be a confidence booster for him, to say the least. If he can just get a few kills in this round. Yeah, he's 8-4 at the moment, a 3K to boot. Just a nice slow one coming out from the T side. They're probably just going to explode in a matter of time. Here comes the push, and flashing quite a few players. Zeus going to find 1, 2, 3. Can he find any more? Guardian finds the 4th, and this is the confidence boost. Only one player survives, and he finishes him off. 4K for Zeus.
Nicely played by Zeus, just decimates the entire Flipside push. They didn't have much to throw back at him, granted, but still, lets it done and getting support from Guardian in there, as he gets a chip of it as well. Finding one pickup. He's feeling good about himself. Definitely a little bit angry, I imagine, because of the past 2 maps performance, but he wants to close this out with style.
Well, he wasn't bad on the CT side of Overpass. He was actually one of the better players for the team. On the T side, I think all of their players faded off towards the end, and luckily they did manage to close that map out. But now, well, I mentioned the number 6, as that would be more than enough for Na'Vi to close this one on the T side. The Na'Vi that we're used to seeing, and they already have themselves 7, and actually it's a double eco coming in. So they really want that AWP onto World Edit at the moment, and this is going to give 8 rounds over to Na'Vi, and this is way more than they're going to be used to, I think. They're not even expecting to get this many after the matchup they've just had, and possibly there was a little bit of tilt there after Flipside came off that very, very close second map, because, well, Cobblestone, it's not looking good so far.
For Flipside here, though, nothing really being gained early on in the round. Just pushing their players forward in the usual positions. World Edit has pressed himself up a little bit more, but he's still just in a default position, waiting to push his way out into the platform. Nothing really being gained in terms of map controls of yet for these guys. They're just hoping Na'Vi try to get a little bit aggressive, and they can punish that, but it definitely won't be happening. They're playing back a little bit more. They'll jump up on top of platform and look for like those info plays and whatnot, but in terms of like a raw push through mid-connector and whatnot, we're definitely not going to be seeing any of that from Na'Vi anytime soon.
Yeah, they're just going to keep playing their default. At the moment, they've got no reason to change. They're 7-1 up. They're in a great position. The T's, however, they're just going to try and explode out of plat. Probably send a couple of players through the middle position. Actually, no, they're just going to all rush down plat and hand over the kills. That was just a complete give-up round. I didn't even think they shot a bullet there. They just walked into the crosshairs, just like, okay, here you go, guys, there's no point. And this is really, really worrying now for Flipside. This is more the matchup I was worried we would see.
They've also allowed Na'Vi to build up quite a pretty bank too,
Yeah.
specifically off of those last 2 rounds, because it just makes 0 impact. Whereas the side looking over to Flipside now, like they just have had no kills throughout this entire half. I think the highest someone is right now is like 5 frags, and then it's down to 3, 2, 2, and 1, I think. So no one really looking all that hot at the moment here for Flipside. Not even getting close to trading out the kills of that much. So they're on to another gun round. And they have to hope that they can actually make an impact here, because if not, then this is going to get extremely out of control way too fast for Na'Vi.
And you can already see every single player on Na'Vi at the moment starting to get more and more confident. Guardian going for those sort of peaks that you'd almost expect from him when he was right at the top of his game. Just playing with sheer confidence, stepping out in the open the majority of the time. We also see Zeus in the round where they were on eco just rush in and spray down 3 players. It's just all confidence with the Na'Vi guys, and when they do get confident, they become scary, and I'm almost worried that if they do just stomp through Flipside on this final map, whoever does come up against them next could be in real trouble if this is how they like pull themselves slowly into the tournament. But we are going to be seeing the buy coming up from Flipside. The AWP is back onto World Edit, yet to really have much of an impact. Of course, he is normally the player on the CT side. A nice Molotov does come in, and that will be World Edit taking down Zeus. So no impact for him this round. Still 2 players over towards the A site, 2 towards B. The bomb is yet to be dedicated to either. 40 seconds left on the clock, so they've still got time to play with. Plenty of time if you're Flipside. Maybe not so much if you're any other team, but that push will be coming in relatively soon, I hope.
30 seconds left on the clock. They're going to be executing it now. It's going to be just a fake to start it off with Blade pushing his way up towards ramp just to make some noise. And in the meantime, they've wrapped the bomb through the halls, and it's going to be going out on the B side. But Guardian should be able to spot this. Guardian should be able to see a lot of this is happening.
No.
What they really need to be cautious of, though, is the fact that Blade did work his way inside. So he's going to be able to stop this rotation. He fires off early, though, and he's not going to grab anything with that one. So Flamey trades things out to the earlier loss of their teammate. They've got 10 seconds left. They do get themselves onto the site, so they'll be finding a plan. But a retake is not entirely out of the question as of yet. Now it is, however. That's rolled that it has found that kill on the Flamey.
Yeah, that one kill sort of ended the round. They do have plenty of cash to try and get themselves some exits, but that was really nice play from Blade. He actually baited another player to rotate because they already had 2 players onto the A side. With when you only have 4, that is quite a lot. Then pulling over a third, that left Guardian in a horrible position. Normally you'd expect him, or expect most AWPers in that position, to at least find one. And the fact that they managed to get so far up before he even went for the peak is a little bit scary. But Edward's going to find one nonetheless, do a little bit of extra damage to that T economy, which is still not stable as of yet. They did actually have a little bit of money left over because they saved for so long. I think Shara actually had a bit of a bank saved up. That nade is not quite. Does a nice amount of damage, but all players will survive. And yeah, they're all going to have a bit of money left. Shara going to be able to rebuy. But this is it. They have to continue now. They have to win the next few rounds. Otherwise, Na'Vi, well, it shouldn't matter on the T side.
As Na'Vi continue onwards here, struggling a little bit as they do allow Flipside to sneak through with at least one round, but they're going to have no trouble getting right back into the swing of things here. The usual split, same thing for Flipside too, as they just go for 3-2 right at the beginning. It's the default setup. And we may be seeing one player actually move a little bit more aggressively than he has in the past towards platform. That's going to be, I believe, Shara pushing out a little bit. He does get hit by the Molotov down to 82 HP, but that'll hold him back in his tracks now. And they look to slowly take more control of things. The flashbang going up on top of Broken. That's actually a great flashbang. Now it's time to find the frag, though, and they can't actually see anything past this platform area. The smokes and the CTs are great.
C's going to be taken down, though. A little bit of a jump spotting one out. Guardian actually playing with the AWP still. Going to be finding another kill into this round, and 4 versus 4, the rotation already starting to come in. Zeus now playing the solo role over towards the A side, and you can already see the rotation getting ready to come in from Guardian. Push. Well, they've still got plenty of time, actually. They went for that early aggression. I'm so used to that clock being at about 20 seconds that looking up and seeing a minute is almost a breath of fresh air from Flipside, but they will be building up towards A side. Markelov's still playing that lurk role, maybe just trying to bait a couple of players to stay over towards B, and at the moment they are doing just that. Either that or he could go for the split, and actually there's nobody really watching the drop-down area, so it is actually perfectly set up for him to do that, but without being able to see through the walls like we can, he's not going to know that, and he's going to rotate back over, pick up the bomb, and they're going to go for the straight A push with 30 seconds left on the clock.
Moving out towards the ramp now, it's going to fall mainly to Guardian and Zeus to try and hold back the wayside as the members of Flipside start to boil in. First kill goes out by the way of Guardian. Zeus helping out quite heftily. It's unfortunately caught with an A in his hand, though, as Blade picks up that kill, but then Flamey rolls back in, finds another one. Flamey picks up a second, and Guardian flips back out there to finish off the final player from Flipside. Is Waylander that goes down, and Na'Vi right back onto the winning train here, 9-2. Resets Flipside's losing bonus. They're probably going to have enough to justify a bit of a force up here. 4.5 and 4.9 on Markelov and World Edit, along with 3.7 on Blade. Should be good enough to go for something here, but no, it actually looks like they're going to save instead and just focus on the next round.
Yeah, a couple of pistols brought up here, but I kind of agree with what you were saying, though. Like, possibly go for something here, because they are getting to the point where, well, we mentioned 6. They're already at 9, Na'Vi, and Guardian still going to be taking these aggressive peaks. Not going for anything just yet. He did actually, his rotation game was on point last round. Found the first kill over towards the B side, then rotated away and found 2 over towards A, but this time not going to hit that shot. Well did it, just trying to bait him out, shooting a few Tech 9 bullets. And he is actually going to miss a second shot. Needs someone to help him out here. Going to be using his utility to try and save himself, and that actually works out wonderfully. That was a Kobe Bryant level shot right there off the wall, and he's going to find another one. Not going to find the third. Well did it, will punish, but nevertheless they find that round.
Guardian suffers the only loss of the round too, but easily can make up for it by those 2 kills that he managed to grab before going down. That re-peek into a flick too is also very nice to see from him.
And the dunk was swish.
Absolutely. Nice verbiage there.
But 10-2. They will be coming in with a buy now, but it's not going to be ideal. I still even think with the...
Right in the hoop. And there we go, another shot as well. You can see Shara like panicking and go, oh no, I'm out in the open. I gotta run. No, there's no running from Guardian. He will shut you down pretty quickly.
Yeah. well, he does what his name suggests. He guards the position, but C's going to be going aggressive. The boost is brought into play, even though they are winning so heavily.
What?
And he's going to have to run through so many Molotovs, manages to survive.
That was so much unnecessary damage. They even had to smoke it off, and the smoke, like, at the point in time that it was thrown, essentially became pointless. Here comes Zeus, though, in the suicide steps, holding against one frag. Blade trades it out immediately, taking Zeus right back down to the ground. Leaves it into a 4-on-4, but Markelov has also been heavily injured, down to just 3 health points.
Yep, still looks like they're going to go for a bit of a faster play. A lot of time left on the clock. Actually going to be dropping the bomb back to one of his players as Blade wants to go for an entry kill here. Edward just jumping up and down over towards, trying to spy out some players. Waylander not going to be finding anything as of yet, but World Edit will. He takes down Edward, and this is going to be all down to Seized and instantly taken down by Blade. And now it's down to a 2 versus 4. Is this really worth it for the CT side? I feel like there's not too much they can hope to do unless Guardian can find a very quick pick through those doors. I think their money should still be in a decent position. They've only lost 1 round in quite a while, but they are just going to go for the save. And yeah, you can see they've actually got plenty of bank. I imagine they just don't want to hand over these weapons. They're just not worth it.
I mean, you don't want to give them an op. You don't want to give them like the free M4, because look at their money: 500, 850, 150, and 100 on the players that are still alive. Shara is completely bought out. There are just a few rounds left in the half, but oh, nice shot from Markelov. Gets the read on the Guardian through the door and absolutely destroys him. That's not even going to be in a recoverable position for Flaming to pick that up now. We won't see the second op retrieved by Flipside, but still dropping that. That's actually going to bring the cash down pretty nicely for Navi.
Yeah, they are going to take a bit of damage. However, I feel like they should be pretty set to actually keep buying for the end of the half, unless we can see some, well, basically the last 2 rounds going to Flipside. They have to win both. And either way, I feel like this is just a map that Na'Vi is so very good at on that T side. We've always said, like, there's a possibility from 4 rounds on CT that they can win on T. This is one of the maps that they always used to do ridiculously well on. And I say used to, I mean like a month or 2 ago. Like, it's not like it's been a huge amount of time. I mean, when I say used to with Markelov, it means a lot longer. But in this scenario, we're just waiting to see if they are going to be that good. We have seen some lackluster performances today and yesterday when they were beaten by the Polish side, but here we go. Flaming going to be waiting in the corner. Still plenty of time left. They have been speeding up their plays a little bit now, Flipside, after being caught out quite a few times on occasions. Same for Na'Vi, actually. They've been in trouble quite a few times when the clock has actually just run out and they've had their bomb drop, but that's something you're always going to see when these teams match up. Edward going very, very aggressive just up the front here. Shower, well, you almost expect him to check this corner, but he may not, just because of the position of the smoke. And Guardian, in the meantime, is actually going to find the initial kill onto World Edit, so his AWP is not going to have any effect in this round. And although Guardian may not be at the very top of his game, he is still finding those entry kills.
He knows Edward's there, though. Shara does, so it's all about the matter of finding him. Maybe he thinks he saw a ghost. He's not going to be able to pressure it for the time being, but they move in a drop, and now comes the wedge play. Moving out from the ramp, and then they're also going to push through the connector, but Seas gets the read on this. He spots Markelov rolling out. He's not able to connect the kill, however. Markelov takes down Seas, and now they can start to push back out from ramp. Zeus has a chance to turn this around, though, finds the first one, but again, it's only a 1-for-1 trade, and this is not going to favor Flipside right now. As they move up to the site, they've only got Guardian to deal with. Guardian's going to miss the connection. Shara taking him out of the equation, leaves just Flamey and Edward, and they're stuck on the B site, but they did manage to wrap pretty quickly. Edward pushing through the halls from his earlier position there, too, is going to give him a bit of an advantage. They move it, they find 2 kills back-to-back. Markelov trades it up, and then Flamey, nicely played, just grabs the long-range kill onto Markelov, finishes it off, and is going to be able to clutch this round for Na'Vi.
Yeah, much better cleanup there. They came so very quickly on that rotation, ready for the push to come in, and when they were in, they were already flanked, few players already low. The only thing I have to actually mention about Guardian, I think most of the shots that we're actually seeing him miss are the close-range ones. The ones that we used to see him finding, like, remember the Dust 2 clip where he just absolutely wrecks Fnatic, like, sort of things like that. The close-range ones, obviously that was insane, but we're not seeing those as often. It's the long-range ones, he's still finding those, like, easier kills, or the ones where he can peek out and just hold an angle, but a lot of the time it's those close-range flicks that he's just completely missing nowadays, so we'll see whether or not he comes back to, well, full potential. But Edward, for the last round, has decided to go all in with that auto-sniper, and we'll see whether or not he can actually make a huge impact with that weapon. I can't see where he's currently playing over towards the back of the B site, so it's going to be absolutely brutal if they push in there.
They're going to be able to molly off the alleyway for now, so not being able to spot anything just as of yet. But the guys on the flip side, look at how restrained they are. They're so held back right now. They're not going to want to be pushing out whatsoever. We saw previously in this half when the round share was a little bit more competitive in the favor of Flipside. They were a little bit more courageous to try and push out there to try and look for these early picks back over towards platform, but it's not the case at all here on this round. They're just sitting back. They're waiting now. and they're hoping they can find someone from Na'Vi pushing out in their direction, but it is not the case. Na'Vi on this last round, they want to make sure they can try to get a crushing scoreline of 12-3. They're going to be sticking back to the sites and trying to play this as passive as possible.
Well, this is where you sort of need that like Edward style of play that's just willing to go for these ridiculously aggressive pushes and just try and take someone down off the plat. We see Olive, when he was in his best form, could walk out there and take 3 kills. So, to be honest, I want to see that sort of aggression, and I'm a little bit worried for Flipside the fact that they're not going for any of these plays, because now they're just running down that clock again. They have managed to get themselves into drop, but it's almost as if Na'Vi's giving it to them. They know they're going to be pushing in that direction, and C's position is absolutely perfect, and it's going to be a 25-second push. Very little coming in, but it will be the first kill coming in for Markelov. He finds a second as well. Shara going to be taken down by the auto sniper, which is still over in point. Not going to find the kill Markelov this time, and now it's down. Welded, it needs to find this kill quickly as the bomb not yet gone down. 10 seconds left on the clock. The bomb still on Welded, and he's got to go for that plan.
Right now. He's going to roll right now. That shuts down the bomb, and 3 seconds left. Guardian's on the run. He's being chased. He doesn't even realize it as of yet.
Oh,
1 second left.
What a shot.
Guardian finds a frag on a blade. Timer wouldn't matter that much, but nicely done. Denies the kill onto him regardless. And it'll give that final round of the half into the control of Na'Vi.
Nice work there. He just had to drop that bomb. The second he did that, the round was almost over, but the hunt was on, and he managed to take that kill and just confirm the round 12-3. This is the sort of half we expect Na'Vi to take on the T side. They've taken it on CT, and this is pretty much what we saw yesterday from Flipside against Godsent.
And there's Guardian again, denying the plant with the pistol whip, and then he rolls right back out here. Look at that, 1 second left on the clock. Would have come down to that final duel there to decide who ends up winning that and who gets the big advantage there. But 12-3, I think I mentioned it a couple maps ago, that 12-3 is going to end up being sort of the tilt point now because they managed to get to this scoreline. They hold an absolutely huge advantage over Flipside. If it had been 11-4, it could have been a different story. But even with a pistol victory now, Flipside have such a huge road to climb back from.
Yeah, that's the thing. And on the they have a huge road to climb back from. But if they don't get the pistol, there is very little hope. They'd have to do like double what they did on the previous map with their comeback. It would have to be an absolutely ridiculous attempt. And you can just see at the moment, just taking their time a little bit. They actually don't look too down in the dumps, but not looking happy to say the least. And I'm sure that the confidence will be back with the Na'Vi guys at this point. They know that this is their map to take now.
It was their map to take on the last one too, but we almost saw an incredible comeback from Flipside. So Na'Vi should not be feeling secure just as of yet. Not until they have this pistol and the first anti-eco in their hands. That's when they can start to feel good about themselves.
And even then, they know that this is competition that got decimated yesterday. Other teams that they'll be coming up against in future rounds have been teams that have been taken on other teams, won maps. Like these are the last of the players or teams who haven't won a game. So the fact is, everyone else in the tournament has performed to some level, to a certain extent already in the tournament. So yes, this could be the wake-up call. This could be the point where Na'Vi finally step up and they start wrecking and doing what we expect in the tournament. But Waylander starts things off with a bang. Shara finding another kill for himself as well. He's actually playing a raid boss with a 5-7 and armor at the moment. Now it's down to Zeus and Edward. We've seen some big pistol play come out from World Edit already on the previous map with an ace. It's going to need to be something of that standard if Na'Vi are going to be taking this pistol.
They're going to try to wrap this back over to the A bomb site now that the B drop play has just failed miserably. Moving it into still full 5 alive and with no damage done to anybody on Flipside. This would be an incredible turn of events should they manage to bring this back to their favor. Edward peeks out. He hasn't been spotted. Finds that frag, but he's taking a lot of damage himself. He's now at 4 HP in a 1-on-4. He's essentially just trapped inside of here. The second he peeks, he should be a dead man, and he's going to be flanked anyway by Markelov. That takes him down, and Flipside do control the pistol in the second half.
1 HP per player. That's all he needed to do there. Just take the initial shots. But no, it's not going to be. Flipside have clung to their lifeline. The light is glimmering a little bit at the end of the tunnel, but there's a long, long way for them to go, and they need to win. Well, the likely
it's a very long tunnel.
Yeah, a very, very long tunnel. And soon there may be a Na'Vi train coming the other way. So it is going to be a difficult one, a huge fight back, but we've seen them do nice work on overpass. They didn't manage to close that one out. Of course, if they did bring that to overtime, this could have been all over. They won the first map very convincingly. But here we go. Na'Vi have gone with the pistols. This is something the Flipside do need to survive here. They've gone for 2 rifles, a couple of SMGs, and the 5-7 on Shara, so he's pretty much saving for this round. So a little bit of a risk in play. The Deagles have been very deadly so far for Na'Vi, but we're just going to see them pushing into A at the moment. Up close, we do see Blade, who's currently holding the MP7, a SMG we actually don't see as often nowadays just because of the effectiveness of that UMP against armor especially, but Guardian up close and personal with the Deeg. And the remaining players look like they're just about to split towards the A site, sort of what we've seen quite a lot in pistol rounds, but here we go. Shower with the pistol, going to be looking to try and find one. He does find it, looking for Flamey, and Flamey just tries to run away. Just like, I'm not about that life, and just gives his frag over. Blade going to be taking down one, and this is looking very, very good from Flipside. I think it was Natu who mentioned previously that sometimes they do give away a lot of frags on anti-ecos, but in this tournament they haven't done that yet, and well, unless Edward can really muck this one up and destroy them, it is going to be the round. And well, he doesn't have the bomb, he doesn't have anything, and to be honest, I feel, well, if he doesn't die here, then he's not going to get any loss bonus, so it will just be fighting back with the Tech 9 in the next round.
That's regardless what the biggest thing that most of the team will be looking at anyway, so looking for some impact at the end of it. There we go. This is where the benefit of saving ends up coming into the play, because he does end up trapping one of the hunters down in the B-bomb site.
And the only M4 as well. They had a FAMAS, but that was the only M4 in play, so definite chance to do some damage. I don't think the team will be forcing up around him. I feel like that would be a little bit of a overzealous play, to say the least. But yeah, this was really confusing. I saw the look on your face when this happened. Not this kill, the next one. It's just like, I'm not about that, I'm just walking away.
I mean, like, I feel like that would have been communicated or something, and he would have tried to react. I guess he thinks he can run into the door in time, but no.
No, that was really weird.
Definitely not possible.
Yeah. Not going to see a force coming out from Na'Vi. A few upgraded pistols, but that will be all it's going to be on Edward to try and make some sort of impact. If they can get the bomb down, that would be a pretty successful round, actually. And, well, you can already see that there's quite a few rifles in play, but he's already taking a little bit of initial damage.
So he's getting wrecked by that grenade. It's almost a perfect one. Being shot directly under his feet, and not only this, but Markelov gets a good spray on Edward. However, on the way out, it'll be Shara. Moves in and finds the first kill on a seized.
Well, and that one rifle so far already down to 27 HP, so the nades have actually done a huge amount of damage. The M4 doing a little bit more, and this round is sort of looking like a write-off already. They've just got to try and get the bomb down, but there's 4 players waiting over towards that site, and a couple of M4s there waiting as well, so I feel like this is a nigh impossible task. But where there's a will, there's a way. We saw Na'Vi win that 16th round with not a brilliant buy previously, but this would be another level.
Markelov and Shara trying to hold things off over here by the fountain and on the general site itself. The platform strike that comes out first, and Flamey's going to find that kill with the rifle, taking down Shara. Waylander trades it out, but then Guardian finds another one. Blade still holding his own back by the rock, though. Takes down Zeus, but he's going to be overwhelmed. Edward finding that kill, looking for another one. He's going to be able to get it. Roll that it does roll back out, and it's down to a 1v1. Guardian at long range. He does not have armor, though, and this is what is eventually going to kill him. He's got to try to make sure he finds these shots against World that at long range. World at it. He's got a flashbang and a smoke to use, but he's not looking at any of it as of yet. And Guardian getting out in the open there, looking for the duel with it, but World at it still sticking behind the rock. Guardian inching a bit closer, going up on top of the platform. He's got the right one he doesn't even need it. Grabs a shot from long range against World at it, closes it down, and that's Na'Vi stealing this one.
That was ridiculous. They had one M4, they had some pistols against what, three rifles and some SMGs, and they somehow managed to get up close and personal, decimate the opposition, and that was really, really bad from Flipside, but nevertheless, that was brilliant from Guardian, taking that headshot, wins the duel, doesn't even go for the bomb plant, doesn't need to, that confident, and now we can see 4 rifles coming in for the CT side, but the buy is with 5 on Na'Vi.
And Na'Vi now might have just blown the confidence of Flipside away. Because that is a round they should have absolutely controlled with no issues whatsoever, but it ends up being the exact opposite. They have so much trouble holding on to that one. We see Guardian coming out in the clutch in the 1v1.
I'm pretty sure as well they had 4 players on that site, which is ridiculous to think that with just pistols and 1 M4 that they can clear out 4 players who were pretty much fully bought up. So it really, really poor round coming out from Flipside. I'm wondering if that one will actually make it to the analysis desk, because that was dreadful, and that could be the one that cost them the game. But we're going to be seeing the push coming in. Well, did it going to be the Lone Ranger on this side, getting closed down here, and now, well, this is the site already, and I wonder if they're going to challenge this one. They're going to push straight in. Blade going very aggressive, but the remaining players are locked out of the site, and he is going to find one, but instantly get traded. And the fact is, they won't have much to play with if they do lose this round. I wonder if it really is worth it. Up against 4 rifles, they do not have the same amount of utility that's on the T side. Or actually, no, they do. They have 1 flashbang each, but they don't have the same weaponry. And Yeah, they are just going to go for that save now.
Stuck behind the wall with no way to get through main or successfully get their way out to the balcony. They're going to be giving this one up, and it'll be Na'Vi to take control of this round. 2 away now from controlling the set, keeping their tournament live, still in check, and moving on to the next stage.
Yeah, maybe, well, from now on we'll see Flipside going for a bit of a ban of this match. Obviously going up against Na'Vi, in normal circumstances you'd expect this to be sort of one-sided like this. You'd expect it to be in this circumstance, but after Overpass, after Train, I had hope. They've given me false hope. I'm a little bit sad because of it, because now we're in a 14-5 scenario. And you can already see, look how calm the opposition are and well at it, just from his general body language. It doesn't look like he's happy, and oh god.
What is that? I was confused if it was like a zombie or like a plant person.
I don't know. I have no idea, but here we go. They are going to go with those couple of rifles. The remaining players are not actually going to force up around it, so that is quite interesting. Some of them are sort of playing for the 15th round, and the rest have still got their buy from the previous. This is a bit of a weird round coming out from Flipside, a little bit of do-or-die situation for a couple of the players, but the buy's so much better for Na'Vi, the momentum so much better, and, well, finally those players are now performing so much better.
So Na'Vi getting very close to the end, but they were in the same situation previously, and Flipside were able to almost fight back from the grave, you could say. They've got to do the same thing right here if they want to keep their chances of winning this tournament and really just their chances of staying in this tournament alive. What do they have to do it against? And it's not a whole lot. Get wrecked, World, at it. Zeus
jumping?
Gets the jumping headshot, wrapping around the corner. It didn't even have like 100% confirmation he was there. Just took a guess at it. It ends up being right. So nicely played.
Well, it looked like he was going to look and look away, and then he sort of went to look away when actually, no, there's someone there, let's take the headshot. Flamey going to be finding Blade as well, so the two players with nothing have gone down, but there will be a trade coming in, but quickly that is responded by Seas, who takes down Shara. It's the two rifles left. Onto Flipside.
Flamey finding another pickup. Only Markelov left alive, and he's going to be destroyed by Zeus, so Na'Vi now on match point. One more to go, and they move on to the next phase of the event and send Flipside home.
Yeah, so this is where that save came into play. It was a bit weird because they had two players who just gave their life away straight away. Obviously, it was a little bit unlucky with the jumping headshot, but this is it. Not a huge amount of money left for Na'Vi. They've got enough that they could definitely rebuy for at least a round or two, so it is possible for Flipside to bring this one back, but with 10 rounds needed in a row, I feel like this is just the end. I can almost hear Adele singing, this is the end, hold your breath, count to 10. Just done. I'm not a believer anymore. I'm slightly disappointed because I really was. I thought this was gonna be a very impressive matchup. The first map, Flipside blew them out of the water. The second map was so very, very close, and then this map, well, it's almost like a mirror. Whoever won that middle map won the series, and well, at the moment, it's looking like the random map or the last map left is actually one that's more favoured towards Na'Vi than the map they picked, but we are going to see Waylander finding the first kill.
Waylander
something for them to play with.
Taking down Seas. World at it though is going to be here to defend as Zeus tries to push his way up suicide steps. That's not going to go very well at all. Edward trying to bounce back. He gets some good damage on the blade, but ultimately still no kills being found by Na'Vi as of yet in this round. Even jumping over, looking to see if he can pick up anything from there, but it's definitely not the case. Flipside do get themselves off to a good start and may be able to stem the tide at least for a little bit longer here against Na'Vi, but they're not done fighting just as of yet. Shifting a player up the ramp now closer to the A site. They're going to try to draw the attention. And Flamey himself falling back after that does get re-smoked. He was pushing out towards the platform. But after we do see Shar deciding to throw out his own smoke towards that direction, he's now going to want to regroup with Edward to make sure at the very least, if one of them goes down, they can try to refrag it.
Yeah, and well, one thing we have mentioned about the fact that the 12-3, I haven't actually had the chance to get on that AWP as of yet until World Edit, something that was so influential, but Flamey, he's going to push straight in, find an entry kill. Guardian finds another. This is not how it should end, but Markelov, he's still fighting. He's going to find himself two, looking for the third, and he should find it. Clutches out the round, a huge round to stop them going out of this tournament, and they will survive for at least one more round.
Plenty of time left to defuse that bomb, so no issues with regards to that one. We'll see Flipside hold on for a little bit longer here, but that was Na'Vi's fault, to be completely honest there. They peeked that out one by one. They're just trying to take a duel versus Markelov so they can hold control of the site. If they had all pushed that together or had somebody wrap over toward the left of Markelov there, pushing around that other angle, then he would have been a dead man, and that essentially could have been the end of the match.
Yeah. Nice control, nonetheless, from Markelov, but that final kill was a bit of a given, considering Edward was just trying to get the bomb down, confirming their economy, and there we go. We are going to see the AWP onto Guardian. Still not yet unworlded it, and I feel like that's a crucial thing for their CT side. I wonder if Flipside had actually started on CT, if this would have been different, and worlded it could have got cooking, because we haven't seen too much from him as of yet in this series. Obviously, he did step up quite late in the last game, but, well, they're even further behind this time. And with only 1 round needed for Na'Vi. But we are going to see that bomb drop towards the A site at the moment. 3 players still waiting over towards Plat. Just taking things nice and slow, the Na'Vi style of play. And quite a few nades actually on both sides. So this is probably the best opportunity to see the full buys. The only thing that is missing is World Edit's AWP.
Na'Vi now getting ready to go for that drop control. Waylander's ready to defend, and he's been doing a great job at it so far, but the flashbang's affecting him heavily. There's Markelov, though, finding 2 as he pushes back in. Flamey and Seas both go down. Na'Vi now have yet to find a way into this site.
Even at the depths, he's still plugging away, finding a double kill. Does give them the opportunity to reset the economy. However, the bomb did go down in the last round, so I'm not sure quite how much money they have in the bank at the moment, but the smoke going to be thrown over. There's still 3 players left. We saw them do a nice amount of damage last time. Zeus obviously taking a kill in the meantime. Here comes that push onto Plat. Guardian going to be the one looking for that entry kill. Markelov going to be playing up close. He found himself a few kills already. He's going to take the tag. But here we go, Shower with the flank, only finding 1. Edward with crazy reactions. He's actually going to find another and a third. It's a 1 versus 1.
And Edward has held on for this long. He's managed to pick up so many kills. He's kept his team in this. Now can he clutch it out and end it for them? He's gone for the fake plant, looking for him out in the open. World that's going to be hiding behind the rock. He peeks out once again. He's going to be able to go for the full plant this time, but World that he's waiting, not waiting at all. He's just going to push right up. It's up close and personal. The only question is, does Edward spot this coming? As they both sit back, look for the peek from either one of them. Neither one's going to be going for it here for the time being, but Edward wrapping around the corner. He's not going to be able to pull it off. World that it will find the clutch and Flipside again keep themselves in this match.
And if you look there, Blade actually had his headset off. So he was having a conversation with someone. Couldn't hear anything that was going on in the game at that point, but so very close. A big play coming out from Markelov, but Edward, 3 kills just entering into that site. And that's the sort of position I was talking about that we needed to see from the Flipside guys. Just someone, named Edward, in fact, who could just push into the site and instantly find a few kills from there. However, as I said, their money has taken a bit of a hit now, so there's not going to be an AWP, I don't think, on Guardian anyway. And, it does look like just going to be a tech line onto Seas. So they're still forcing about. This is sort of the way that Flipside managed to get back in last time. Of course, their money is going to be a little bit low after a 1v1 comes into situation, but 15-7 now. Flipside on a long, long road.
And Blade will be watching out for the aggressive push towards long A, but won't be finding anything as of yet. Na'Vi, in the meanwhile, slowly shift their players in that direction. Blade is smart to fall back. That's where the smokes wanted to have been tossed out closer to that mid connector. But Seized is also going to be pressured in a moment here too, and he's got control of the bomb. If he's pushed and he loses that, this round may already be over before the take even begins.
Yeah, huge amount of aggression actually coming out here. Something we haven't seen too much of. The same sort of style we saw, I think it was Edward, in position just holding over towards the left. However, Shower was the opposing player and he worked it out pretty quickly. However, he's going to keep going, and this is the bomb spotted. However, there's another player pushing in, Guardian from behind, and he's actually going to spot him out. Nevertheless, it will be the kill, and Shara finds another one as well. Nice aggression coming out from him.
It looks so panicked from Shara. You can tell he almost messed up that first kill too, but manages to flick it right around and grab the second one. Zeus is going to try to turn the tables and bring this back under control for Na'Vi. Flamey finding 2 kills, but Markelov pops out, finds the trade. Down to 2 left alive for the T side here, and they've lost control of the bomb. Trying to hold on to it. Shara bringing up 2 more at the end of the day. He's going to grab a 4K here, and he makes a big impact that once again will keep Flipside of the match.
That could be a huge tilt play as well, because he just managed to push all the way through. Guardian must have had a heart attack when he saw someone walking around that corner, especially when he had a player further forward than him, just thinking, okay, how on earth is that player there? And he then manages to continue that on and find 4 kills in the round from the same position, solo defending the bomb. So wonderful stuff from him. This will be the position where Na'Vi has to go back to that eco, and well, it's a long way to go, but they have started well. They've already got 5 rounds in a row. They need to get themselves quite a bit more.
And in order to do this, once again, they'll shift most of their player base close to the B-bomb site. The bomb already halfway pushed out to the platform. Got 2 held back, too, to investigate the A site. And it's basically just the default setup, but a much more progressed version of it already, though, as Flamey looks to push himself past Broken Wall. We'll use the CT smoke to do this. On a Deagle, though, trying to impact. This is where it's going to be a bit tough for Na'Vi, because they do not have the arsenal anymore to go up against Flipside. They're saving on this round.
Yeah, we have seen some mistakes coming in, and there we go. Flamey and Guardian taking a huge amount of damage. However, here comes the push. C's taking down one. Shara waiting over towards the site. He finds a second, but gets traded out. Seized again, and we've already seen one of these rounds come out where they make mistakes against the pistol's blade. However, we'll take one down, but this is the man who did the damage with that M4. Did a lot in the previous round, found a triple kill. This time, only needs 2. If he can get that bomb and plant it, that's something additional. It is right on the box, which not the ideal position. He's going to have to jump right up to get that one, but no one's peeking, so it's going to be easy for him. And, well, this will confirm their bye in the next round, no matter what.
Flipside are just going to hang back there. They weren't giving him anything until they got that bomb onto the ground. They have no problem letting him get the plant. Unfortunately, without armor there on Edward, the aim punch is just going to be too hard for him to take a duel out into the open. So Blade will finish him off, and it'll be an easy defuse for Flipside to grab a 9th round.
Yeah, they managed that one. They play that one very, very calm, and I like the play. I like the fact that although the bomb did go down, which gives it a little bit of extra money, makes it more and more possible, and they've got signs, but they don't hold it up when Na'Vi's there, possibly a little bit down at the moment after, well, almost a little bit of deja vu coming in.
I feel like they weren't prepared for that camera to go on to him. That looked like it was really close. That camera probably moves around. I feel like they would have been ready for that. I'm a bit disappointed.
Didn't choose the right fans.
Yeah.
Didn't choose the right fans. You gotta be more selective.
I like that guy in the front, though. He was like, hey. Hey, guys. What's up?
This is just how I look. It's a rare skin condition.
So for Na'Vi here now, it's time for them to really start to make an impact, because Flipside are doing a great job of, it's always that 15th round. It's like, it's been an issue now for the past, like, I would almost say, like, since the major. There's been a couple games where this has happened, and this is turning into another one. Even happened on the last map to a certain degree, where we do have these all of a sudden comeback once a team gets to the 15th round.
The wake up. But it's a little bit weird.
It's such a big issue among NA teams. Like every NA team has this problem where they just like can't close out maps for whatever reason. Well, it takes such a long time.
The thing is, I don't think I've ever really seen it from Na'Vi, where they've just not been able. I suppose at the major in the first map, I think, against Luminosity on Mirage. I think that was the first time I really saw it, but this time Guardian, he finds the entry kill quickly back into the action. Blade, he's going to spray down one. Actually, Waylander finds a kill. He finds a second. Markolov still going strong. Finds another, and this is going to be now a decent position for the CTs. Markolov still finding more and more, but Guardian, we haven't seen him in a crazy clutch so far. This would be an amazing time to do it. Going to be throwing out the Molotov, not quite into the right position here. Does have himself the bomb.
Didn't catch the player behind the rock, however, as he's going to be placing himself there. Guardian looking for at least one more frag before he commits himself to the plant, but now he needs to make sure that his team continues to get the money, so it goes out, and Nade's going to be tossed, but that's the signal to fire the shot.
Oh! What a way to end!
He's going to shut it down, and with that, Na'Vi stay in this event. They move on to the next phase, and as for Flipside, they're going home.
It's almost like, don't worry, guys. I'll wake up now. That was it. That was the moment.
That nade was a big mistake as it essentially gave away the position. That's all he needed to strike back out, find the first kill, and the second one was an easy closeout. Nicely played by Guardians. A big clutch for him, specifically on the second half. And with that, and with this pyrotechnics show you can see in front of you now, Na'Vi stay in the event.
They don't look like they're celebrating, though.
I mean, overall, like you said, it's definitely been a bit of a struggle to make it through these 3 maps. The first map was absolutely dreadful. The second map, it seemed like it was under their control from the beginning, but then a good comeback comes in for Flipside in 16-14. Even on this third map, Flipside almost bounced back. They were on the road to doing it, and if they got under control for any longer, we could have been looking at like a 16-13 scoreline. Thankfully, though, Guardian does come out in the clutch, and he closes things before it gets too chaotic.
Yeah, I think that this was a good showcase, actually, for Flipside. Like, we were worried about the sort of Waylander position. They weren't able to win, but they did take Na'Vi very, very close, and a huge improvement from yesterday already. So, commiserations to them. They do go out joint last place, but they go out to Na'Vi, the favourites in the tournament.
Their big problem, though, is going to be, of course, going into these future matchups is like, okay, we've seen some of these other teams show up. Building Gaming showing up in big form here today. Godsend seems to be in pretty good shape, especially with their first match against Flipside early that they played yesterday. So considering how good some of the like the medium tier teams are showing up here, what is that going to leave Na'Vi with? Because I mean, going into this event blind, everyone's like, oh, this is an easy event for Na'Vi. They're just gonna breeze through this one, but that's not the case anymore. So now this is, and as the analyst desk has said a few times too, this event is still essentially just an open book as far as who's going to be able to take first place here. As it doesn't even appear that Na'Vi have it clear cut anymore, especially from this matchup versus Flipside.
Well, I'm excited to see how Hellraisers do. That's the one for me. I think they are a very, very strong team. They've already, well, the sort of thing that was worrying is when they got beaten at SIBO 3-0 by SK. They've already come and smashed SK. On the first day, they're going to be coming up against VP. If they can take down VP, obviously Na'Vi not hitting their stride yet. It's still possible. We do see teams come into the tournament late. Fnatic was always renowned for doing that, although they normally bounce back a little bit quicker. But for me, Hellraisers, they could be the dark horse in this tournament. I think there's a chance that they could actually take it.
We'll have to wait and see, guys. Once again, next segment should be coming up in just a little bit. Stick around for more of the Starlighter Invitational.
Gaming bets. We accept bets on computer games online since 2011. Referral system for regular users and the first deposit bonus. Gaming devices store and the best choice of payment systems. Dota 2 and Hearthstone, Counter-Strike and StarCraft, World of Tanks and League of Legends. EGB.com. You know for sure who's going to win.
Getting tired of playing with the usual skins but don't have enough money to buy a new one? Get rich fast with CSGoFast.com. CS Go Fast. It's a strong chance of winning in every game. Several rooms with different game modes. Daily, more than 1,000 games, 5,000 players, and 25,000 skins at stake. You don't need much in order to sweep the board.
Angry because you missed a big play? Tired of staying up all night to create highlight videos? Introducing LiveCut.tv. Simply press the capture button and bam! A highlight from the past 60 seconds will be instantly recorded. Get posts from streamers and fans around the world. Achieve legendary status Kappa.
Flipside will be joining SK outside of the tournament. Na'Vi move on to play worst players. It did take, however, 3 maps. Cadian, start us off.
Yeah, well, from the beginning, actually, Flipside had a decent chance of winning the T-pistol round, where they decided to go for a fast B-split, but unfortunately didn't pan out in that way because some really crucial shots coming in from Na'Vi, who just had the ice cold and crisp aim. And from that point on, we saw the first weapon round, which was a force of Flipside, where they had a lot of Galils and so on, and ended up losing the aim battles. Then, in the next weapon round, again, they're actually forced to do something which is different from what they normally do, because normally they have, as we talked about in the pregame, Shara who's out on the B plateau, Maglev taking control of a drop room, and the 3 others working on A. But because Na'Vi made a counterplay, from what we talked about, what they could do was to be aggressive on this kind of B long. They decided to smoke deep on B long, use a Molotov to zone out positions and get control over this, which then meant that Guardian could actually hold the drop zone from B plat. So when Flipside then had their counterplay, which was to, they knew that Na'Vi was using a lot of men to get this kind of B long plateau. Then they countered it with going fast down and drop, tried to get out of there, but Yeah, I mean, World was searching for kills, but Guardian
Snarty
had the
jumped
better
right in.
positioning.
It seemed like Guardian was definitely a factor in this series, especially the last map, as opposed to the rest of the early points in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Vengeance Guardian of that basically pulled through for Na'Vi in a situation where they needed him. Like in the end, the last round 1-on-2 in a situation that definitely didn't favor him, but somehow he manages to create the situation so that it actually does favor him. But overall, I guess we can draw a conclusion from the way Flipside is playing that if they don't, if you play aggressive against them, if they don't get the opening kills, if they don't play with their own pace, they are really bad at adapting in that situation. And I thought Na'Vi really utilized that, building the ground so well. And then obviously the individuals started to come into it, and you saw a lot of nice shots on top of that. So when you combine those two things, it seems a little bit like Flipside kind of becomes clueless, and they force themselves into executes. But at the same time, when you give them ground, when they get at the bomb sites, they're always very dangerous. They're always in situations where they can actually win the rounds. It always comes down to 2-on-2s, 3-on-3 situations where, it's basically a coin flip at that point.
With regards to Flipside, Vendetta, there was a particular round that they did quite well. Was it round 6, their default, or was it not a good round?
No, it was definitely a good round because, as Casper mentioned, they'd been struggling to find, pretty much openings and a way into the bomb site initially. Versus Na'Vi, but they go back to pretty much their default. It's not exactly because this was also a bit of a force buy, so they had limited utilities, but they managed to make the best out of it. So that was actually one of the more positive things, and that one of the cases where they actually were able to adapt.
Are we getting it on screen, by the way?
Yeah, if we get this on. Well,
no, we're going to get some highlights first.
But that's
we'll
fine.
go back to round 6 after and get the stats helix up on screen. But anyway, we've got some highlights here. Neo almost just walked on camera. Don't worry, there are highlights going on. And now Snacks is following suit. We can see here some good defensive work by Na'Vi. And then, which round is this? Round 4,
This
5?
is the round I talked about, where Na'Vi had the aggressive
6.
B-long play, the first one. So we see Guardian just standing up here and having the positional advantage.
But this is what we talked about as well in the pregame, the fact that Na'Vi had to kind of take it to Flipside and not allow them to get too much space. And you can see the couple of rounds on the CT side where they didn't do that, Flipside were able to take advantage, and that's how they eventually got rounds on the board. But obviously, in the end, it does help when Guardian's able to drop 25 frags.
That was an awesome nade by Guardian there as well. He's using some creative play, creative angles, as we've grown to know him to do.
And also losing an anti-eco is never good, is it?
This was a stupid repeat, by the way, by Shara. 3 against 2. Actually manages to get away without dying, and then just repeats into the crosshair Flamey, and they managed to make this retake work.
Guardian with a huge play here in the 15th round, the end of the first half. There was 1 second left. Time even ran down right at the end there. And if he had been killed, it would have been all over. But he played it perfectly, took the fight, because maybe otherwise he would have been shot in the back and it would have
actually, all these clutches from Guardian. We see already 3 on screen.
And, of course, with the jumping AK. That is the new meta, by the way, everybody. Well, let's see that in matchmaking, jumping all over the place.
You probably can because 64-6, so it doesn't register, but on 128 servers, jumping is apparently more than just possible.
Is that actually one of the reasons why the tick rate
Nah,
makes it? Okay, no. I wasn't sure if you were trolling or if you were giving me some fantastic new
Just
advice.
wanted to blame the 64-6 because you have to do it every chance you get. So
Every chance. More highlights here, Shah with a nice little double spray with the M4 silenced, and we are now looking at the best players.
Yeah, slight danger there once again. It felt like, are we going to see another part of the same movie we saw on Overpass where Na'Vi is just going to start bottling it? Yeah, it's like, it felt a little bit like, it was Flipside this time though. They showed some aggression and some individual plays. You saw their Shara, for example, being all the way in B halls. Nice plays, rolled at it as well. But in the end of the day, it was just, again, Guardian factor became too much, and this is the kind of Guardian we're going to need for Na'Vi to be successful.
Yeah, and just to take this kind of map statistics and stats into consideration, I'm not going to say that Zeus had a bad map, but if you look at the frags, him and Guardian had pretty much similar stats. And for example, Zeus had, I think, 9 anti-eco kills in that middle area CT, where Guardian won 3 or 4 clutches, 2 1-on-2s, a 1-on-1, etc. So by that means, it's just to put into perspective that stats not always does show the impact of the game.
They oftentimes lie.
Yeah, nonetheless, though, we can see a huge difference in the performance of the two AWPers, Guardian and World Edit. Guardian really having what seems to be a massive impact, and we noted beforehand that World Edit would need to have some sort of, he'd need to impress his will on the game as well, and he wasn't able to do that.
Yeah, and that's partly because,
due to all the force buys coming out from Flipside, you're not really allowed to build that economy that allows World Edit to have too many chances on that op. And, on the other side, now they're just raking in money, winning round by round by round. So Guardian's going to have an op in his hand at any given time. So that also obviously skews the stats a tiny bit, but I also think it's a bit of a mistake from Flipside's end to actually not try to play to their strengths, because in the previous 2 games, the 2 biggest hitters had been both World Edit and Waylander. Obviously, Waylander can get a hands on an AK, that doesn't cost a lot, but for World Edit to be his most effective, he needs an op in his hands.
But they actually took a hard hit, because when they won the first weapon round, that's the one we wanted to talk about in the stats helix, they lost the round after, so they got hard reset, and instead of...
They actually got a hard reset after every single one.
Exactly.
Round they won.
And what you normally do is you have these you force buy around, and if you don't win, then you have the eco afterwards, but they actually did a double eco without buying any Kevlars to build up this money for World Edit, and then they win another round when they have his orb in their hands, and then they get the hard reset again.
Yep.
So again, the economy is obviously playing a big factor in this game.
Yeah. I'm not sure if we're going to get up this
yes,
the
we
round
would
we're talking
like
about,
to get the map up on the screen. There we go. And now we're going to talk through this round.
Yeah, so this is pretty much a couple of seconds into the round already, but this is what Casper talked about. Pretty much the default setup, more or less, except Blade round being in this hallways instead of being towards middle. This is mainly because he doesn't really have the nades to take mid by himself as he usually would. But as I play this out, Casper can talk us through what's going on.
Yeah, well, as talked about in the pregame, we see Shara being very aggressive towards this B plateau, and it's gone.
It's gone on to the 7th.
And it's gone,
now.
yeah.
Let's see if we get it back. Anyways, otherwise...
There we go. Now we're moving backwards, and we're moving forwards again, backwards.
Back
this
and forth.
Like a yo-yo.
Okay, well, apparently whenever you press play, things disappear. So...
Okay.
But, okay, I guess we can just go off the stand still picture here, and we can draw to the best of our
ability. Actually, if we can go back to the stats helix, we don't need to play the round, just that we have the map overview to see the positioning of the
that would be
useful. Yeah.
Go back.
Could we go back onto the... We cannot go onto it. I had word that we cannot go back onto it. Okay. Give it a minute and we might be able to do it. So maybe save the explanation, because we might be able to get back onto it. So let's not get it out there before we have the proper tools. And if we can't get them, then we can go back to it. No, nothing. We can try it now again.
All right.
There we go.
Okay, are we
round
try
6.
To play
Let's
this
go.
as well?
Vendetta, Casper Cadian, take it away.
Okay, well, so as we can see here in the minimap, we have Shara pushed towards this B-long area, being aggressive, being more aggressive than he was in some of the first rounds, and that paid off because he actually got the entry. Getting traded afterwards, it's fine. I mean, you already applied pressure onto this B plateau, and the B bomb side is very difficult to guard in a 5-on-5, and it's even more difficult to guard in a 4-on-4 or 3-on-3 situation. We see Marglov just slowly applying some pressure towards the drop area. He doesn't actually, in this round, go down and try to lock down the rotation, but he's still showing a presence while his teammates is taking the control over A long.
This is nice. We can see Vendetta marking on the map the movement there.
And it's actually working now.
With the red pen.
No, it's the next round this time.
We've got Zeus throwing the smokes on the
it's
down
the
the
next
middle.
round.
Yeah, okay, so this is the round where they get reset, right?
Okay.
Wait, okay.
No, this is the
This is the round they win. This is definitely the round they win, because, well, as you saw, World Edit throwing out the smokes to smoke off connector. Yep. Markelov has already rotated back to join Blade, and what is basically a pretty standard A-tick at this point.
Yeah, it is.
And one of the big things with Shara getting that initial kill onto Edward right here on B long is the fact that this forced Navi to play a bit thin and spread out, which in turn, gives a...
Guys, what you're seeing on your screen there isn't what's on the preview. I should probably point that out now. I thought you guys might have seen that, but we're having
I'm going to pause it again.
Yeah, what Vendetta is referring to isn't necessarily being reflected on what you're seeing on the screen. So maybe is that matching up now? No, we're back into.
No, apparently whenever I play it, everything just goes away.
Vendetta, feel free to finish your point nonetheless.
No, okay. In any case, with Shara getting that initial early pick and the over rotation coming in from Navi, it becomes a much easier task for Flipside to actually execute that A-take. And you could see it initially, or at least I hope you could, the fact that Navi over-rotated quite a bit, left Guardian alone, which isn't the worst thing in the world. He did have an op, so he could definitely hold down that site, but it does create a lot of openings, and eventually with good use of smokes from Flipside, it becomes a pretty easy take when they're actually quick to do it.
Exactly, because on this A-bomb side of Cobblestone, when you deploy these kind of smokes to the upper area and to the connection area, it's very hard to come out and actually apply backup to your teammates, because they're going to be zoned out towards the SWAT area and the bomb side, where there's quite frankly not too many positions to to be available and to hide in. So yeah.
You also saw some nice gambles from Navi. Basically, they had sent one player towards the B holes, and he was just making a distraction towards the B bomb side. You have 4 people basically sneak through a smoke in the middle, just all the way to the ramp. And in that particular round, flip side only had one player playing side hold aggressively. They got up all the way, and Vorlded was there alone, and he got sort of caught off with his pants down on that side. Got picked off right away, basically essentially losing them. I think that was the where Navi got their 14th round. So there was some nice, like, Navi sort of playing off of the ways they usually do, is they want to take over side hall, they cut it off with the smoke right after danger, and they want to take over that part of the map, or they work towards B. So they were kind of sort of eluding the flip side so that they were actually working on B once again, taking more of a passive stance towards that A side. But instead, they just sort of outplayed flip side by just walking up middle, taking a gamble, obviously, but it worked out perfectly and beautifully.
Because exactly, World is just giving the information to his teammate that they're just running a default and nothing to worry about. They're probably asking, "Do you need help? Do you need rotation?" And he's like, "No, I'm fine. They're just smoking up middle. You know, I got this." And then they make this surprise play by sneaking through the smoke. So as pointed out, but very intelligent play by Navi.
Let's finish this part of the discussion off by talking about what's next, maybe for Flipside, and then also Navi versus worst players. So Flipside, I think personally, definitely a decent showing. There's no reason to think why they wouldn't maybe look into keeping Waylander on more permanently, or would you say that maybe they could find a better fit elsewhere?
Who would they get? That's the problem, right? Waylander obviously is a great addition in terms of firepower. I think he's more impactful than Bondik was. Probably Bondik is more, I guess. I mean, obviously, I have never played with
Bondik
either.
is more reliable.
Yeah, I have never obviously played with either two, but it seems to me, as an observer of the games, that it seems to me that Waylander is just more of the explosive type, while Bondik is more the reliable type. He's a team player. He's cheering everyone up, and he has that factor going for him. So I would definitely like to see a little bit more of this from Flipside. It's really cool to see World at it really hitting the shots. He had a really good
he had a good
series. And then when you have Waylander coming in, if they both can feed off each other playing well, I can see the dynamic being really just hard for their opponents, basically.
Yeah, and I think we have we have to keep in mind the fact that this is a pretty new lineup. It's not like they've had a ton of time to practice together, so I don't think they can or they need to be disappointed about what they performed here. Obviously, they probably didn't expect to meet Navi in the first round of the lower bracket. So sure, the placing of the tournament isn't going to be the greatest for Flipside, but I think their performance was definitely better, because you can't say that SK and Flipside had the same kind of showing here.
Definitely. If Flipside had, in fact, played Dobry, maybe it would have been different. Cadian, do you want to talk a bit about worst players versus Navi, the match that has resulted from what we've just seen?
Yeah, obviously Navi is going to go into this game as massive favorites, and this time they're playing a way less structured team, a team that's going to try to rely a bit on simple shenanigans and some individual skill, and quite frankly, I think that they're going to get stumped. I really think that it's going to be a safe 2-0. I mean, Navi hasn't been giving the best showing so far, but I think it's fair to say that this one is going to be very one-sided. I mean, sometimes you look stupid when you say this and it goes wrong, but I really feel confident.
You have to take the risk, because it's the obvious choice to make. I mean, you have two teams, pound for pound, Navi way better, tactical point of view. I mean, Navi, different league, basically. So there's nothing that it would actually indicate that WP would have any chance in this best of 3.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think that the best thing we can hope from worst player side is that, I guess, Simple wants to play, has a chip on his shoulder going up against Navi, and whenever people like to make these fantasy lineups, everybody's going minus someone from Navi plus Simple type of deal. So he's probably want to showcase his skill.
That must be the big storyline coming into this, to look out for Simple and what he could. He's probably going to be very fired up for this match.
Definitely. Yeah, but often when you really want to show yourself, and sometimes you get overexcited, and then you. I mean, he's known for having these kind of re-peaks and YOLO plays, but often it also just gets to you when you then start failing them. Maybe it's going to take a more passive approach, but then again, it's Simple, probably the most confident man in the world, so who knows if he's going to start changing just because it goes wrong a bit. But you can get overexcited, and at that point you can be more of a pain in the ass for your team than actually helping.
Yeah, absolutely. No, but it's in any case, I think no matter how we twist and turn it, it's going to be like Navi clear-cut favorites, and I think anything but a 2-0 would be massively surprising. And Navi definitely played a much better last map than they progressively got better, I guess, in that sense. So I guess that's a good point for them. And Guardian having a bit of an opposite day from yesterday, where he started off strong and ended poorly, and this time it started off rather anonymously and ended very strong.
Yeah, and just a small point to close out maybe on worst players is that so far I think their strongest map at this tournament has been Cash, and that's one of the auto bans from Na'Vi. So even though Na'Vi and also just in general on paper has the stronger map pool, it also benefits them that their worst map that they always ban is probably the strongest from their opponent. So another advantage in the favor of Na'Vi.
And worst players versus Na'Vi will be happening tomorrow. So worst players have had the pleasure or maybe the hindrance of a day off, a little break. What we will be seeing very soon is HR versus VP. I'm unsure. It would be great to hear from our backstage crew if we need to cover that now or if there's going to be a break and then we can cover it. It'd be very good to understand that. I'm getting word right now. We can cover it right now, and then we'll probably go right into the game after that. Obviously, I will update all of you as I get word on that. So let's start talking about Hellraisers versus VP. I'm going to stick with what I said earlier today, and yesterday after we realised that this would be the match that was going to take place, I think it's going to be Hellraisers. If VP do not find that Virtus Plough form that we know that they have inside them, but hasn't necessarily been out recently.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair to say that these teams are in two different places right now. Hellraisers are up on the rise right now, getting Bondix just recently. Obviously, we haven't seen the full potential of this five-man lineup so far, but Oscar being the storyline, everyone's always raving. But I think the unsung hero of this team has to be Stico. One of the most impactful pistol players right now in the game. Just overall bring a lot of numbers, and if those, again, similar to the Waylander duo on flip side, if Hellraisers can have Oscar and Stico playing up to their highest potential, they're going to be very dangerous to play against, because especially as we know, Oscar is the kind of player who can just turn a 2-on-4 situation even into a very winnable situation, especially as an after plan. He connects on those shots with such consistency that it's just ridiculous. It makes it super hard for you to retake a bomb site. And on the other side, you have Virtus Pro, who just seems like the endless struggle is going on right now. It's been just 6 months of hell for them, to be honest with you. Not sure, like, what's the future going to be like for this team individually. They're all kind of stale and stagnant right now. I mean, Stacks, we talked about this previously. He used to be like one of the best in the world. You know, someone could even argue the best in the world at one point. Now just being kind of average, and you can just watching them play. It seems like yesterday I was witnessing them lose a 3-on-1 pistol round against Fix from Worst Players.
Yeah, that was
he
a
was
crazy
on the cobblestone. He was coming up from the slope in middle to the CT spawn to the A bomb site, and they all three were guns blazing shooting at him. Still somehow manages to win that. I'm like, all right, what's going on here? Pasha also used to be very prominent. Obviously moved away from the opping role to more a lurking role. I thought he really excelled at that. It seemed like this could be their thing. Neo picking up the op for a brief moment last summer especially. It seemed like this could be a new dynamic of Virtus Pro. They just keep refining themselves somehow with the same five-man lineup over and over again. But it seems like they are missing that X factor now. It seems like they're so lost right now in their thoughts of how to build this team that it's just there's just no light outside of the, like they cannot see the light outside the tunnel right now.
And one of the most interesting things for me as well as standing behind them yesterday and watching them play was that Cuban didn't say a word. He was dead silent. Like,
yeah, he does seem to be taking, at least from what we've seen here, a bit more of a back seat.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure necessarily how vocal he is usually in game, but he's always been said to be quite involved in what's going on in the team and with regards to what's going on in game. Here,
maybe he's
a bit different.
Maybe he's also kind of
disillusioned.
Yeah, or like just out of steam basically, because it's just been a rough patch for them.
Yeah, exactly. If we look at the past matches recently, we can see that they only managed to 2-1 against worst players.
I mean, this is again. You have to remember, there's a lot of online stuff involved, especially on the Virtus Pro side of things. So you want to look at the. Look at their land results.
Tempo Storm at Sevo, right?
Yes, it's Sevo. That's the Sevo results there. But other than that, it's
online stuff. And it's
players.
Two different levels of teams here we're looking at as well for both sides.
Yeah, exactly. You have Hellraisers playing SK, Whoopie-Doo, 2-0 against SK, who's obviously shown us that they are in the shitter right now. Losing to Dignitas in the final of the minor recently, kind of actually looked shaky. Hellraisers there. They won the first map 16-13 dust to a map Hellraisers really favors, a map that Dignitas hasn't really played at all, and still a 16-13 win only for Hellraisers, and then getting stomped in the I think it was Mirage and Overpass afterwards. Obviously losing to Orbit at the minor 2-0 to start things off is not optimal, but then coming back into it, winning 2-1 in when it really mattered, when they were playing for the actual spot for the major qualifier, and then unfortunately beating Ens in the between.
Unfortunately for you, maybe very fortunately for Hellraisers. I would say at this point Hellraisers are just looking a bit better, and we've actually got the map pick, and we can see how it's gone and if it's been successful for either team. We've got ban for Train, ban for Cobble on the Hellraiser side, ban for Inferno, ban for Dust. What do you think of that, Marty?
Mostly respect bans, right?
Yes, Train is a map Hellraiser doesn't play, so that is out the window right away. Cobble is purely a respect ban from Hellraisers. On the other side, I think both Dust 2 and Inferno are more the respect bans than anything, because Inferno, well, it's a map Virtus Pro.
Dust 2 is just not something Virtus Pro plays.
Yeah,
well, they do get lapses where they forget that they
yeah.
can't play Dust 2, and they pick it.
Yes, it's a good point. They don't play it too much, but they kind of do, and now especially against Hellraisers, it means, you should just throw that out the window. Yeah. So we end up in...
Well, it's going to be Cash and Overpass.
Mirage, Cash, and Overpass. Yeah. So that is kind of interesting. I mean...
What do you think about Cash, Natu? Because from my perspective, I feel like Virtus can be okay on that map.
Yes, they used to be really good on Cash, but then sort of like they just lost something. Like, well, basically with everything else. They just seem to... But this has been, I think, almost a year, if not even more, since they kind of lost the ball on Cash. So ever since, they've just been struggling with it, very much so.
Guys, should we rein it in a bit? Because I've had word that we are actually going to take a break and then do pre-show for this match. We've already covered a lot of stuff, and
fair enough. Then production.
We should maybe withhold anything else that we have to then go over it in the pre-show for this match, which we've kind of already done a bit, but we will see what happens when we come back. We are going to take a little break.
I can't be without you. in way too deep and I'm drowning in devotion. I'm lost, can't find a new emotion that's ever enough. And I can't deny it's real, 'cause there's no deeper
Betty quite tough, always having bad luck. You think you're going crazy, look up, there's a new life waiting. Your head's buried in the sand, you've been dealt the wrong hand. Can't imagine how you feel, only you know that it's real. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Because you are stronger. Yes, you are stronger. think you're going crazy. Look up, there's a new life waiting. Your head's buried in the sand. You've been dealt the wrong hand. Can't imagine how you feel. Only you know that it's real. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Because you are stronger. Yes, you are stronger. Because you are stronger.
E-gaming bets. We accept bets on computer games online since 2011. Referral system for regular users and the first deposit bonus. Gaming devices store and the best choice of payment systems. Dota 2 and Hearthstone, Counter-Strike and StarCraft, World of Tanks and League of Legends. EGB.com. You know for sure who's going to win.
Getting tired of playing with the usual skins but don't have enough money to buy a new one? Get rich fast with csgofast.com. CS Go Fast. It's a strong chance of winning in every game. Several rooms with different game modes. Daily, more than 1,000 games, 5,000 players, and 25,000 skins at stake. You don't need much in order to sweep the board.
Angry because you missed a big play? Tired of staying up all night to create highlight videos? Introducing LiveCut.tv. Simply press the capture button and bam! A highlight from the past 60 seconds will be instantly recorded. Get posts from streamers and fans around the world. Achieve legendary status Kappa.
Welcome back to the esports pool analyst desk here at the StarLadder Invitational. We're about to see Hellraisers versus VP. We've already spoken about the map and this matchup, to some extent. So why don't we start off with an interview with one of the coaches, Hellraisers coach i-L3agu3.
Единственное, что капитан там чуток приболел. Но, в принципе, все хорошо. Сегодня мы выспались наконец-то. Все круто. Ну, мы всегда в полной готовности. На турнире как бы нет смысла играть, если ты не готов, скажем так. А уверенности, да нет, особо не придала. СК вчера были после проигранного главного турнира, после минора, и я думаю, что они были просто в очень плохом настроении, поэтому даже не поборолись. Мы как бы не особо готовились к ним, мы просто сыграли за последний год очень много матчей с ними. Большинство из них мы, кстати, выиграли 2 недели назад уже в этом составе у них, опять же. Но матчи с Virtus.pro — это всегда война. Там легких матчей не бывает, причем неважно, кто из них выиграет. Но я не считаю, что Virtus.pro не в самой лучшей форме. Virtus.pro — это такой соперник, который просто так не проигрывает. Он не сдается просто так. То есть закрыть матч с Virtus.pro, для этого нужно приложить огромное количество усилий. И ни одна команда, и не только я, это знают. То есть с ними нельзя расслабляться ни на секунду, они всегда накажут тебя за ошибку, потому что это очень опытные ребята, очень долго играющие в одном составе. И, в принципе, я очень уважаю эту команду за ту работу, которую она делает. Мне очень хочется ощутить атмосферу на родном стадионе, на которой как бы многие из нас, ну, у нас 3 украинца, да, включая меня, на который многие из нас ходили еще детьми. И очень круто, что мы оказались здесь. А по поводу матча самого... Ну, не знаю, у нас есть некоторая уверенность, у меня, по крайней мере, во всяком случае, точно. Нам довольно комфортно с ними обычно было играть. Я не знаю, что будет сегодня. Я вижу, как вы яро поддерживаете команду Na'Vi, и надеюсь, что вы будете поддерживать нас также. Нам очень приятно, на самом деле, видеть всех этих людей, которые собрались здесь уже в пятницу. И мы вас ждем.
3 Ukrainians, including i-L3agu3, so it's good for them to be able to play in this historic stadium too. He said that VP is one of those opponents that you can't really take lightly, and they're a team that do not lose easily.
No, I mean, the thing is that you never really know which Virtus.pro comes through the gates, right? So that's kind of their issue, and that's the sort of an issue for that's when you're playing them too. You never know if you're going to aim for a ride or if it's just going to be a walk in the park, but at the same time, as we just kind of talked before the break, is the fact that Hellraisers is on the rise right now. They have a lot of positive momentum going on. At the same time, Virtus.pro is in a situation where they don't really know which direction they should take. They've had this lineup for the longest. It's the longest standing 5-man lineup in the CS:GO history, and somehow they've been managing to kind of reinvent themselves multiple times. You know, moving Pasha from an open role to a lurking role. You have Neo picking up the up momentarily, and back and forth they keep changing their in-game leaders. I don't think we ever know who's in-game leading, to be honest with you, because it doesn't even have anything to do with how they're sitting. So, I mean, they also met up at CEVO, like LBD was just saying a couple of weeks ago. That was 2-0 for Hellraisers. So, I mean, I guess all the stars right now are pointing towards Hellraisers taking this serious.
We can maybe get some word on who is leading VP and just some extra little details on them, because we also have an interview with their coach, Cuban.
Hello everyone. Всем привет. I feel great today. It's not that early as we played yesterday, so I think me and especially the players are feeling much better than yesterday, as we played first game at 10 in the morning, which we didn't get used to, as usually we play further hours like 3, 4, 5 p.m. We woke up about 9:30, just ate the breakfast together as a team, and straight after the breakfast, we just took a shower and came here to warm up before the game and just looking how the game is being played between 2 Ukrainian teams, because one of them is going home after the game, so it's so emotional. First of all, it's always hard to play against, let's say, mixed teams, because they are kind of new team on the scene for like playing, if I'm not wrong, for 2 or 3 weeks together. And you don't even know what to expect from them. And there is also a very good player like Simple. We also know Fix and one more guy, I don't remember the nickname, I'm sorry. But we really like how they play. They are really skilled guys, and maybe in the future they will be a top team of Europe, and especially of CIS regional. We expect really good match, of course. We know what are they able to do, as they qualified for minor qualifier, right? Right. They've been one of the 2 teams which qualified for a offline official qualifier for a major. So they've won an event. They have Oscar Sniper, which is in really good form. He's been performing very well lately. So we'll see how this game going to be played, but we expect, of course, us to win the game, and we want to show them that we are a better team. First of all, I would like to say that we as a team, we love Kiev. We've been visiting here for a long time, since like 2008 or 9, so we know the city very well. We like the city, we feel like at home. People are very similar to our nation, so we love the people, we love the crowd in Ukraine. We hope that they are going to cheer for us as well. And the stadium is amazing, as it's one of the biggest stadium in Ukraine, if not the biggest one. And this is Olympic Stadium, where Dynamo Kiev is playing their games as well. So it's amazing to have being a part of a competition where a tournament is being played at such great stadium.
Cuban.
I think the key takeaway from that interview is that Virtus Pro showers.
Yes. Exactly.
It's good that we have that established now.
It's actually showering.
They eat breakfast too.
It's showering pretty hard in Ukraine at the moment as well. So showers all around. We've got Virtus standing over there right now. I think they are getting ready to head into the stadium. And Cuban definitely trying to get the audience on side a bit, saying that they love Kiev and they like to be here, and that the crowd and everyone here is so nice to them. And I'm sure that is very, very true, considering they are a highly popular team of veteran players. But will that carry them through the match? I don't know.
Oh, it's going to be hard.
I don't think they can rely on that. They actually have to, step up their game if they're going to go through here. It's very accurate what Cuban said for the better part of the interview. Hellraisers are in team in good form. They have a player in Oscar who's doing incredible stuff pretty much every game. And in addition to that, Oscar has, it feels like for every game they play, they just get better. The 4 others around him as well, whether it be Stiko, Zero, Bondik, or the entire team just pulling their weight. So I'm worried for Virtus Pro. I mean, we saw the map beta before we went to a break.
We did.
Yeah, we did. And just
because why not?
Yeah, just at a quick glance, it actually looks pretty decent for
it'd be great.
Hellraisers.
Just whilst you're talking, it'd be great if we could get that up on screen so that the audience who might not have seen it could.
The thing
could
is
see
for Virtus Pro right now is that they need to adapt to Hellraisers.
There we go. It's up on screen if you guys want to talk about it as well.
The fact of the matter is that Hellraisers, for the first 8 rounds or so, are going to apply a lot of pressure on the CT side, especially now they're playing Mirage to start things off.
Yep.
Thing is that you have Oscar, and he is going to be every part of that map. He's really good at reading where to push on each round. When he gets that obvious, he might be in A Palace, he might be in Connector, he might be in Window, he might be in B Short, or he might be in B Apps. And what he also has, he always has a wingman, especially when he's pushing A Palace or when he's pushing B Apps. Especially B Apps, he'll have an M4 player go in front of him. Even if he goes down, then he will always be there to trade that kill. Yep. So that's the first things first. You got to be really careful for the first 45 to 60 seconds of the round. Let Hellraisers do their things. Let them just come wherever they want to and punish them for it. Don't play with their pace.
I think Cash is going to be very exciting. I think Hellraisers probably need to win Cash. I'm going to put myself out there and say 2-1 to Hellraisers. If Virtus Pro do not play Mirage like they would have played it a year and a half ago, where they were pretty darn strong in it.
Well, you have to go back 2 years in Katowice 2014 when they were dominating Mirage over everyone, making it their bread and butter map. But right now, if you ask me, Hellraisers look better on especially Mirage and Cash. Overpass is a map where I see a lot of problems for Hellraisers, where Virtus Pro could maybe take advantage of it. But in fact, I see that Mirage and Cash are actually maps that favor Hellraisers.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of where I went with it as well. So, which leads me to think that this might be a 2-0 for Hellraisers.
Okay. Yeah. You think they can take Overpass?
No, but Overpass is the third map, which is kind of surprising to me because obviously
I see.
Judging from the information I
got my.
I think the HLCV one and the overlay one was not similar.
Yeah, on the overlay, I thought Overpass was
Mirage
the second
was
map.
third on the.
Could we get that up again just to
overlay.
double confirm? I thought it was Cash, Overpass, then Mirage as the decider. Maybe I read it wrong myself. Okay, let's look at past matches. Past matches, which we spoke about before. No, there we go.
There we go.
Oh, overpass decided in the middle. Yes, so
Yeah,
it's a pick of Cash, pick of Mirage.
And this
oh
is
yeah, I think this maybe is 2-1 to Virtus Pro then.
This is the thing. I think it's going to be a 2-0 for Hellraisers or 2-1 for Virtus Pro.
Yes.
Simply because, well, we know that Hellraisers are a very strong cash team, and well, we don't really know where we have Virtus Pro at this point. But you know, if you go back 2 weeks, like LMBT mentioned, you know, they play versus Virtus Pro, and Mirage was one of those maps, albeit was a really close map. But it's something about being able to contain that constant nuisance of Oscar really with that off once he gets that in his hands.
In my opinion, the problem really for Virtus Pro and Cavs is that TT side is just non-existent. They don't understand the concept of trying to take off ground from your opponent. Whether it's playing hard middle and just basically playing retake on that A side, have one event so we can quickly rotate to that B bomb side, or if they play passively middle and the opponents take middle, they don't seem to be a team that will often push to the A main or have a principle of how to act in different scenarios, right?
Yeah.
Even though they were the ones to invent back in the days a pitch around, famously used by a lot of teams where they had like two pushing A door to gather information. They had two pushing through A main and one playing B basically. So it kind of feels weird to me that they've really become stagnant on this map compared to what they were before.
Yeah, and even though we can't put too much into online results, lately the last cash game was against G2, where they got 13-2 or 14-1 on their CT.
Yeah.
So I mean that's a pretty good. Just to put it out there, like if you're saying that they have struggled on the CT side, that's a pretty good way of like
putting in a number.
Putting in a number on it. And also, one thing I would like to put into consideration is you say that Mirage was the bread and butter map, right? Back then we also had like, okay, they were really good on Train, they were really good on some of the other maps, like Overpass, etc. Now, when you think about VP, it's not like one or two maps comes to mind where you're just like, this is their go-to pick. Okay, maybe a couple sometimes, but what is their go-to pick? They don't really have those maps where you just know they're going. Yeah,
that would probably be the closest thing, but that's a super easy ban for any opponent that plays VP at this point.
It is, and that's the thing. Like VP was known for having a very wide map pool, and that really plays into your strength when they can't just remove all of your strengths, right? So then you need to go to your second best or your third best map, and if they're somehow really non-existing, then you're in.
The guys go on stage, and we saw a bit of those awesome moments earlier when the Na'Vi and Flipside teams went out. If you haven't seen it, we've got this wonderful stage. There it is, what an awesome setup, and I think the countdown is about to begin. We've got a little video here.
Has to be said, kudos to the production or everyone that's been building
Definitely.
this open air
Working
stage. It's not easy.
It's
been raining, so electricity and rain or water, if you combine those two things, it's not usually pretty, but somehow they're making it work.
Exactly, and we can see here we've got this intro video with Anders. Anders is making an appearance. Very nice.
Yeah, and we didn't even have money for budget Anders at this event, so.
Alright, so after this...
Yeah, we didn't even get the budget out of it.
I presume that the teams will be coming on just after this. I think Stepan from StarLadder will be coming out on stage as well to do a little talk about the teams. However, that will be in Russian, so I feel this is quite of the moment. It's quite Eurovision. Like, for instance, at least in the UK, or in your native country, you have someone that talks when the other people in the language that you don't understand talk. So this is like the Eurovision Counter-Strike moment right now, everybody.
Yeah.
Are you ready for it? Are you ready to do the voiceover, Paula?
With the Danish
are we doing it right now? This is what it is.
I mean, the Danish represent being SK. Woohoo!
What do you mean? They've already gone home, so.
Yeah, they're just
and here we
just
go.
like the Eurovision.
Here we go. Stepan is approaching the stage.
He's saying welcome to this stage.
Obviously you're fluent in Russian, so you can do a live translation here.
He's saying it's really good that Na'Vi took their last game and they're actually moving on in this tournament.
That's all he's had?
He's asking them to... he's saying that it's really nice weather and then they hope they're going to come back tomorrow and they should give a big applause for the teams.
So far, on point.
Well,
I mean, in any case, yeah, the map Vito looks pretty favorable for Hellraisers in my opinion, unless it goes to third map, and at that point I think it's going to be up to Virtus Pro really to close out Overpass. Even though we did see Hellraisers play Overpass in this tournament, but I'm not really sure how much stock we can put into that game versus SK.
No, I mean,
Anything
SK
else
has been
is
having a
SK.
pretty poor showing lately, so I mean, it's hard to take anything away from it. But like, what you can say is it's probably given just even more confidence to Hellraisers, who recently has been, as Nato has been saying, on the rise. And often in these kind of series where it's question mark on kind of both teams, it's really important to get off to a good start. So I think that's going to be a big saying in this game.
And we can see live cap there behind Stepan. So if you do see any amazing moments, feel free to cap them and share them online, share them on the CSGO Reddit. And here we go with the Hellraiser intro. They will be approaching through the steps there. It is just like a football entrance. Very, very majestic, awesome moment. And that is Bondic throwing shirts into the crowd. The crowd is going wild. Has filled out over the day, more people now than there were earlier. Angel looking very proud of himself. Oscar looking slightly confused. I think all he understands is headshots. Maybe a bit overwhelmed by the spectacle. Look at that up there in the rafters. Many, many people. That's awesome to see. Zero is wondering why he's not in school, being 17 years old. How did I get How did I get here? I hope my teachers aren't watching. I hope my teachers aren't watching.
He did the classic excuse of being ill, right?
Oh yeah. The one you told, yeah.
What he doesn't know is that his math teacher is a big Counter-Strike fan, and he's sitting at home watching right now. Interesting.
This is math class right now for Seer's class.
Could be.
Yeah, it's all about economy.
Very true.
Yeah, Smoke is coming into the analyst list from the stage, and here comes VP. Interesting to see which of the two teams the crowd is gonna be cheering the most for. Yeah, VP notoriously known for being a fan favorite, but then again, Hellraisers is having a lot of Ukrainian players. So. You can probably also say that VP is a bit more used to these kind of stage entrances than compared to Hellraisers.
Definitely say that's the case. Seems like they're being well received by the audience already. I think it would have been a cool touch if the teams were allowed to pick their entrance music.
Yeah.
Like a boxing match.
Yep.
I've had that in China once at the World Esports Games.
What song did you pick?
I can't remember anymore. It's been 6 years.
I mean, since you finished, it should have been like Freestyler by Boomfunk MC or Darude.
Yeah,
Darude
would have been Samsung, obviously.
It's the national Finnish anthem, isn't it? Oh, both teams on stage, so shouldn't be too far away from getting this game underway.
Teams going into their booths. Of course, shaking hands first. Sportsmanship, very important in esports, as it is in normal sports too. It'll be interesting to see which team is cheered for more, actually, because of course Virtus are so popular. But there are the 3 Ukrainians on, including the coach, on Hellraisers.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, you would assume that Hellraisers would get the most support, seeing how they are I guess the most home team.
I just realised there's loads of smoke in the room.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we're not on fire. There's no
smoke.
fire hazard here. That is, there's probably smoke that snuck in from the outside.
Hopefully, there's no fire hazard going on right
Yes.
now.
In fact, yeah, there's absolutely no confirmation about that whatsoever. The building could be on fire for as far as we know, or it could be smoke. Was there smoke pyrotechnics outside?
Yeah,
not sure.
there was.
I'm not sure how it made it inside though. Like,
in case it was a fire, the producer probably just ran off and be like, "Let them keep talking. Let them
Suffocate.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because they suck.
What a way to die on the analyst disc.
Any final kind of thoughts going into this game? We've pretty much exhausted everything that we can. Without. Sorry,
so
one
much.
sec. I've just been told something again.
There's so much
Okay.
one can talk
We're all
about.
okay. I'm being told we're okay back here. There isn't a fire.
We're not dying.
Nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong, and we're all safe.
There's so much you can talk about Virtus Pro and Hellraisers at this point. I think we've covered all bases and maybe even beyond that.
Yeah, and one of the small points we could make is that Snax is playing the AWP now for VP. Third option. is gonna be the main orb, and he's playing it in a very versatile and clever way, and that I don't know, that might catch Oscar off by surprise. That he's not playing against this kind of default normal kind of AWP style. He's playing against this kind of, I don't know if you can call it awkward, but at least different kind of AWP style, which might give him a small advantage in some of the duels.
It seems so far, though, based on Oscar's performances as of yet, that he doesn't tend to it's getting smokier in he doesn't seem to get in. It's just we notice this extra cloud just going. You can probably see this is there's just a random smoke around me. Anyway, what I was saying is that Oscar doesn't seem to get phased by who he's up against, and so far he's been able to perform very, very well regardless of the opponent he's up against. What do you agree, disagree?
The great thing about him is that it doesn't necessarily matter who he's playing against, so he has maybe, I would say, 1 out of 10 games that he has issues on. For the rest, it's very consistent, and he just makes it work every time. And the good thing about him is that he is very versatile. He can be that passive turret kind of an operator when need be, and he can also take initiatives. He can also be aggressive and be part of a lot of the aggressive CT plays when necessary. So that is a very good thing to have on your team. Watching behind them in tours especially, it's like he makes opping look so easy that you feel like everyone can do that. Obviously not. And then stuff like any situation, that doesn't matter if they're in an after-plan situation, if it's a 2-on-3, or if Oscar's alive, it's still all doable. So yeah, definitely Virtus.pro's job to try and find the medicine, how to try to nullify, how to make it harder for Oscar.
Yeah, and that could be an issue, like you said, because it's not like especially for VP, because they don't really have that kind of a stable opera. They have never been that team.
Used to be this guy, by the way.
Well, yeah, it used to be that guy, and then it used to be Neo, and now it's apparently Snacks, right? So it's like everybody's
Taz, right?
Yeah, well, we know it's not Bialy. Bialy never gets to do any of that fun. Like, whenever they swap around in-game leaders, it's everyone but Bialy. It seems like who gets a turn, but no. In any case, I think Virtus.pro might have to dig a bit deeper, and we might see several people pick up the op during the course of this best of 3, simply because they need to find a way of dealing with Oscar.
Yeah. Also, just a point to make about Hellraisers, who will be watching in a second. Obviously, Tess on your screen right now. Actually, one of the guys that I at least have the most respect for, especially seeing a lot of his actions, such as the one with the crowd.
Most important factor is that when I retired, he became the oldest Counter-Strike pro alive.
Second most important thing. Most important thing was the crowd at ESL Cologne, where they just lost to Fnatic.
Yeah.
And Olaf had to give a winning interview where the crowd was actually
booing, yes.
Yeah.
And then he came out and told
Yeah.
them, no, guys, respect.
Yeah.
Respect our opponents.
And I think that's a big thing to do, obviously. And he is a big character in the scene. And while we probably go to the Hellraiser side very soon, I just want to make a point, which is Hellraisers for a very long time, pretty much the entire time when they've been named Hellraisers, has been known for this team with a loose play style, with having Angel as the in-game leader, and basically him often being on one part of the map doing his own thing, while back when they had Adren and so on were doing the other parts, which was taking map control and all these kind of things. And it really seems that with the addition, or I don't know, at least since the lineup changed, their coach has really been a big influence, because they have a better structure now. They have some set executes, which was something that old Hellraisers didn't really have. They were just living off the defaults and getting picks. So I feel like they've definitely completed their
transformation.
The transformation and
crowd's really filling out now, actually.
Yeah, and the map, how to say it, idea of like the cavalry, basically.
Yeah, no, like having a system of how things are supposed to be done.
Yeah.
Like I said before, he's always there to remind them of what smokes they need to throw, and when they're doing the execute, remember the Molotov, remember the flash.
And it's kind of funny when you think about it, because the old Hellraisers teams were constantly, we were always talking about if it was going to be the A team or the F team, pretty much who's gonna show up for Hellraiser's side, and a lot of the times it felt like they just forgot what they were supposed to do. So all of a sudden, like, oh yeah, let's do this A execute, and then 3 of the guys on the team would be like, oh well, I don't have a smoke, like that kind of thing. So having LMBT there behind their backs and basically making sure that they have everything under cover is probably super helpful, and I think that's probably a pretty big part of their recent success.
Yeah, and just a very small thing to look out for is that we've been talking a bit about mostly Oscar and Stugo, obviously, but talking about Stugo as this guy who has an insane pistol rating, right? And let's look out for it in this game, but I've tried to notice that in some of the previous games,
got Virtus Pro, a little bit of a slump right now, and Hellraiser's on the ascendance, it seems. Obviously, they went against SK Gaming yesterday, and it was a very impressive victory, 16-5 twice, but you have to say SK Gaming didn't really show up for that one. It's quite hard to actually take anything away from that.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing for me in this one is not so much the Hellraisers game. Yes, they looked the form, but we also saw some very poor execution in a lot of ways from SK. I'm more concerned about Virtus Pro because this seemed like more the online struggle Virtus Pro that we saw, failing to close out their game against worse players, the unknown entity, the team that was granted
They
a
almost
slot
took that to overtime in the third map as well. That could have gone either way. That could have been quite a one for the record books, but it looks like we're getting a bigger crowd here as well. I hope we get some hype in the audience.
There's people above us as well. We can't see them. We're in the sort of the presidential suite with a sunshade over us, but I think there's a good number of people up above us as well. It looked like there was about a full section the last time that we saw the camera shot up there. The rain has come. The rain is gone. I might be back. We don't know.
I think we kick off with Cash. So that's a problem for me because it looked like Hellraisers are very well tuned on that map, and VP, they seem to keep allowing this to slip into the veto almost every single
They pick it sometimes themselves. I don't. It's so inconsistent for them. I think that they've had brilliant games on it, and they're kind of relying on that, and then they go bad. And this is the weird thing with the map pool right now. There's so many teams that have had their map pool significantly reduced by losing Infernal. Obviously, it's in this tournament, but it's starting to exploit weaknesses in various teams. And Virtus Pro, I don't know why they haven't put attention elsewhere. They were a good nuke team originally. Now, again, not in this tournament, so we can't look toward that. So you'd think that would help them down the road. But going to this Cash over and over again, I can't figure out why they haven't come up with a better solution.
The problem is as well, they're going up against Hellraisers, who seem like they're super aggressive, especially on the CT side of this map. They're locking down any set pieces or defaults that are coming in. They seem very confident in their ability to actually push those positions. And Matt, I assume this means we're about to start.
I would say so.
If it's the knife round, I'm going to be disappointed. And it is, of course.
It is the knife round.
It's like that big gunshot. Let's go.
I should have just busted in with the Speedcaster after the countdown, right?
Well,
and it is Mirage, not Cash, but it is in the pool. So Mirage to start things off. Get it out of order there. It seemed the graphic may have been out of line because the desk had the same issue, but nonetheless, this. I don't know how to read this one as much. I think Virtus Pro should be able to take this. I'm going to put a lot of emphasis on mid pressure though, because we've seen them kind of relinquishing it a lot as of late.
I would agree. But once again, Hellraisers, they're going to be that super aggressive team, and they're going to be actually locking it down, not allowing that mid control to come in from the defaults. We've seen them do that before, and I'm sure they're going to do that again. Oscar, one of the players that's actually very influential in this map, is one of the most talked about players on this team. He's a real impactful element of the side. The problem is with VP, their AWP right now is so inconsistent. It seems like we can see it on Neo, we can see it on Snacks, we can see it like pretty much moved around. Like Pasha sometimes picking up as well. It doesn't seem like they've got a set AWP. Even on a set map, it's not like the old TSM Astralis days where it's like they change it per map. It's like they change it every single map, regardless of the scenarios. There's no consistency to it. To get honest, we're saying it's possibly going to be Snacks going full time in it from now on. But for me, he's always been one of those players that can pick it up on the CT side of Inferno. Like he's trying to go super aggressive and he's trying to mix things up. I'll be interested to see how it actually pans out with him actually taking on the full-time role. Whether that actually comes to fruition will yet to be seen.
Yeah.
That's a massive problem for me.
Good point brought up on the desk as well about whether or not they support Hellraisers with the Ukrainian mix of players that's in their roster. Obviously not. It's not a whole Ukrainian team
Two
per
Ukrainian
se, but
players and
exactly.
As well, apparently. So, I'm sure they've got the slight fan favorite, but the thing with VP is they're loved all around the world.
Well, that's
right?
exactly it. And they're still a neighboring nation. They've had success here in the past, and they are a classy team in a lot of ways.
I would say so. Who won the knife, man? Did you even see that?
Wasn't paying attention, to be honest. We were having a great conversation. There's no need.
Really so
obviously, Virtus Pro is going to start out on the terrorist side. That's the only thing we need to know.
Exactly. That's the only thing that matters here. So we are going to get into this one. It is a best of 3, and it's going to be VP starting on the T side here. 2 sets of armor. Looks like a tactically heavy pistol coming into this one. They're going to have 3 smokes, flashbangs, decoys, and only 2 armor players in the form of Taz and Pasha. Looks like potentially an A split coming in as well, but no real aggression coming from the CTs just yet. Going to be facing towards middle, seeing if they can spot anything out, and the smokes start to be deployed out. And I guess this is the execute, looking like the bombs will be going towards A round.
And again, mid, giving up on this pistol round, but there is pressure from Angel. That's on Catwalk. That gives up far too much room to breathe as they try and approach this B site. There is a decoy inside of it, one as well inside of the apartments. It won't be a split. They have as well on the Hellraiser side brought Sticko back toward that checker room, so he can watch out. They don't, having lost that player in Catwalk, that's the crossfire we normally see. The player in Catwalk falls back, covers off apartments with the player inside of the site, in this case being 0, but without that player in Catwalk now, they have to rotate the player out of the A site. And this now splits the defense into a 2-2. They wrap back through connector and they want out Palace. It's Neo that gets Oscar. Bondic forced back. Remember, Bondic, the newest addition to this team, is consistent on the flip side squad. Well, he's got to do better here. Takes down Bialy. Bomb gets planted though. Default position. Good shot as well into Snacks at the sandwich, and he's going to wrap around. He knows there's one more inside of the site. It's Neo that'll go down to Sticko. Information gained, but Pasha's going to fight back. He's gone. It's on Taz. Zero finding him, and it's Taz with 5 HP. Good shot, though. On to Zero, can't find him inside the smoke. Bondic's on it. Oh, the taps hit him. He has to get off. It's 11 HP, and one more bullet would have done it. It's going to fight with the P250. And no kit, but he's got it. Does he have the time?
We're not going to find out.
I think he just does.
There it is. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, that was a very weird tactic from Virtus Pro. Like I said, they had 3 smokes and loads of flashbangs and decoys. They used them at the start of the round. Whether it was to bait out the utility the CTs had, they didn't really react to it. They got in control towards short, found that kill. I guess at that point, they had the man advantage. They're waiting for the reaction to come in from the CTs. Comes down to the 1v1 in the end, and it's going to be Pasha unable to close things out as Hellraisers go up 1-0 here. It was a bit of a tight situation, as we saw. The CT didn't have a kit on the site there, so he goes for the defuse in the smoke and unable to spot out how the defuse is coming in. Forced to face. And we go to round number 2. No force buy, of course, from Virtus Pro. They'll be buying up AKs in the third. They do get some Desert Eagles PT50s and 3 smokes. We've got the bombs in towards B apartments right now, so whether they're going to be trying to actually perform a wall of smoke towards the B side is yet to be seen. Could just be doing a default right now, then falling back to A, which is looked like they'll will be coming in. So the idea here is go back towards the A site, drop the smokes. Main objective is just to get a plant down. And that will obviously boost the economy even further going into round number 3.
Well, where do they take it to do so? Again, 1 plant is a start. 2.
It's a good start.
Yeah, it's an absolute bonus to get 2 down, though. Like you're saying, it's just that much more in terms of investment. Deagle for Taz, no armor. Interestingly enough, no SMGs, though. This is them taking account to the fact that there will be that early buy. So not looking to go against the no armor, not looking to take advantage of 1 round, looking toward 2 and trying to keep some guns up when the AKs are bought.
Basically, yeah, they just want to keep all these weapons alive and have the utility to battle the AKs. That's what they're banking on. They want to make sure no one dies here. The bomb going down is not a huge issue. Just keeping the manpower nice and strong for the next is the most important thing. So Bondic gets the first frag here. Snacks, though, sneaking in towards jungle. He does take down Sticko. Quickly responded, though. The bomb has been planted now, so mission complete for VP. Can they get anything more out of this?
0. Trying to spot toward Firebox. No one in that position, though. They're stacked underneath the shadow. Instead, it's Bialy that goes down first, but Pasha finds the refrag. He's done better than that with the pistol. He's got Bondic as well. Oscar finally takes him down, but Taz has another position where he can play this. Post plant gets aggressive on it, tries to peek early, and Oscar's going to find it. But as you said, objective, get bombed down. It's 2 rounds in a row, and a lot of money will therefore come into round number 3. And not only that, the rifle's gone.
Yeah, and they got 3 kills there. That's absolutely fantastic for VP considering the buy they took that round. So they could have a really strong advantage going to this one. Potentially could get an AWP if they wanted to as well. You can see Pasha has enough, so does Snacks. So I assume from what we heard it's going to be Snacks. He's actually going for the 5 AKs here. So that suggests they could do pretty much the exact same tactic they did just then. It was so successful with the pistols, and now going up against the CTs who could be even weaker here after losing 3 players. We'll see what they decide to do. It's round number 3 and a 4 buy from Virtus Pro. Hellraiser struggling a little bit, so you can see a Famis and a Scout there. I've got 3 and 4s, but look at the lack of utility. There's 2 smokes available. Look, I think this will be there. AXQ once again. You see the bomb ready in towards that Palace area. Just doing a default at the start to see if there is any CT aggression coming in, and then they'll probably rotate back over towards T-spawn.
Smoke out. 0. Trying to play a slightly different angle so we can get an advantage and see all of it when they walk through. Climbs halfway up the stairs. Pasha's going to go the first in. Tapping that smoke toward jungle, but thankfully they've already killed off 0. Not before he took down Snacks. Still a man advantage, though, for Virtus Pro, and another bomb plant. 3 straight now, this inside. The side, oh, nearly denied as Sticko tries to spray transfer back down from Taz. Smoke out on him late. He's limited from the site. The scout from Oster not going to be able to do the kill on the Neo, but does get the damage in. He's down to 30, and it's 33 for Bialy. So now the tides turn. But a big pick from Pasha to catch off Oscar. And he's going to be smart about this, not rotate back through jungle. This is going to leave Angel guessing, and Sticko might get caught because he's going to come up behind him. Sticko's got no idea of where exactly he's gone. Does turn around, though, and catches him. The information comes in late that they've lost track of Pasha, and the call was made from Angel. Sticko finds it. They're going to get on this defuse right away as well. Good pick from Angel. This is going to happen. This is definitely going to happen. Neo has to fight it out, and he can't.
What a play there. Angel just dropping the smoke, allowing his teammate to go for the full defuse. That's teamwork at its finest there. They really had a difficult time. It was that kill from Pasha towards CD Spawn. He didn't even have to pull the trigger there. He could just come in and watch it for a little bit longer, let the bomb take over. He went for the kill in the back, and it didn't work out for him. 180 comes in, he gets taken down, and at that point, the round is over. That smoke from the CT saved them. Like I said, very good teamwork and strong play there from Hellraisers to bring that round back into contention for themselves. And it's all down to this play right on the screen. You can see it was Neo remaining in that palace area. Once that smoke's down, all he can do is come out and fully spray. He knows he had to find that diffuser. They still had enough money to buy, of course, after getting another bomb down. So they can have AKs here. So full-on A attack here. First 2 frags going in favor of Virtus Pro. It's going to be a 4-on-3, though. AWP on Oscar. Can he step up? He gets the first kill onto the Snacks there.
Bialy's going to hold this as well. This angle to try and let Neo plant, but they don't have anyone watching in toward connector. It's a late push toward window. What a shot from Oscar! Bialy's so low, they're kind of ringing around this box. They can't find each other yet. It's going to go the way of Bialy, but look out above. It's an easy pick from Sticko. And Pasha was so late. He could have helped Neo by watching connector and allowing that plant to come in. He may not have had the information on jungle, but he elected to go toward the window room through ladder, and he was late on the play, so now it's just him and the bomb dropped inside of the site.
Yeah, Sticko on this lower ramp right now. You can see Pasha is low HP as well, just 32 points of health. Has to walk out there to get his bomb. Sticko has vision on it, but he's not watching it full time. This could be obtained by Pasha, but he's playing the smart game. He doesn't want to fully commit to this. Now he has been spotted. Has to work out how he's going to get forward here, but goes for the old bait and switch. Tried to get the bomb and run out of there, but didn't work out. It's going to be Sticko coming out on top there. Nice work. And it all kicked off from those Oscar picks and the fast A play from Virtus Pro there.
Very well done. Another round for Hellraisers. Virtus Pro down early despite all of these bomb plants. That's the first round they didn't have a bomb plant, and yet it was still a one-on-one, so...
The thing is, though, it's coming down to these very tight situations. It's almost a one-on-one every single time. So it's not like the CT economy is swelling right now. It's not getting out of control for VP. Still very early days. Just been unlucky in these one-on-one scenarios. It is filling up now here. A little bit chilly, but...
It is a Friday during exams in Ukraine, and we
Really?
still have this amount of crowd. Yeah. Apparently it's exam week. Don't you miss those days?
No, not at all, actually. Well then, as we said, Hellraiser's getting a pretty massive advantage here. We do favour them across the series, which is a crazy thing to say, really, going into this. Like, you would have thought that Hellraisers would be the favoured team against Virtus Pro, but VP have hardly been on a fantastic showing so far, struggling against worse players yesterday. It's going to be a technical pause right now, so headphones off. We'll work out what's going on. And I assume right now VP will be going into an eco in the next stage. They didn't get a bomb down, like you said, and it's been some very tight rounds.
Well, that said, they do still have the full lost round bonus.
I think it's...
But with no bomb, yeah, we're...
4-0?
That would be, we had 2 plus 5, that should be 4, actually, you're right.
So that's 4-0 state. Yeah, I don't think they'll be able to justify full buy here. We haven't actually seen the AWP. They keep forcing into situations. Last round, they had very little utility. They just did a full contact play into the bomb side there. So walking into the lower ramp, hoping they can find those first picks. Actually, the first 2 going in their favour. It's just these tight clutch situations. They can't seem to finish off here, which is going to be a problem. But like I said, still very early days. On the T side of Mirage as well.
Not really seeing much activity in the booth in terms of panic from admins trying to fix anything, but Angel is sitting back still with his headset off, so.
We normally have TeamSpeak issues or monitor issues. They're the top 2, I'd say.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe it's something else. We are in a...
Do you remember, just to talk about these issues, sometimes, you see the mouse issue as well. Do you remember at APM when Bondic, his mouse was glitching? And he slammed it into the desk, and then he played the rest of the game way better. It was like it fixed it. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, like he smashed it so hard. I swear he came out and it was like fully broken after the game. But,
and then I asked him, I was like, "Do you bring a spare mouse?" He's like, "No, but I will from now on."
Yeah, top tip. Make sure you bring spare gear, absolutely, and don't put it in your actual luggage as well that you check into the plane. That's another top tip.
Are they hard in security about that?
No, it's just if your bag doesn't turn up, you've got no gear. So
oh, good point. Yeah. I have lost a number of bags this year. Yeah, you think I'd figure that one out? They always come back, but it's never when you want them.
Exactly. I went to a tournament.
I
went to a tournament once in like 2008. I had to play the whole weekend with other people's gear and in the same T-shirt the whole time. It was really nice. I learned that lesson the hard way. Yeah, I learned the lesson. But there it is. 4-0. We are back into the game. Virtus Pro, as expected, just going to be on the Tech 9s and PT50s there. A little bit of body armor once again with the 3 smokes. So set piece potentially coming in just to try and get a bomb plan down here. It's going to be going for mid control first, but that's one of the smokes expended towards the top and middle. Looks like a B-sided attack here. You can see the first smoke coming in. Probably going to take away the vision from the end of the balcony. And these 2 players towards the top and middle, presumably going up towards short.
highlighted on the screen for us. A blatant stack inside of this A site, even though it's not a save round. It's actually peculiar they're doing this against pistols, but it seems to be their inclination that A has had a lot of activity. This could be hugely problematic. This could be a huge missed call from Hellraisers because now it's the opt-down inside of the site. No one to limit this bomb situation, and Snacks just holds the angle. Zero goes down. They're limited to a UMP and 2 M4s. Thankfully, there's 2 kits still up in decent utility, but this is a big, big call considering they're the ones with guns.
Might as well save at this point. Bomb sticking away. They do for the AWP. It's a 5-on-3. Angel looks like he'll be edging him. A Sticker will be saving at this point, trying to save and throw away some guns. This is an item picking up. I guess that's something they can take away from this, but that is a massive misread there. If you're going to play one AWP towards B, all you need to do is play him for the window map, right? So he can at least give the call off and not be in a horrible situation. If he's playing for that window area, even if he misses a couple of shots, at least you can get the rotations in. You still have the manpower to go the full retake. Oscar, so segregated on the site, almost isolated. And as soon as he missed that shot into the windows, they just swarmed him from short and the upper platforms there.
It seems peculiar to me, though, because we know on pistol rounds the B rush is such a common theme on this map.
It's just, for me, like, you should be reading the money situation completely, and the fact he was in a position where he could get shot from short and the apartments, and they've got no one watching middle for him. What's going on there? How have they got up without him really knowing about it? Just play in the window if you're going to play one towards B, and then that's a full retake position. But still, it's going to be VP arriving here. Some good work from Snacks once he picks up the AWP. Going to round number 6, we have got this force buy from Hellraisers. So 2 UMPs, a Scouts, and 2 M4s. They're going to be struggling here. They have got a couple of kits and some smokes, so not the end of the world. Scout can be very strong towards the B side. I was about to say that as Snacks takes him down, and now they've got control of the B side once again.
Yeah, this is just to further that point slightly. Snacks is looking to find. Oh, he's overlooked it though. Sticko in that corner.
I think he spotted him. I don't know. Maybe not.
Well, the smoke's there regardless. Now he's got the angle covered off. He's trying to see around that smoke every way that he can possibly. He's going to get in the corner. P250 instead, though. Flash through. Ooh, it is Sticko. We switched cameras so quickly, I wasn't sure who got it originally, but it is Sticko that wins the duel. Neo's got the refrag. And it's a Pasha to take down Angel coming back in from Catwalk. You have to wonder with that last round as well, with the economy as it were. They were winning on retakes in close clutch situations. But now you don't have the economy. As you said, they forced buy here. This is Virtus Pro almost being gifted a line back into this game. And how much is this going to hurt Hellraisers?
This is the thing, though. So the idea behind this buy is obviously if they do win this round, it'll be so beneficial to them. With a full reset for VP at that point, that's what they're trying to. Sometimes it is worth the risk. They're going to be double eco regardless, right? Like, so they'll just try. Well, we can go for this one, take the ecos on the chin, and we can force it. But obviously, had they saved, it's more the safer route. They're just going. The Hellraisers, like I said, a very aggressive, confident team, and happy to take these risks. It's arguable how often they work out, but it's going to be VP taking this round. They will be saving an M4 and a UMP here and the head armor, so something to take home. But looks like Zero will be dropped here. Just Bondic saves. So another B play working out for Virtus Pro there. It was that scout towards the B apartments, which you normally say it's so powerful, but when there's an AWP just watching it, can be shut down very easily unless you're ripping their head off in that first jump. Well, it should be pretty much full eco coming in here from Hellraisers. Won't have much to work with. We'll find out momentarily. There it is. So yeah, they've got the M4. Not going to be forcing into this at all. Just one Deagle, 3 USPs. Let's have the Bondic. If he can make something happen here, that would be interesting. I guess he'll be boosted up and towards the ladder room.
Bondic's got Angel pushing forward slightly as well, so he can distract, get information, look for a Deagle shot, a headshot, and then fall back and try and lead them on to Bondic.
Exactly. They just want to bait him in a little bit, say, oh, I've just got a Deagle over here, come find me. But there it is, a Zero pushing in towards the palace area. He somehow takes some Taz, and they've got the man advantage here, and picked up another rifle.
Yeah, something to work with. Good position to be in Palace as well, because even if they plant, you can be a nuisance because it divides the defense, or rather the terrorist post-plant defense, because they have to look in more directions. But he's elected to rotate all the way around back toward middle. He's just going to try and save this AK.
Yeah.
And he has to at this point, because Angel, despite getting the kill on Neo, is his only other teammate alive, and he's fallen.
And it will be Zero trying to save his AK-47. He's towards the B apartment right now. And he's picked up a little Molotov as well. I was wondering, Matt, I think the Molotov has a different sticker on it. We've seen a lot of...
I think it says Zeus Molotov.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Have you seen it?
I think it's on Reddit. It says Zeus Molotov.
Really? Okay. Well,
that was on Train at least. I don't know if they... I don't think they could program that map.
I was watching the game earlier and I was like, is that Molotov? It looks like it's a more vibrant sticker on it. So I wasn't sure.
Yeah, Zeus Molotov.
So what, has he got his face on it or something?
It just says literally Zeus Molotov.
Oh. Any reference there? Or?
Who was it that had the Molotov on Overpass? Wasn't Zeus. That wasn't Zeus. That was... Yeah, Fnatic Cloud9, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Olaf, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's Olaf. Yeah. So no, I don't know if there's a reference. If there is a reference, we're forgetting. Tweet us. But either way, that's what it says.
Well then, round number 8 is going to be full gun round here. Both teams with AWP and Pasha. Aggressive, of course. They like to play this aggressive style. It's going to be Bonding to pick up the first frag from Shadow there, but Pasha does reply, and they've got control of the A site. Once again, it's Hellraiser taking a little bit of a risk, stacking one certain part of the map. If it doesn't work out for them, bomb will be planted as the smokes are dropped.
Smokes at least cover off jungle and the top of what were formerly the E-boxes, the stairs at connector. Pasha's going to push forward, use that smoke to his advantage as well, and use the benches, but watch out because Angel's come through. No one watching that for him, so Pasha's got no information, no one makes the call. And Angel's able to walk back in, start the retake. But it is still Taz from Tetris that's looking to defend this bomb correctly. He goes down, it's now all on Snack, same angle, same position, and he's got them both with the AWP.
Well, finally some clutches working out for Virtus Pro there. They went for the very fast, aggressive A take, and normally that's very unorthodox, but it seems like Hellraisers are playing these set layouts in terms of their CT defense and going for either a heavy B or a heavy middle. That time they went for the latter there, leaving A bomb site pretty exposed with just one player. The rush comes in, there's only one player towards that shadow place, and doesn't really work out too well for them. It's now VP with 4 rounds in a row, and looking like they're doing more of the same. Just another straight on A rush here. 2 players towards shadow for Hellraisers. Gonna get mowed down here surely. Oscar does reply with 1. Can he get a double? He can't. And there it is. It's going to be an equal exchange for now, but Virtus Pro ultimately getting control of the site. Angel and Sticko on the retake, just with pistols in hand, though.
I'm going to go down for Snacks as well. Same smokes, but same problem. No one. Oh, good response. No one watching that CT position. So the pistols try to pick apart Bialy. It's able to go the other way. He only loses 20 HP. In fact, loses a similar amount there from this distance against Angel, who's the last alive. Just looking to do economic damage, but this is it. 5 rounds in a row now from Virtus Pro after that odd B stack, or sorry, A stack rather, and B take.
Yep. Well then.
Hellraisers on the back foot.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't really have an answer for this fast A takes. At this point, Virtus Pro could just go, do you know what, should we just rush B now? Do something crazy like that just to kind of keep mixing it up and just have this loose play style that's, when you have players hitting shots and you're feeling confident, that's definitely viable. Let's see what they decide to go with this one. They'll be sending 2 players towards the B apartments, 1 towards middle. Snacks with the AWP, I assume he's going to be going for that B apartments, but see if anyone will be jumping up with a scout, but it's going to be a double orb setup this time for Hellraisers. And there it is, he leg shots Angel, so the idea was correct, just couldn't find the final shot there. It's going to be the PT50 to try and finish things off, but Angel, confident in his play here, he's going to get Molotov, does manage to jump off, only taking 2 damage from it, so it's fine for now. CT's boosting up on towards the back of the site though. This is quite interesting.
Angel trying to cover off the angle with that boost. It is an interesting boost, that's for sure, but Snacks never walks out. They can't find the angle with it. Pasha going to drop down Oscar. At least Sticko gets the response onto Snacks. Angel's still inside the snipe as a response, though, and he's got the AWP. He's on low HP, but it doesn't matter. He's found 2. As Neo and Taz are now the last 2 remaining for Virtus Pro.
And they're pretty separated as well. You can see it's going to be Taz now until that A side. He just needs to find a pick at this point. So isolated from his teammate, and that's going to be him going down. And now we just have Neo, the clutch master, but this might be a bridge too far, I feel like, as he's going to run up the A ramp to be greeted by Bondik there, who takes him down. 5-5. Hellraiser's bouncing back after losing 4 in a row. Maybe it was 5, it's actually 5 in a row. It was 5 clean rounds for VP. And they finally seem to have adjusted their setup. It's Angel going pretty massively there. The fact he actually got legged at the start of the round and managed to pull it back.
Yep.
Pretty impressive to have the confidence still.
Oh, we'll see if they can build upon this as well, because remember, this now is a reset potential. Double lot bought up as well, so they're going all in on it. They know how much it means to win this. They might as well spend the money they can to do so. Sponick's going to push and play on the inside of the A ramp. No one's gotten this aggressive so far. They also, interestingly, have Zero playing slightly more open angle at the top of the ramp, hoping that so he's intentionally exposed, intentionally peeking, hoping that, let's say Bialy in this case, sees him, puts his attention on him, and then Bondik can get the angle, but now they're getting a little bit more aggressive with it. They want to try and push through, and Bialy's going to take down Bondik. That forces Zero back. He can't afford to stick around after that.
Oh, it's going to work out very nicely for Virtus Pro there. The aggressive play from Hellraisers doesn't really work in their favor. It's good synergy from Virtus Pro, 1 facing, 1 hiding, just taking the aggro away piece by piece, and it's going to be a 5-4 now. 2 orbs still alive, though, for Hellraisers, but it's looking like they're rotating back towards A. This will probably be the execute. They'll probably do the wall of smokes. I know the double orb potential is there for the TT, so take them out of the game, make the retake very difficult indeed. You see them positioning themselves now. This would be an almost ideal play from the poles if they were to drop this. They still have full 5 smokes as well. It's almost certain they're going to do it.
Double up again, remember, to try and hold this off. Zero's the anchor as well at CT. It's not an AWP in that position. Oscar's playing instead from jungle. The second ops get to rotate. Good Molotovs placed. Slows them a bit. One on A main's gone though. Late smoke, rather, excuse me, a flash out. So that won't even do much other than allow them to cross into Tetris. It does buy a slight amount more time to rotate the third player into position. Oscar, gap in the smoke, can't quite find Taz as he jumps up. He's not fully exposed at the top of the apex, so Oscar can't find the duel, can't find the angle, and Sticko, he knows that bomb's going down, and Zero is at least able to pick up one to neutralize this, bring it back to a three-man situation for Virtus.pro. It's gone better still. Great shot from Oscar. Taz falls. And it's all on Snacks suddenly, despite this execution with the smokes. Hellraiser's bought enough time, and what a shot from Oscar!
Lovely stuff there from Oscar to finish it off. It's actually very disciplined from Hellraisers there. As soon as they saw the smokes drop, no one's committing, no one's forcing through one by one. They wanted to wait for the rotations to come over and challenge together. That's exactly what happened. They didn't actually drop a single frag there after losing that first kill from the aggressive play. So it's really key after getting to the bomb site. And like I said, it should be a dream scenario at that point. You've got the man advantage up against two orbs. The smoke should be covering you as you're getting the bomb down there. And it didn't really work in their favor. Unable to find any sort of trades once they started losing players. But there it is. Going to be Hellraisers with the round in return. And we're actually taking the lead here. That's the last shot from Oscar to finish things off. Going to round number 12. Still a full buy here from Virtus.pro. No orb this time. But all 5 players towards the A side of the map once again. I'd imagine it's going to be more the same. The smokes do come in. The flashbang comes out. Neo's ready to Molotov towards Shadow. And see the reaction for the CTs. Will be taking the bait here. Hasn't been a full commitment as of yet, but here it comes.
I've got some info.
Oh, okay.
Which I'll give you after the round, because the execution, as you say, is coming in. Snacks gets in toward Firebox for free. He'll be able to launch off towards CT once the bomb arrives. 3 inside a sandwich right now. All going to wait for the timing to go around, but the smokes are gone. This is going to leave them in post plant, but bombs drop. No one crosses over. This is a problem. They have to commit back into the site, and they've already used all of the utility. So Hellraisers have a good chance to hold this off to defend it. Zero's going to find Bialy. Angel up on top of the stairwell. Looking toward that firebox. Zero's going to pick up Taz, and this is all too easy. Angel knows exactly where he's gone, but Snack still wins the duel. Pasha's pulled this back. It's not over yet. Pasha, he wins it against Oscar, who can't hit the no-scope. The round turns once more, and Sticko has to clutch this back. A late Molotov out toward Firebox. It won't matter, and they're going to try and rotate. Taz is going to try and flank on Sticko, so Snacks just needs to stay alive.
He's trying to jump up into that bomb side box. Not really working out for him so far. Decides to edge back towards Tetris. So we're going to see whether Sticko can actually face these one by one.
And Snacks actually is going to stay alive, but it's Pasha that didn't go for the full rotation on this. He decided that it probably wasn't wise to leave his teammate in an awkward exposed position. What a shot! And Sticko snaps back and finds Snacks. He's down to 11 HP though, and Pasha still has 100. Going to re-peek it, take it back to 6-6.
There it is. Hellraisers, after getting those initial frags, like you said, it looks very easy for them. And I feel like they were over-facing that point. They'd already made the bomb drop. They should be forcing the terrorists to actually go for that plan instead of giving them jewels and allowing them to have an opportunity back into the round. But there it is. It's Virtus.pro facing the Orpos. They're missing those close-range shots, and it allows Virtus.pro to come back into this one. And the 1v1, in the end, just not really having enough HP to work with. What's your info, Matt?
The info is the Zeus Molotov was from Cluj against CLG when he killed himself with 100 HP in his own Molotov.
Right, okay.
Hence why he said to Summit not to do that.
Yes, okay.
I knew there was a reference, but it slipped me. That's pretty good. I forgot all about that, actually, to be fair. But Bialy now inside a sandwich. They picked up a kill from Neo onto Bondik, and this is going to be another execution with smokes out on the A site that they're forced to play a retake from. Angels got the first one onto Taz. Smoke inside of the palace. Try and hold off anyone playing the post plant in that position. No one is. Look at the rotation, though, coming around from Neo. He wants to get toward mid, and this could be timely. All they need to do is stay alive long enough. Pasha and Snacks each picking up a kill, and there it is. Neo arrives.
That should be the round here. Angel does pick up a kit in the end, but no utility to really do anything with this. They're not really facing the bomb right now, but Snacks has got vision on it. And he takes down Angel there, so after a couple of difficult rounds, Virtus.pro to break the economy of Hellraisers now. The Hellraisers just didn't really have enough to work with, didn't have the smoke to actually extinguish the Molotov. They were being dropped on top of the bomb. It was a tie round for both teams. And BB coming out on top and bringing the scoreline to 7-6 here. We have got a force buy from Hellraisers though. Novas, UMPs, Famises, and a 5-7. It's a horrible buy, I have to say. But a buy nonetheless, man. I'm not really sure what I can do with this one. Need to be finding a kill, going hunting perhaps. But it's Snacks to strike first. He takes down Oscar with an aggressive face from the lower ramp. And actually, Angel trying to respond with a long-range UMP. That's not going to be working out too well for him as Taz takes him down. 5-on-3 now at this point. Virtus.pro just hold out. They've still got 1 minute 30 remaining on the map. Don't really need to commit at this point. Sticko isolated towards B. He's got the shotgun though, man. It's the Nova, your favourite.
Okay. I guess so.
Yeah, see?
Is it my favorite?
See? That's why.
Nah, see, no, it's not
Close
why.
for no cigar. Story of your life.
Nice light, no cigar. Neo goes to 17 after that first shot, but again, a bomb now down for Virtus Pro. Going to be 8-6. 0 and Bondic not even looking like they're going to contest this. Just look for exits, best case scenario.
Yeah, they'll be going to round number 15 with another similar buy we've just seen in this one. So pretty bleak times for Hellraisers after such a great start for them, going up 4-0. Haven't really been able to get too much out of the gun rounds. I mean, Virtus Pro that's been leading the charge here, but it's been just finding 1 or 2 rounds here and there. Just haven't been able to build anything up from them. They win one round and then lose a couple. This breaks the money, and now they're forced buy into this number 14. I'm not really sure what they were hoping to get out of that. UMP's in a shotgun, but not finding a single frag. Definitely not going to help them going forward. But they do manage to save a Famas from UMP. Looks things 0 could be dropped. Bialy trying to sniff him out towards his palace area as well. Not going to be over-committing, or is he? There it is. Takes him down at that point. It wasn't really worth the frag for Hellraisers whatsoever. He should just be saving in T-spawn. It's going into round number 15. They'll be able to buy regardless. They've got tons of cash, because you can see it's the CTs that are struggling. And they've managed to get a scout, a UMP, make it 2, a Deagle, and another shotgun. It's pretty much mirrored to what we saw last round, maybe even weaker about the Famas. Round number 15, this is Virtus Pro to take things up to 9-6. You'd assume they're well aware of the money situation for Hellraisers, kind of tracking it, only at $1,900, so able to keep a firm lockdown on this. And there you can see this is perfect. It's holding the default. A lot of top teams still don't really understand how to approach a full kind of anti-eco at this sense. This is just a horrible buy from Hellraisers. You mean they need to be working for frags. If you fully execute on them, they won't be able to hold you off. You just need to slow things right down. A little bait coming in here from VP. It's going to work out very nicely. You're burning 0 down to 38 HP. And now they'll be splitting onto the bomb site, keeping the numbers strong. That's the buddy system working in. Even if Pasha drops, then he's able to get his teammates to kind of get the reply frag straight away. Not needed this time. And they'll be taking over the B side. Who's that going to be at the back? That's going to be Sticko once again with your second favorite weapon.
No, this is my favorite shotgun,
okay.
Henry. This is the one. It's not the one. Taz, Pasha, each with kills. Oscar goes down with a second of which. 0 does pick up one on Pasha, but again, this bomb's going to be planted. 9-6 looking like a very probable scoreline, especially with 0 on 11 HP and no kits on either here or Bondic. Make the jump. Easily done. Snacks staring it down, though. He's heard this. Oh, he's not, though, because the smoke's there. That changes things, but only just. They could converge together here, though. 0 is holding up long enough to allow Bondic into a better position, but he's already pre-firing into that smoke. That's going to give away information that at least 1's there. The boost, that's going to give away information that 2 is there. So now they know that they're both coming from Catwalk. Good pick from 0 to start it off, but it's all on a Bondic. He's gone. 9-6 is our score.
Not really working out too well there for Hellraisers. Like I said, a fantastic start, 4-0, and then it's never really got rolling on the real gun rounds there. Virtus Pro with some very loose and aggressive playstyles, like we simply normally see from them on towards Train, like when they have like decent spawn, they're happy just to run out as a group, and they did that a few times. That locked down and started chipping away at the economy. Hellraisers did bounce back with a double AWP setup, but that only worked for 1 round before they got answered back and reset once more. So it's VP with a pretty heavy lead here, but the pistol could decide everything, Matt. If Hellraisers win this, no reason why they can't do the exact same. You can see, not looking too happy.
Looking chilled. Just wearing the in-ears today, Angel. Put on those ear cups.
Do they have any?
I think I saw a set limit. So, to be fair, I don't know if it's a mandated thing here. I'm just picking on them because normally when they wear those, they wear the larger, more soundproof.
The helicopter headsets.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if we're allowed to say the brand name or not, so I won't. But I saw his own personal headset in front of him. And I do see most people wearing them, so interesting.
Well, here we go then. VP going aggressive towards middle. There are going to be 5 Hellraisers waiting for them on the other side there, but Neo gets the first kill. Going to be trying to fall back here as Terrorists try desperately to get the return flag. They get 2. The Pasha fighting back. Great work from him as he gets 2 kills. Snacks chiming in as well. That's going to be a 3-on-1. Bondic in towards that B apartments area. He has not got control of the bomb, though. They're aware of his position now. He gets a headshot towards Pasha, but surely that's all he's going to get. The one thing working in his favor is time. He's got tons of that, but how strong is that currency these days?
Time is eternal, literally. And therefore, it's worth its weight in gold. Time is priceless, Henry.
Okay, let's get philosophical then.
You can have too much money, you can't have too much time.
The problem is time. Oh.
It's merely sand in an hourglass. It's slipping away.
Keep going. You've got lots of these.
Bondic is going to jump through the window. Snack's going to dart with him here, dance, and actually win that duel. So pretty straightforward. Virtus Pro drawn out in the end slightly by Bondic recovering that bomb, but 10-6 and now a chance to bring it to 12.
Absolutely. No bomb planted whatsoever for Hellraisers. Presumably we'll be forcing into this round with the Tech 9s, and didn't really get many kills there, so they won't have smoke grenades available. They're going for the more conservative approach, though. It's interesting. Like I said, most teams almost certainly after not getting the bomb down in the second. But the thing is, when you do this, it means even if you don't get the bomb down initially, you could do a little cheeky round with Galils in the third instead of having the AKs. So let's see what they can do with this one. It's going to be 5 Glocks. And you can't imagine they'll get too much out of this, but unless they can find some cheeky exchanges, that's going to get on towards Pasha. He's having problems there.
Good shot from Neo, sprays them down. It's back over to the pistol. It's Snacks instead that gets the kill. Doesn't look quite as fancy, but still, what a round. And Snacks will close it out, and Neo just dropping everyone despite that bomb going down from Hellraisers.
That's actually a pretty sick play from Hellraisers, going into that one flashbang. Makes Pasha look like he's panicking on the bomb side there. Didn't play the defensive position towards the bench or looking for the early play. It was Neo coming in with a triple spray down with the MP9. Looks good on screen, but ultimately pretty easy procedure for him. Bomb gets planted. That's the headline for Hellraisers, and they actually get an AWP here. That's pretty nuts. That full eco working out for them, and they have a huge advantage here. But Snacks has picked up an AWP as well. And we go to round number 18. 4 AKs, AWP, and smoke grenades available as well. This is a chance for Hellraisers to get back into this.
Interesting as well that they get the AWP on a glass cannon, because that bomb is really what saved it for them and what made that possible. So good plant in that second round for Hellraisers. Mag 7 for Pasha, UMP still on Taz. They have the AWP onto Snacks as well to combat that of the one on the Hellraisers side. Yeah, he's going to try and get a little more forward and play off the man in shadow. So a 3-man alignment inside of the A site. No mid-pressure again here from Virtus Pro. They're basically going to play a rotation game and not have much early information on exactly how the approach will come in from Hellraisers until it arrives at the respective sites.
Yeah, well, they've established the full buy has come in now, so you can see Virtus Pro adjusting themselves. Pasha getting boosted on the bomb, so it's going to be Neo's job just to try and bait them in enough. It's Pasha who's low HP with that Mag 7, so they'll just be hoping to get one frag, maybe deny the bomb if they do come towards that B site. Looks like it's a solid default, though. Angel trying to work a pick towards the B apartments. Maybe he's the bait in this scenario. The bomb is down towards that area, though, so you'd assume that's where they'll probably end up. Maybe a B split coming in. CT zone. Here we go. On the hunt. They know they're up against it in terms of the buy, so we're pushing into lower ramp. Don't find anything here, so now we'll be surely making their way back towards the B side. You can see a rotation coming in. That's Snacks with the AWP going back towards Kitchen. And this could be a perfect call for Virtus Pro. If they can just get his first frag. Comes with the Pasha, he can deny the bomb. That would be fantastic considering his HP. I actually like this position. I don't think that'll be checked, you know. It's quite rare these days to see that little boost coming.
Are we getting trolled in the bottom camera?
Don't know.
Perhaps white balancing it.
Here it
the
comes.
white paper, but
told you, Matt.
Pasha here. Well done. Shotgun drops bomb, no plant coming in. 2 players left and 12 seconds. That's round over. Pasha's going to stay there as well. They know he's here. They can jump around the corner and get the kill, but still they can't get the plant. All right, they have to kill this out. They have to kill this out. Is he on the plant? No, he's not. It's over. 1 second. He did get it. Oh, wow. The round suddenly is unfolded. Taz has to clutch this. And Pasha gets a little bit too complacent. What a round from Sticko getting forward. He's got 4 kills, but he's gone. Oscar just needs the 1. And a tag on the Taz takes them down to even HP. 16 reloads, thankfully, and that AK is picked up. But it's almost identical. 16 plays 14 on HP. AK versus pistol, it really doesn't make a difference. Bomb still ticking as well. And a smoke off. That's going to give Oscar the chance to rotate inside of the site. Taz is going to lose track of him, tries to wrap around. He's disappeared, but he catches him just barely.
Has got the kid as well. What a back and forth round that was. Very exciting stuff towards the end of it. It was VP trying to sacrifice a couple of players just to deny that bomb plant. Doesn't actually work out. And his Hellraiser planting with 4 seconds remaining. That's the minimum you actually require. It's actually 3.5. He needs to see 4 on the clock before it goes down. But there it is. Hellraiser's unable to close things out. Taz, the Iceman, holds his nerve, finds the final frag there. Like you said, could have gone either way, both on 14 HP or something. So going to be Virtus Pro getting 1 step closer here. But the bomb does go down, and Hellraiser is actually forcing into this once again. 3 Galils, a Tech 9 and an AK, going up against a double AWP setup as well. They haven't really read the economy as well as they think they thought they had. Let's see what they can do with this one. Round number 19. 5 players committed towards A, and it's going to be Angel making his way towards Tetris first.
Taz goes down though. Bondic on entry. The alley's going to hold off a long angle, and Sticko gets the shot onto him, but Neo and Snacks have pulled this back. The HP is so low as well for Bondic and Sticko, though. This should be another round for Virtus Pro, and an important one at that, given the force buy.
Indeed, bonding now, the last remaining player, and it's going to be Pasha to finish things off there. He picks up 2 frags this round, and so did Snacks. 13-6. It's going to be a 4-0 scoreline here on the second half. And a pause coming in. This will be tactical from Hellraisers. We'll see what they can actually do to get back into this one. I think
Thankfully technical for me too, Henry. My HDMI cable seems to have let go.
I think someone was saying that one is actually not very good. Blue was complaining about the same thing.
This needs to be replaced. It keeps snapping out.
If you can hear, Matthew is on the technical pause as well.
Yeah, well, there we go.
Blue was saying he got the same thing. So
yeah, it got worse and worse.
Really?
I think it's actually just
come a bit closer to me.
Yeah, we can cuddle.
There you go. It's like the old days.
Okay, we're going to get that fixed. Good timing for the timeout, actually. I went black screen like 6 different times in that round.
Perfect. Well,
it's a good thing I'm not epileptic. It would have been hard to catch that one. But Angel. We look back. I mean, this was close at the start. Hellraisers, remember, had 4 straight rounds. Again, they kind of never really stabilized their economy. That one round where they stacked up made things a little bit too easy, almost for Virtus Pro to bring back into the half.
They were trying to do the creative plays at some rounds. They were hoping for a default from Virtus Pro, and they were going for like 4 towards middle or 4 towards B, and it was just straight up A rushes from VP. That's, to be fair, that's not really a common strategy most teams do, just straight up rushing A round after round after round. It was, most teams would be quite methodical and try and push the CTs back. That's what we normally discuss. The mid control, taking the vision away from the CTs. But VP very loose and just pushing in as a 5-man group, and that can be very effective as well, especially at LAN in Counter-Strike when teams are overthinking certain situations and you're feeling like you're hitting your shots and you stay in as 5-man units, get in there. Potentially if you're controlling the money situation as well, they might have incendiaries to hold you off. That can be very hard to contain. Here's the highlights right now of closing sectors. I guess it's the second half, but regardless, that big clutch from Taz, that's really got VP in full control at this point.
Yep.
Full control, my friend, as Pastor would say.
Yeah. I mean, that round, that's the fact that it came that close anyway. Pasha denies the plant. There's 6 seconds left and still 4 players alive. Sticko kills 2 as the bomb is being planted. Hero play from him.
That was crazy. Had they won that round, that would have been like Tilt City for VP.
Oh.
Like, considering they had that pretty much locked down. They all just got their knives out, tried to run and deny the plant, and it actually went down in the end, came down to that 1-on-1 with 10 HP on both players. But here it is.
We'll see what Hellraisers comes up with. Remember, best of 3s, double elimination throughout this tournament. This is the upper bracket, so Hellraisers aren't done if they lose this game. But Virtus Pro will get that much closer to a final.
Yeah, well, they beat SK yesterday in very convincing fashion, actually. That 2-0 with 2 16-5s. It was one of the best performances I've seen from Hellraisers, but I have to say one of the worst I've ever seen from SK. Obviously, Frisk coming out of injury right now, and the speculation of that team, like how much they've been practicing, and obviously having Cadian playing in the minors, lots of different things going in there that made them very weak. But here we go, then we're back into this game. 13-6, and it is going to be a partial buy from Hellraisers. I'm not sure how much money they've got left over. We don't have our own PC here, so we'll just have to speculate this is a partial buy. There's the first shot coming in from Snacks. Yeah, it would be, because they're going to be a maximum loss bonus after this round, so they'll be banking on having 2K and making sure they get their $3,400.
Yeah, exactly. And a bomb plant would add to that, but unfortunately it's looking less and less likely as this round unfolds. Oscar does pick up Snacks, though. That'll give him a bit of opening. Unfortunately, he's not the one with the bomb, but if he can hold off... never mind. I was going to say, if he can hold off CT and let Bondik in, they could get a plant on the inside of the box, the safe plant, but Bialy not only closing out on Oscar, they lost Bondik on the way through Palace. I think it was Snacks. I didn't quite catch that, who got the kill. Regardless, bomb went down.
Well, Virtus Pro one step closer now. One more will put it into that point. And they've got the double orb setup rolling as well. It's Pasha and Snacks. Neo not even AWPing these days, Matt. He was the chosen AWPer for about 4 or 5 months, actually, maybe a little bit longer, once he took over from Pasha. So that's kind of interesting now. That's the double orb setup potential from VP. It's going to be an aggressive play this time. Pushing up towards middle, using the smoke as their advantage. It's going to be Taz challenging first. He gets one, but Oscar replies straight away with the AWP. 4-on-4. I would say this normally favours the terrorists, but see they are lacking a little bit of utility here. Still got 3 smokes, looking for that next pick. Zero edging towards that connector area as well, but still haven't really got much to work with in terms of manpower on the map. They're just holding up for any sort of CT reaction right now. Angel does take down Neo, and it's going to be Pasha now trying to push off towards short.
0. Oh, so close to catching Snacks. One step too soon, he gets away from it. At least from Zero's side, Snacks will be thinking it was one step a little bit almost too late, but Pasha's going to find the shot onto Zero as he gets inside of the connector, and it's down to Bondik. This is going to go to map point Virtus Pro in a quite convincing fashion at that.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Hellraisers just haven't shown up in the second half. Their T side's been very hard to handle. And we're going to see whether Bondik can do anything with this. 3-on-1. 50 seconds remaining. That smoke will give away his position as he flashes out as well. Just looking to get the plan here to maybe just boost the money going into the next round. Pasha is waiting for him towards short. He's got the AWP but low HP as well, so Now we've got an interesting play from Bondek. With the time he's got available, he knows he needs a pick at this point. Makes through towards Kitchen, but Snacks, quite a passive angle. He gets taken down. And this does raise the chances of Bondek's taking this, but a good reply from Bialy. Refrag comes in. And as you said, Virtus Pro getting map point here on the first round for the best of 3. And money in pretty much disarray as we go into potentially the last round here. They have got AKs and Gills, but very little utility. Oscar deciding whether he'll just go Tech 9 and just boost their chances with the smoke. He's going for P90, in fact. Interesting. Wants that run and gun P90 spray down. 50 bullets of doom.
Shoots. It actually doesn't shoot bullets, Henry. It shoots troll teeth.
Oh.
Yeah, that's how it works. My monitor works, speaking of it. They fixed that, so we're back underway. Neo's going to get Angel, though. Oscar's going to swap immediately away from that P90, grab his AK that's down on the deck, but they've lost a second member. That 0 falling to Snacks' AWP, and it's the double op setup still on the CT side. Watch Taz, though, inside of this smoke. Oscar's waiting inside of it. Flash to go through, in, back-faced, but Taz has switched his angle, and an easy pickup for him.
Well, that will be it, I think, as Bialy does put one of the final nails in the coffin here. Sticko in a 4 versus 1, and it's going to be... Oh, just readjust herself, there we go. It's going to be Sticko in the 4 versus 1. He's got the bomb in hand, but 1 minute to play with and 4 players to find. And we feel like this will be a very heroic play if he does pull it off. It's not going to happen. 16-6 then for VP. And not a single round gathered for Hellraisers on the second half there.
No, and that's a huge problem. I mean, considering, again, they started this game 4-0, they could have made things a little bit easier for themselves had they not gone for that boost. Again, I think it's a bit of a gamble that's not warranted considering they were up against pistols, but not really collecting anything after that. The momentum broke away. And even with the 4 rounds they got at the start, it always looked like VP was in the game.
Yeah, and the crowd are happy, Matt. We were speculating whether they had some fans here. And it shows evidently they do.
Yeah, absolutely they do. So just to continue on that point, though, the pissed around very close. Came to a retake potential one-on-one situation inside of the smoke. Bondik won it. Second round, get a plant. Still goes with the rifles up. Still goes down to a 2-men alive situation. Third round, another 1v1. And then, of course, the fourth one was the 1v1 where it was extremely close, where it almost looked like it was gone, done and delivered. And then, of course, the boost, the stack rather. So every single round that they lost, they were still in it, and that kept the economy close, and that broke it. And then Virtus Pro just manhandled the game, I have to say.
Second half was just game over. And the thing is, though, like it was not like Hellraisers didn't get the opportunity to do the same sort of thing. They would have 4-0 in the first half, and they actually won lots of clutches themselves, and there was lots of tight rounds going in their favour. That was the key storyline for the first 4 or 5 rounds. That's actually them taking a massive advantage, and then it's just VP battling back round by round. It's when the gun rounds really started. Hellraisers only win 1, get fully reset, and then they battle back for the 2 or 3, win 1, and that was all they got. So they only got 6 rounds in the first half. As soon as they lost the pistol, you could see it spiraling out of control. Not a single round gathered on the second. Made things very difficult for them. So, to be fair, 16-6 scoreline doesn't paint the full picture as how Hellraisers are playing. Could have gone either way in some of those clutches, but still, it's VP taking the first back in pretty convincing fashion, I would say.
And that's it. We will take a break, jump over to the analysts, and then join back in for map 2. See if Hellraisers can continue on in this upper bracket challenge, or if they'll fall down and have to play off against those struggling to survive. We'll be back.
Gaming Bets. We accept bets on computer games online since 2011. Referral system for regular users and the first deposit bonus. Gaming devices store and the best choice of payment systems. Dota 2 and Hearthstone, Counter-Strike and StarCraft, World of Tanks and League of Legends. EGB.com. You know for sure who's going to win.
Getting tired of playing with the usual skins but don't have enough money to buy a new one? Get rich fast with csgofast.com. CS Go Fast. It's a strong chance of winning in every game. Several rooms with different game modes. Daily, more than 1,000 games, 5,000 players, and 25,000 skins at stake. You don't need much in order to sweep the board.
Angry because you missed a big play? Tired of staying up all night to create highlight videos? Introducing LiveCut.tv. Simply press the capture button and bam! A highlight from the past 60 seconds will be instantly recorded. Get posts from streamers and fans around the world. Achieve legendary status Kappa.
16-6 to VP. They played Mirage pretty damn well there. Natu, what did you think of that VP performance?
I was like the vintage version of Virtus Pro. We were talking about which one is going to go through the cadence. Seems like the vintage version that is able to close out rounds, able to clutch rounds, able to execute properly for the most part. And now, if you look at the big picture of the series, they actually bought themselves a possibility of pulling it through, because we all know Cash is going to be a massive struggle for them, but on Overpass, they have a fairly good chance of winning Hellraisers.
I think it's fair to say, like Henry and Sado mentioned on the commentator, their desk, that the map could have been a bit close. There were some clutch rounds there that just went the way of VP, and it could have, the scoreline was maybe a bit skewed because of that. Nonetheless, it was pretty domineering, a dominating victory by VP.
I mean, the thing is also that Hellraisers actually had the 4 lead, and they know coming into the 5th round that it's an Enter Eco round. What do you do in this round? You decide to let Oscar be a lone B with an AWP, and they're not even having a big iron middle or anything, so it ends up being a B split, and Oscar is caught in between both B apps and short. And after that round, VP could smell blood. So they started gaining control. They won 4 rounds in a row. All of a sudden, it was a 4-4, and already that's starting to become a decent half for VP. And I think the last round Hellraisers had was their 6-5 round, and the last time they had the lead. And from that on, it was just a VP show, basically, where they just decided the pace of the game. They got control over their A executes, which we want to talk about later, maybe round 6, and the stats helix. Because in the beginning, they kind of had these A executes where they just fell back to slope and apps and didn't really get into good afterplan positions, and that cost them a bit, but they figured it out.
And also, this is a game of, Counter-Strike is a game of win the right rounds, right? So you win the correct rounds and you're going to destroy the economy of your opponent. You make them make decisions of when they need to do, what kind of buys are we going to have? Are we going to eco? You know, are we going to give too much room for our opponents to work with? And I felt like Virtus Pro, as the first half went along, they kind of read on to the kind of, like Casper just said, they smelled the blood, as in the fear in Hellraisers, who weren't actually doing the aggressiveness in a manner that you used to, kind of, because they're very decisive with it usually. This time they kind of look scared.
Yeah, I think that's a big point as well, because, well, they got up to the 4-0 start, and everything was looking, you know, nice and dandy. So maybe they thought that they could continue on that path pretty much and just playing that I guess, well, standardized game for the better part, if you want to, you know, generalize CT side Mirage. And eventually that just didn't work out, because you could see that VP just figured out there was some holes in the way, well, Hellraisers were playing that A-bomb site CT setup that they could abuse repeatedly. And you saw that pretty much every time they wanted to execute towards A, there was always one of the Hellraisers players who ended up isolated from the rest of his team, not getting, you know, not having any shot at either falling back or actually getting any sort of help through, you know, from connector or jungle because of the smokes that VP put down. So obviously, that's a bit of Hellraiser's fault, not realizing that earlier on, potentially playing for more retakes from the get-go, or, like we kind of expected, having them be the aggressor and try to
really
catch
up
VP
close.
off guard. Yeah, exactly.
Hellraiser's usual standout, Oscar, just seemed to be stuffed by the AWP there on Virtus' side. Snacks pretty much outplayed him. I don't know necessarily how many duels they had with each other themselves, but Snacks' map was a lot better than Oscar's.
But also has to be pointed out, when it comes to opping, it's a lot about positional advantage, you know, being the one to dictate the pace. And this time around, Oscar and Hellraisers in general had none of that. So it's super hard to be impactful as an opper when you don't have any time or space to work with.
Yeah, and I also think what Casper brought up in the pregame was actually a superb point when talking about Snacks, because when it comes to positioning, he's kind of, you know, a bit of a phenomenon in that sense. And when he gets an op in his hands, he is tricky to play versus, because he's, well, he doesn't play like a normal opper in that sense. He's more like a kind of like it seems like he has a rifle in his hands because he's moving about so much and he's doing unorthodox stuff. And I think that definitely played a part in him just getting an upper hand. And obviously, with the economy predicament that Hellraisers eventually find themselves in, Oscar, might not feel as confident taking bold peaks or being that aggressor that Hellraisers needed him to be, allowing Snacks to just get more player room.
Yeah, and it's going to be definitely telling what happens on Cash because, Virtus used to be great on that map, not so much right now, and Hellraisers, nonetheless, they still need to kind of come out, swing out of the gates, otherwise they might just get run over once again. What do you think when it comes to Cash Hellraisers for them, Cadian?
Yeah, for me also a big part of this loss was not so much necessarily Hellraisers not hitting their shots, because we saw in a lot of the clutch rounds that they were able to pull off some really amazing shots. It was more like Nato was saying, the kind of tactical approach that they let VP dictate the pace, and even though they're the favorites for Cash, it's also a map about dictating the pace, about getting the mid control, about sometimes timing your fast pushes, your splits onto the bump sides. So if you just lean back as ET and let VP, who is really good with this kind of map control around the middle area, let them have that and let them split the bump sides on you, it's going to be just as a difficult task. Obviously, though, we have to take into consideration the past months and results, and in that fact, Hellraisers should take this map, and they should take it without VP probably getting double digits.
But presumably then Hellraisers definitely need to exert control over the map, which they didn't necessarily do here on Mirage.
We saw that yesterday, right?
Yeah,
that was what you said. A main all the time, and then had the B pushes.
100%.
Yeah,
100%. We're going to see a lot of that. We're going to see them pushing VP's buttons on that CT side a lot, and that's something I feel like Virtus Pro has lost in the recent times. But Hellraisers is really good at it. They'll send it to push B garage, try to take that part of the map, maybe try to force that first pick. They're going to be fearless about that. They even boost, obviously, in the boost where T's usually boost, and they're not feared of just going into the door. And they even send two there sometimes, where it's like one is basically in the door. They have a third man with a flash ready, and as the initiation, as the fight happens with the first guy and the T, there's going to be a flash coming in. A second guy just runs in there, and it's going to basically destroy any potential attack coming in. So they have a lot of little tricks there, and I think VP is going to have a tough time regardless of the scoreline in the first map.
We have highlights that we can look at, and we can bring those up on screen now. Here we have the third round. Little diffuse going on there in the smoke, and Angel providing fantastic cover for his teammate. Styko here was looking for...
This was the weirdest play.
Yeah, the fourth round.
No, look at Lepash's play here. It's so weird. Like, he's sort of half-assing the whole play. Throwing a flash that really had in no world would have any impact, especially in a one-on-one low HP, where you just basically have to go try to get that one tap that they don't know him for.
But as we can see in these highlights, a lot of the highlights from the Hellraiser side is when the terrorists are passive in these afterplan positions, and that's also why if we're able to use the stats helix after this, I really want to talk about round 6. And yeah, obviously this is just a anti-eco cleanup, so...
Woo! I'm not sure if we're going to be able to use stats helix. I think that there have been some issues with it, and so we're going to stay away from it. But of course, you can illustrate your point nonetheless, and just explain it.
Paint a picture,
yeah,
Casper.
Explain it to our audience. We still got a few more highlights.
And this was one of those rounds where a player single-handedly turns it around to then kind of maybe throw it away. I mean, he was in a tough situation, but jumping through that window, probably not the solution.
Yeah, that was a very confusing moment, at least from my perspective, when it was that 2v1. They were both low HP, so I can see the sort of mentality Styko's thinking, I need to try to do something here that's not predictable so he doesn't just peek me on an angle and take me out, but not jumping through a window. Slightly misadvised,
It's
maybe.
a lot of the times we see a lot of players having this issue is where you manage to create like a, let's say, for example, you enter a bomb site, you make it a 4-on-3. You get the bomb site under control, and then maybe one of your players is a little bit too anxious. You feel like, I want to make that one more kill that's going to seal the deal. Let's say he jumps into city spawn of Mirage, for example. He knows there's one behind ticket booth. Okay, fair enough. You can think it that way, but then you don't really know what you're jumping into. There could be another one coming in city spawn. He gets you, all of a sudden it's a 3-on-3, a completely different situation than a 4-on-3 when you can just build crossfires and have the control of the situation. So again, the word tunnel visioning a lot of the times happens, especially in high pressure situations. You think you want to end that round right away, right there in that moment. You feel like you have the opportunity, whereas you should be able to think for a second there. Oh, wait a minute, probably don't have to do this. We have the advantage, we have the numbers. Let's just hold the bomb, try to waste as much time as possible. But sometimes even the best falter in that situation.
It's definitely difficult though in a situation like that where both the T's were low, both of the Hellraisers player were very low. how difficult is it in that moment to make the right decision, because you've got so much pressure around what's going on, but also based on how much health you have, and you know where the other guy is. But if he just peeks you normally, even if he just fires off a couple bullets, he very well might just kill you, even if you've technically kind of tried to outplay him.
One of the things in this situation is it was a 2-on-4, and I think Zico gets a really fast 3K,
yes,
right?
He does.
Then he ends up being in between the B-long and the window, and he has to kind of turn 180 degrees at all times to kind of hold both angles, because Oscar is also scared of peeking because he's low HP at this point. So, I mean, jumping through the window was probably not the that's what the girls were for. We met them earlier, and I got a little excited. I'm not gonna lie, boys.
Yes, they were not here for you.
Yes, you did.
Surprise, surprise.
God damn it. Anyways, instead of jumping into the window, he could have sneaked past it and held one angle where he knew that he was gonna come out of either the window or long and line them up in kind of the same position.
There's,
right?
like, let's say in a two-in-one situation, basically there's two different approaches. One is so that one of the players dictates, when I get contact, you attack.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what you say. Or if the bomb time is really low, then play one-on-one. Each play one-on-one and try to waste as much time as possible from the bomb. So it's always, there's so many variables, obviously, so it's about how the situation stands in general.
Yeah.
I guess we are getting quite close to this second map kicking off.
Depending how why the girls were there.
Yeah, well, we've seen Virtus Pro being helped into their booths. We're about 5 minutes away. Any sort of final closing comments then about Cash and potentially the rest of this series? I can see, based on Virtus Pro's performance on Mirage, that they could take Cash if they can find that old spark like they did on Mirage.
Well, we have to dig even further, I feel like, for that to happen, to be honest with you. I mean, it's not impossible, obviously, but you have to base your judgment through just raw numbers and what you've seen from both teams in general. And Hellraise is just a way more capable team on Cash. I think the difference between these two teams on this map is way bigger than it is on Mirage.
Yeah, but I guess the one scare you could have for Hellraise is the fact that they didn't play their normal game on Mirage. So hopefully, it's a matter of whether or not they're going to falter for that on Cash as well. Because if they do play passive, then all of a sudden Virtus Pro becomes a completely different beast to play against them when you're trying to be disruptive.
But then again, Mirage and Cash dynamic very different when it comes to aggression. On Cash, it's definitely like the go-to strategy is to try to play off of what your opponent's doing. Then you try to take over the other side of the map or be the early aggressor. Or Mirage, it can be a choice of playing more passively, judging from your opponent. But on Cash, it's a dynamic on the map that you kind of have to go to. So I'd be very surprised if Hellraise started to play passive, because it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Just whilst you guys were making those awesome points, we did see on screen some odds courtesy of egb.com. If you'd like to bet, feel free to go over to there. Thank you very much to them and the rest of our sponsors. We are the esports pool analyst desk, and also csgofast.com. If you like skins, I think a lot of people do, head over to there and you might just win some. Also,
what if I don't like it? What if I don't like skins?
Well, if you don't like skins, maybe you'll get into them through that website. Or you can avoid it completely. It's up to you. All we know is that it's a good site and it's helping out the tournament. Tournaments like this would not happen without sponsors. That is the fact of the matter. And then finally, G2A and Live Cap. Guys, final predictions for this map, please, because we are pretty much ready to go.
I'm going to go with Hellraise's 16-9.
Yeah, I feel like this should be handily a map that Hellraise is going to pick up. They may have, there may have been some jitters playing in front of the crowd for the first time, for 3 of these guys. Well, out of 6, half of the team, including the manager, is from Ukraine. So, might be a little jitters there. I don't know. So maybe that was a contributing factor. Maybe it was a choice they wanted to play more passively to try and throw off Virtus Pro. But I don't think we're going to see that when it comes to Cash. And I feel like they're going to get into this flow, and Oscar's going to start hitting his shots. And, I feel like it's going to be one where Virtus Pro is going to get close to that 10 mark. But anything beyond that would be surprising to me.
Yeah, similar thoughts as the two others. Pretty much, I think this should be Hellraiser's map to take, and it's all going to be decided on overpass.
Okay, I can definitely see the logic, guys. I'm going to go, though, with Virtus. I just feel like the momentum right now could swing in their favor. Otherwise,
I believe I can fly.
Otherwise, I definitely agree that most of the logic points towards a Hellraiser's victory. We're very close to that next map. Of course, it is Cash. If it does go to the third map, it will be Overpass. And then I think in that sense, if we do get to Overpass, it will definitely be a Virtus Pro victory on that map. I don't know. It's the feeling that I get.
Never say definitely.
VP fanboy.
Never say definitely.
Never say definitely
go full Moses on this.
When it comes to this tournament, definitely do not say definitely, because we've already had some pretty surprising results. Navi being one of them.
You can hear who this guy has been betting his skins on, right?
It's all
I'm
out on VP.
not betting skins at all.
No, you're not. Obviously, of course not, Pala. No.
Just all his bankroll right now.
Yeah.
Well, please finish. Who would I be? Are you talking about? Am I trying to swing people's opinion in my favor or against?
Yeah, maybe you bet on.
Yeah.
Maybe you're betting on EGP.
You're weighing on.
If you're going to make the joke, Cadian, at least understand both sides of the coin, right? I'm either swaying people's odds or I'm trying to just get people to agree.
Try to be HLTV.org.
Yeah,
basically.
exactly. Yeah. Which I'm not, and they are providing our wonderful stats, by the way. Shout out to HLTV.
Yeah.
We really appreciate that. Maybe we can get Cadian's stats up on the screen for the recent tournament.
They're good.
Wow. Were they?
Not in Paris, but the ones
good thing.
But you mean the one before, the HTC one?
I mean, they were even worse. No, but this qualification for this tournament, they were nutty.
Online, yeah.
Online,
Good job, buddy.
it's me at home, bro.
We were just discussing how we disregard online results, but
not
in Cadian's case, it's only online results that count.
Not when I'm good online. Then obviously we have to take it into consideration. I mean,
it's only fair.
Yeah. Everything else would be stupid.
Talking about recent Danish happenings, Kjærby to Astralis. Dignitas have now taken Cajun B. There was a little swap there. That's very exciting stuff. Can you give us some intel on that, Mr. Dane?
Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously Astralis has been on a down cycle at the last couple of months, and they haven't been able to reach finals or win tournaments for quite some time. So something needed to happen. Cajun B maybe not being necessarily the weakest fragger, but someone that they just felt like needed to change. Obviously, Sipnik's having this kind of support role, so he was not the one to be changed. Kerrigan being the in-game leader, that's why you don't change him. And then you have Dupree and Device, who's just like the mad fraggers in the team. Yeah. In terms of the swap, I actually think that both teams might be able to benefit from this. Also having one of the small issues in terms of Dignitas is both experience and having someone who's able to play the AWP properly.
Exactly, yeah.
And KGB is definitely more than just capable of this. I mean, MSL, a great tactician and has his moments, but he's been missing a lot with that AWP, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. This is probably... I mean, Kjærby is definitely a massive talent, and I think this is definitely going to be benefiting both. I think the way I see it in the big picture is that Dignitas is going to benefit this, I think, even greater, because it's going to give them another dimension they can have to have that up, like you said. You know, KJ, maybe he's going to come back to it. Obviously, Astralis made the choice of Device being the primary upper and KJB being less on that up. So, you know, could be a change of scenery, could be great for him.
It's going to be exciting to see how it all works. Vendetta, we are ready now to go to the casters, and I'm sure that this match is going to be exciting as well. This map, particularly Cash, Virtus Pro versus, of course, their opponents, which I've had a mind blank about, Hellraisers. Thank you very much. Henry G and Sadakis, take it away.
Thank you so much. Yes, Map 2 and Cash, this is the one we thought, actually, so we were a little bit out of order. We thought was first, and we have had our doubts about Virtus Pro on it.
Absolutely, a turbulent team. They can be fantastic on it. I think like when their team first came to the scene, that's one of their best maps, and it seems like right now it's actually one of their worst. So actually, it's kind of that thing of like Leipzig they had. They're trying to play it a little bit more. They seem to be picking it now. Like so, Leipzig they're trying to pick Dust too. Obviously, that didn't work out for them. So they've scrapped that idea, and now they're trying to play a little bit more Cash. I'm not convinced as of yet, but still, the way they're playing right now, they've had a really massive win on towards Mirage, 16-6 against Hellraisers, and whether they can actually replicate that is another thing entirely. Cash is a very strong map for Hellraisers. We saw them against SK. They're very aggressive, very on point with their actual synergy and approaching the execution. So I'm interested to see how this one goes down. I think, just from what I've seen so far, I think VP will be able to bounce back. This is one of those teams, once they have a good day, they're hitting their shots, they can operate very well as a unit. What do you think?
I think a lot of things about this map for them. I agree with what you're saying. I think both teams have potential on it, but it's interesting to see that a lot of people alluded to, on the desk more specifically, alluded to the fact that Hellraisers would be able to pick this one up, and I think it does stem on largely the fact that Hellraisers are very explosive, and if a guy like Oscar can go off on a map like this, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, I'm not sure anyone on the VP side has the capability to go against him when he has like that. He's completely in the zone. Obviously, we saw this time, the last map, Neo wasn't even AWPing. It was Snacks and Pasha. So, like I said, it's inconsistencies. It seems like whoever feels like it...
It's like an Astralis issue.
Well, no. Well, the Astralis, at least they were consistent on the maps.
Right, that's a good point.
So
true.
they were consistent on the maps. This guy's, it doesn't matter. It just depends on the game, who they're playing. It seems to be different every single time. Astralis was there, at least they were just different on the maps. That was a problem they had because, obviously, if it's set across the maps, it means that obviously that's where they may feel more comfortable. You don't have the one player getting to the godlike session because they're not going to be consistently playing it every single time. But still, that was the idea behind the Device going into it. But that's another conversation altogether. It's going to be Cash here. And VP, like you said, definitely a team that have struggled with this map in the past. Famously 16-0, I think that's the one everyone talks about. DreamHack Valencia.
Yes. That one's going to live on forever, but very different circumstances.
Of course.
Same Virtus Pro, very different opposition. But yeah, I mean, never forget.
We never will. Well, this is our second best of 3 of the day, right, Matt? So we have a break coming up after this one.
There is.
We have
Some
League
of Legends
nonsense going on, but...
No, I'm interested to watch it. I haven't watched League. The weird thing is my brother used to be in the league, so I used to watch it.
I used to play
it
it
in a while.
actually. I actually don't remember the game. It's
yeah.
Just, I just don't follow it competitively.
I was more into Dota, which may offend some League players. To me, it doesn't matter. To each their own cup of tea, whatever they prefer.
Exactly.
I like mine black, you like yours with sugar, whatever, big deal. But yeah, I don't mind watching it. I'm excited to see how it's received here in the Ukraine. There's a very big stadium, which I can go throw my Frisbee on. As we do get into the pistol rounds. 3 sets of armor on the CT side. It's 0 with a kit, 2 flashes, and Sticko with just the 2 flashes. Could have easily picked up a kit as well, but chooses not to. Meanwhile, 2 utility players, Bialy and Snacks. And Snacks is going to be the one holding onto the smoke. Already out of middle, already boosting over. Neo, aggressive, but gets caught by Sticko, and Oscar sets a crossfire. Coming down from the highway, it's going to drop the bomb temporarily, but they will retrieve that and then fall back out of middle. They can't find their access into the A site quite as easily as they had hoped, excuse me.
Absolutely, but still the man advantage for the CTs. But Oscar pushing off toward highway. It's actual retake towards middle here. The CTs are challenging. Gotta be getting the first frag there. There it is. Bondic taking down Passion. That should be the round secured at this point. They're still facing it. They have got vision of the bomb as well, but that's a self-kill coming in. Now just Taz. 3 versus 1 with a minute to play with. He has got 100 HP and a flashbang. But, oh, okay. I was about to say very little chance actually finding a frag here, but that's a lovely shot towards highway.
And the problem is right now, this is another one-on-one. Taz wins that against Angel. Zero's nowhere to be seen. He's inside of the B site. He can't rotate through vents without a boost. Taz is going to go around behind him, but Zero's heard this. So at least he'll be close to the site. But again, you mentioned it. There was no need to face that. They had the bomb. They had the vision. And now it goes from a 3 onto 1 to a 1-on-1.
This is the mind games. Who's going to come out on top? Zero with no real information. You heard the vent bust from mid-warehouse. That's all he's really got to work with here. So he'll be edging his way towards the B side with Taz. He might go to vents once again, you know. That could be really interesting. He will just be going up to a highway.
Around the world twice.
Yeah, but he's going to be flashing off towards A. Now he actually has no real idea where the CT is either. So we'll just be planning for the open, hoping for the best here. Checks it all out. Actually a default plan here. Okay.
That's highway. Oh, did he spot him at that jump? He should have been able to. Yeah, he did. Okay.
Did he just headshot him?
He definitely hit him down. He's gone down to 63 from a distance on that Glock. I don't know if it's a headshot or not, but Zero is going to get the shot with the USP.
Well, Taz did very well there, to be fair. 3-on-1 situation. Took down 2 players, got the bomb planted, and made it very close indeed. Impressive stuff for him to pick up the bomb, and actually, like we said, the CT is challenging a little bit too much, I would say. They had vision of the bomb, weren't even crossfire, and it was 2 1-on-1 situations. Taz coming out on top. To be fair, you wouldn't really expect him to hit those kind of long-range headshots with the Glock, but it worked out for him. And you can see them kind of asking the HP right now. He's trying to work out whether he did headshot him. I think he did. It looked like he did. Maybe it was just for the clipping through the corner of that ticket box. But round number 2, no force by here from Virtus Pro. Of course, they will be getting AKs in the third. Pistol all going in their favour. And this is where Hellraisers really can dig their heels in. As they're going in for 2 Pharmacists, an M4, a P90 and a UMP. Second Virtus Pro will be going for a small smoke execution here. Once again, they're trying to get the bomb down. Smoking towards the bomb site and possibly towards highway, just trying to rush out together. No flashbangs, just gonna hope they can meet shield each other and get on to the bomb site with at least 1 player alive to plant.
Bondic is gonna stay inside of that site. Here's the slide. Oh, his timing, no. He gets caught. He has the P90. It's so good for spraying down that door, but he's still sliding back down. They spot up his feet and get a bomb plants out of this.
Okay. I was going to say, did they plan it? I was very interested to see what actually went down. Looks like Hellraisers will be retaking pretty easily here, but the mission once again has been completed for Virtus Pro. Just get the bomb down. We Pasha now just trying to save his PT50. He knows the round's over at this point. Just going to see if he can get a sneaky position and get the drop on the CT, trying to find him potentially. There's not really any reason to try and hunt him. They'll just be risking one of their rifles or UMPs there, but they will be staying alive. But there it is, Virtus Pro. Like I said, a couple of smokes, just trying to get the bomb down. And I think I saw an AWP come out there. There it is. So third round AWP.
Bought by Taz as well.
2 plants, yeah. So they actually have a very healthy buy going into this one. Here's the replay now of Taz's pistol. These are the shots I couldn't believe he actually hit. Such long range with the Glock and somehow manages to make that work. That's insane that he actually managed to get the kill there.
2 headshots at that. Didn't actually take much damage off that exchange either. I think he was down to something around 83 or thereabout. Didn't quite catch, but either way, there's 2 players inside of the same main position. Default smoke, no flash yet. They're getting closer to the mouth of it. 3 players in this A site. They may try and go, but good positioning from Pasha. If they do, he should be, if not getting the first kill, he'll easily get the refrag. And it is a smoke, a second one that looks like they're going to sit more patiently inside of this A site. Smart decision, I would say, from Hellraisers.
Only up, like you said, 3 players towards the A site, holding the crossfires up against it in terms of the firepower. So he's looking for that first frag to be sticking, to be flashed in, looking for the first frag. He gets it as well, finds the bomb, looking for the second kill. Doesn't get the third, but he's already done the damage here. It's going to be1nv1ta chiming in as well. He takes down Neo. 4-on-2 now. A huge advantage for Hellraisers. That's exactly what they wanted to do. I said they were going to be aggressive going into this one, finding their time and finding the perfect opportunity. And i-L3agu3 stepping out massively there. Just Bialy and Snax remaining, and they haven't really got much to work with. They have got the bomb, but Oscar pushing out the sandbags. Dead now,
Molotovs, yep. Oh, just gets on top of the bags, but yeah, caught by Bialy. Flames may not get him, but it was always going to be a kill. Bialy's going to now look toward Highway and into the A site with this AWP. Flash out, Angel tries to preemptively fire into it, but the preemptive strike does not prevail. It's going to be Snax going down. Bialy now is going to follow that up with the AK. Good headshot, well placed. New Angel was in there, got the call from Snax. Follows up into the A site as well. Great shot on Bondik. Now he's got a chance to place this down. So another 1-on-3 situation brought back into a winnable play from Virtus.pro. This time Bialy, not Taz, but he gets caught again at 0. Again in the same position that has to clutch it, and does.
Big round there for Hellraisers. We saw they're up against it. In terms of the firepower, they still had a couple of Famases and P90s going into their i-L3agu3. Like I said, they're going into this game. They were a very aggressive team here. They knew they had some work to do. Flashing into their A storage, finding 2 kills. Just locking down any play Virtus.pro had in mind. But it's Bialy stepping up. He found 3 kills that round. And it comes down to another 1 versus 1. So the city economy not going to be swelling here. And there's another plan for VP. They could buy into this if they wanted to. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. With another plan and 3 stage loss bonus, they could go in with definitely a couple of rifles and some Tech 9s and try and keep applying the pressure to CTs, hoping to break them at some point. There it is. Bialy, great play from him to even get into this round. A shot towards CD spawn especially was very impressive. Yeah, here it is. So you get Tech 9s. There are no rifles as such. It's just going to be the partial buy at this point. Keep applying the pressure. Tech 9s, PD50s, some smokes as well. Looks like they'll be focusing towards middle here. As they flash out, push the CDs back towards Highway. So that's one part of the operation done. Push them back, and now they have to try and exploit them. Looks like the B split will be coming in, as we have got Bialy waiting in the B storage for his teammates.
0 additional smoke deployed, but they're already past that. They're already through the vents. He has to hold this off from inside of the site toward headshot. Snax just gets up close and personal, takes him down, and now Bialy trying to fire back in toward heaven. Now the bomb's been dropped. As Neo gets caught, that leaves it in the open. They have to commit 1 more player into the site, which limits their post-plant positioning. It's Taz that's going to take the duty of doing so. And they still have just Tech 9s to hold this off. Thankfully armor, but it's 4 players against them, 2 kits. Smoke on i-L3agu3 as well.
Well, it's going to be the retake coming in now. Smoke towards the checker room will help boost Virtus.pro's chances of actually finding something here, I guess. But it's going to be Hellraisers flooding in and finding the first 2 kills. That should be it now. Pasha locked out of the bomb site. And we're going to see whether he can actually do anything with this. He can't.
Yeah, can't really close that, can he? And it is now another round. Again, bomb going down from Virtus.pro, so they are good in these situations at least taking over the sites. The problem is they're so limited every time they get in there with the manpower. In fact, unlike last game where it was retakes that were demanding from Hellraisers, this one was a little bit more challenging with 3 players still up. It's been the one-on-ones that have been brought down and opening up the room more than anything. So it's not as convincing from Virtus.pro. Same scoreline we started out with on Mirage, 4-0. Bialy flashes around, that does catch Oscar and just misses out on the jumping Bialy across to try and get more advancement toward this B site, specifically toward checker room where they can start to probe.
They haven't used a smoker to start it around, which is interesting. I'm not sure how many players Oscar did spot there, but there is going to be 4 of them waiting towards the B storage area. You can see there is going to be Neo on the other side of the map, maybe just waiting for any pushes in from the rotating CTs. We did say it's a very reactive map. There is the smoke now, and it looks like VP trying to get control of checkers. They're actually falling back into more of a default mentality here. Bialy, the last player remaining now, in towards that B storage. So maybe the idea was just to get him control as he drops another smoke here to keep the CTs guessing at this point. Molotov into that checkers area just to flush anyone out that maybe they're not going to be working out this time. You can see 0 and Oscar on towards the bomb site. Angel indecisive as to where he wants to go. Looking towards upper for now. That's potential A play coming in now from Virtus.pro. Going to be dissecting this area, clearing out the lockers, seeing if there are any aggressive CTs, but need to be careful there. Flash comes in, they're scared whether someone may push, and they just have to take a reactive shot and see whether the Flashbang player of Snacks could find anything there.
Bondic is in behind the quad position. Molotov's going to force him out. Thankfully, a smoke will shield that movement. He'll be able to transfer back in toward the site, but a wraparound from Pasha and Taz from the other direction is going to catch him out. There's no hope for him there. And that smoke that's still limited on the backside of this quad position is going to allow the plant quite comfortably. A boost coming in. And finally, it looks like Virtus.pro not only have the bomb down again, but have a good post-plant situation by which they can finally take a round.
Yeah, got a boost going on towards quad here. Going to be dropping down now. Like you said, it does look like it's going in their favor. The CTs have no utility to work with. That shot comes in from Snacks now, and he misses out on towards Oscar, but time ticking away now. CTs need to find something here, and they could do it still. There's no reason why they can just run in and find the kills. There's the first one, Zero and Oscar coming in at the same time. They find the first two. They're lining up for them, though. Pasha trying to get the final kill. Doesn't work out.
So close. That spray transfer was so close, and Snacks overstepped slightly. He was scoped in toward A main, and he didn't realize he was exposed that far out toward the catwalk, I'm afraid. And that shot from Oscar inside the site, too.
Well, like I said, I could see it building up. There was no reason why they couldn't just go aggressive. They find that first kill, definitely opens up opportunity for them, and it's going to be a huge retake from Hellraisers. Yet another clutch going in their favor. And you have to say, I think if they'd kept that boost, Virtus.pro, they would have already won that round. You can see how close it's been. 5 diffusers now in a row for Hellraisers. That's just how many clutches there's been. Neo on 0-5, our spectators pointing out. But I don't think that's the issue. It's just more of a case of this every single clutch are doing everything right, but getting down to the bomb down and having these very tight situations with 3-on-3s to kick it off. They can't close them out. But still, they can buy maximum stage loss bonus with the bomb down as well. No orbs, but they have got AKs, a lack of utility. Only 2 smokes remaining. They'll be going for that mid-control once again. Molotovs are going towards the sandbags area. There aren't going to be any CTs really waiting for them, though. 1 player towards connector. He'll just playing very passive, looking for any information he can get. 2 players towards B and 2 on A.
Pasha's going to watch back toward that vent as well in case the boost comes back through. Still 5-on-5, and they have some mid-control with him there. That should be enough to cut off rotations, but there's still 3 inside of the A site directly. There's only 1 smoke left for Taz. Angel, flash, is he going to go? Gets caught up on the doorway slightly. That may have hindered him in that position, but Bondic has still made it inside here. Snacks has no idea he's going down. Absolutely gets taken down, and Bondic is in a good position still, but the post-plant positions now have a chance because Bialy winning that duel with the bomb now down means he can work back toward A main, and both of the rotations from Hellraisers this time are toward middle still. And they're going to try and play a pick game on Oscar. Let him go towards Zeke. Good find as he does get Pasha. Now they've got a chance, and they'll split and approach from truck as well. Neo's going to watch this from Fork. He's got to come up strong in this situation. He has got onto the scoreboard finally. Spots 1 crossing over. Can't find him. Oscar smoked him off. Good pick from Taz as a result of that. And Bialy finds Oscar.
Very close in terms of the damage inflicted by the CTs. They're pushing into A main once again and finding the dinks on the terrorist players, but unable to finish the job there, and it wasn't working out for them in the end. Virtus.pro finally have a convincing round. Doesn't come down to a 1-on-1 situation. They keep 3 players alive as well, so that's going to be good for them going in the future. But finally arriving here on Cash and see whether they can actually build on this going forward. It'll be 5-1 now, and the thing is, this goes to show how close this game has been, Matt. The fact that Hellraisers, after winning 5 in a row, they are broken straight away. There's been so many tight situations, so surely VP can really get their heel stuck in now. They're going to be boosting up towards middle fast. 3 players boosted up, and Molotoving off towards the key areas once again. Vents and sandbags just going to be clearing this out and seeing whether they can find the next frag.
Bialy rotating into the vents. Oh, he could catch this. Well timed. Angel goes down. Again, 1 round for Virtus.pro, and it's a break of the economy. It just goes to show you, similar to Mirage, how close this really has been. That's a good find to start things off. Splits the defense entirely. 2-2 split on B, and a little bit of aggression from Oscar trying to wrap around toward middle. He's already made it into the B courtyard. And he could quickly sneak up behind both Pasha. And Snacks might be slightly exposed.
Taz is ready.
Taz is ready. I was worried, actually.
You looked at it other way, so I just wanted to calm you down. But there it is, 5-on-3. And Hellraisers just with pistols now. And this is very well played from Virtus.pro. They know that their money is going to be tight going forward. They've only got 1 round on the board so far. Don't want to drop a single AK. They've got time to work with. Let's see if there's any more reaction coming in from the TTs. That's the first one, so they've got the 5-on-3 situation. Now group up together and enter the bomb site correctly. Don't need to give any rifles away. Don't risk anything. And presumably here comes the final play. They will be opting to go towards the B site through the vents. Bondic and Sticker still towards A. It's Snacks who's left by himself. He does drop actually, but still the round secured at this point. Pasha securing CT spawn. Say securing, it's a little bit of a struggle. Getting a headshot as well, goes on the 3 HP. Isn't as quite as clean as I would like.
Bialy getting Bondic. Sticko getting Bialy, so at least another gun dropped. That's 2 that are lost, but 2 rounds now for Virtus Pro, more importantly.
I was going to say, it's probably Hellraiser's got an eco here, considering the money he had. But they're going to be going in with the Famus's M-Ports. I guess when the Oscar has the AWP available, even though it's glass cannon, they're going all in on the fact he could actually make something massive happen here. It'll be down to him to go aggressive, I'd say. They haven't got a single kit. They're lacking in grenades. He needs to be stepping up here and actually finding the next kill. But it's going to be Taz, though. Looking like he was only to get that first kill, but we'll be flashing through, actually. It's going to be Oscar to get the drop on towards Pasha here. And a flurry of frags, I'm going to assume, because VP are boosting up and be challenging this mid-area. Angel ready for them.
Angel, though, still inside of this mid position. Pop flash off the wall. They should have heard the direction by which that was bounced. So Bialy is staring it down, and Angel's going to fall back. Busts out the second vent more or less to not only quicken his escape plan if they push him, but make them perhaps think that he's already dropped through. He now will. And he'll sit in front of the B tunnels. Xbox allows the rotation from 0 back toward mid because they're relying on him to get his information, but even still, he goes more passive again, so they're actually giving up this B site entirely.
Right now it's a 5-on-3, so VP just need a pick before they can do anything with this, really. Snacks at that area VP, he'll be moving around, but at this point, the CTs, they have been very aggressive so far, flashing into certain situations. They don't need to do any of that right now. It's just going to be them holding back, having the crossfires, and making sure they can lock down any last-ditch attempts there from VP to try and get to a site. So Bialy, like I said, 0 playing very passively, takes a lot of damage, but still alive. The crossfire works out. Angel comes in with the Famus, takes down Bialy. Now it's a 5-on-2. That should be the round almost certainly secured there.
Neo is going to start to walk over and see what he can do at this B site, but as you say, a huge deficit for them to find themselves in.
Oh, yes.
20 seconds as well. It's not like they can really draw this out.
I think to save the weapons at this point. They've got an AWP, of course, and Neo with the AK, they've got a flashbang and a Molotov. Just try and save the kit and take that to the next round. And all, regardless of what your teammates have, always very viable.
And that's the big thing here, because it's 2 rounds in a row for VP, but both of them were hard-fought fights that limited. I think there was 2 alive in the last one, so
yeah.
Get a glance at the money here. There it is. So yeah, they're in a position to buy. They're at about 5,000. We got a glance. A very quick glance. I saw 5150 on one player, and I'm going to assume they're all similar.
I missed it. So I think I saw 5K on someone. So they can definitely drop at least one weapon there. Could get a double orbs. They wanted to on the T side, try and boost their chances with the other low money players. But let's see what they did do. I have no idea. What the hell's going on, Dan?
Dan's not here.
Well,
we're lost without
It's
him.
actually a pretty healthy buy. You can see they've got 4 AKs. Reasonable utility, and Snacks, of course, back on towards that AWP is saved from last round. So it's going to be 6-2 here. Another chance to break Hellraisers potentially. They haven't exactly recovered yet. You can see them lacking utility after the last round. They're going to have 3 kits in the AWP. On towards Oscar. He'll be patrolling middle from the connector area. Not going to be smoked out for now, so he has got full vision of it. 2 players towards highway, actually, for the CTs as well. We'll see how this works out as we go into round number 9.
Bondik's going to be the only one inside of the site itself. They do have one more in behind the forklift now. They've rotated him in late. They've got one on the catwalk, so they've given up mid again. That's the 2 players rotating over, Sticko and Angel. From Win a Knife Doppler by Esports Pools. I'm going to enter. I'm going to win it.
I don't think you're allowed to.
So fine, simple as me then. Oh, missed shot from Snacks. Nearly gets an opportunity as Angel's caught in no man's land as the door opens, but he's given a gift and he will get away. Taz, though, is going to take advantage of this being pushed back and rotate around. What a shot, Sticko! It's Angel with the second one, but the first one through the smoke is as pretty as ever. Bialy now has to clutch this out, and he will not.
Well, the default coming in there for Virtus Pro. Couldn't find a single pick there, just slowing things right down and then trying to force away into the A site. It was the smoke from Highway trying to protect themselves, but like you said, Sticko coming in the back and Angel helping him out, locking it down. Decent crossfire towards that A side. Saw Hellraiser with 2 players towards Highway there, so strong mid and A control. And here was the play. That smoke just not really working out for Taz as he gets taken down in the back. You can see just the tension from both sides there. They really did struggle going to that round. It's going to be 7-2 now. Hellraisers have 2 on the bounce, going to force Virtus Pro down to PG50s, a Deagle and Taz. And there's going to be 5 players towards the B storage here, just trying to get the bomb down once again. Maybe swarm the checkers room, seeing they can take down a waiting player there. It's not going to be the case, though. CT's just adjusting themselves. Angel getting ready in the vents, and you see a very passive hold here. Just forcing the terrorists to come to the site, spraying them down together.
Oscar nade in, though. That's going to do good, massive damage, in fact, onto Pasha. Down to 12 HP. Zero's just holding the angle, letting them cross and commit to the site. He'll rely on Oscar for information if they get closer from the main entrance. Never mind, he's gone. Snacks finds the kill, but Oscar, there he is. He gets 2 back. Pasha and Taz go down. Snacks will wait for Sticko. Getting this kill would be big, though. Pull it back to a 2 versus 2. He has the bomb, remember, as well, but needs to get over toward the site in this situation. He knows he's there.
Yeah. This is perfect, though. Oscar, there it is. That should be the round secure, but Sticko wants to go for the face. It's Snacks being very patient, of course. He takes him down towards that vents area. Now it is the 2 versus 1. Hope we can get some more intel here. Jumping up.
Funny how many times we see that swag pistol throw, because it worked that once. It's very rare it does, but you never know. The one off chance to try and bait out this shot from Oscar. He has done it with a strafe jump. This will give him the rotation. So that was the hard part, getting past the AWP.
I think surely, what's the plan? He's going to run straight towards A, through Squeaky Door, but the CTs are ready for this as well. You can see Bondic has got control of Highway, but he's focused towards middle right now. So this actually could be a really nice play from Snacks. If he can get out, and just find the cheeky plant towards that default area, that's probably the best he could have hoped for.
He's going to face this.
Okay.
He's going to. Oh, he spotted him. He's
not going for it.
Did he
he saw
not?
him.
Commits. Oh! Oh my God! Oh wow!
I guess that's
that
the definition
couldn't have been any more perfect
of the touchdown right there. That's landing in his head, pretty much down the throat of Snacks. Like I said, we saw him. Had he just taken that shot, he had 10 seconds sure, but once you spot a player like that, surely just take out the face and.
Maybe he didn't. Maybe he actually had already thought in his head, all right, I haven't seen him dropping down. I'm getting ready. Could have had his eyes off of it for a second. I'm not sure.
Well then, that grenade suddenly delivered.
Have you ever seen a grenade that big on your screen before? That was like literally 50% of the pixels on one grenade.
Yeah, it literally just bounced off his head, landed at his feet. Game over. Well then, Hellraiser's increasing their lead here. 8 plays 2 now. We're going to be going into round number 11. It's going to be Snacks back on the AWP. Money's still okay for Vladispraw after he has another plant there. And it's going to be Bondic looking to go aggressive once again. We said this team did like to do it. You can see them pushing towards Squeaky Door as well. Going to be Flashbang going in. It's going to work out by the looks of things. Bondic with a double kill as well, looking to get more. Snacks just about takes him down, but it's Zero in towards that Squeaky Door area. That's the round over once again. Snacks going to be the final player remaining. This is relentless aggression from Hellraisers. Shuts it down before it even begins.
Minute and 27 seconds still on the clock in that round, and it's already over. That is aggressive from Hellraisers.
That's a real all-in move as well. We saw them do that on Mirage, not really working out for them, but they do 2 players towards Squeaky Door, 2 towards A main. Flashbang's coming in, and it's locking down any picks that Virtus Pro are trying to find. Now that's 4 rounds in a row, and VP getting shut out of this cash map here. We're going to be going into number 12. I don't think they have much to work with there. Surely just a partial buy, but that's very well played from Hellraiser. We said that aggression was coming back, and it delivered that round, and then some.
Smoke in toward A main. Bondic's going to get it back in behind the quad. Play it himself, run through. Flash does put him in temporarily, but doesn't lose full vision, and he's able to come back out quite quickly to take down Snacks. Angel's going to get Pasha. Yeah, he may respond with 1, but the round, I'm afraid, is going in favor of Hellraisers. This bomb will get planted. That's at least money in the bank. Oh, Neo, can he deny this? Oh, he's got it. 2 tech 9 kills. It is now a 1-on-2. Gets there just in the nick of time. He's going to play this out with the M4 Flash, and he's going to stay aggressive. Why not? It's worked so far. He's got a 3rd kill, but the wraparound from Oscar.
Well, he's done a lot of damage to the money of the CTs, but ultimately can't find the round. They're quite happy with that, though, VP. You can see them kind of fist bumping. That's the maximum loss bonus now, and the bomb being planted. So they know they've got something to work with going into this round. A very strong buy indeed. All players around the 6K mark, so you'd assume the AWP will be coming out at this point. Snacks, for me, it hasn't had that much impact with the AWP. It seems like he's struggling a little bit with Neo, we used to see on the T side, especially trying to work those first picks. But we'll see what he can do going forward. That was a nice display from Bondic in that previous round. But yeah, Neo did deliver some pretty kills, but unfortunately didn't finish the round off quite there. But going to be into round number 13 once again. It's Ostia pushing towards the Squeaky Door area this time. Can he do anything with this? I think he may find Snacks. Ooh. Just misses out on the shot there, but still hungry for more.
Snacks is expecting and anticipating some aggression toward the Squeaky Door, correctly so, as he does still have his, or did still have his scout, AWP still focused on that position, but it's not going to be pushed, it's just going to be held right now. Bondic waiting for them to push onto Oscar. Meanwhile, though, Virtus Pro, wise to it, decides not to taunt with that fate. They're going to go back over toward the B site. And just inside of the site alone, it's Zero. Close by on Heaven is Sticko.
Yeah, this will be a BXQ by the looks of things from VP. Smoke's getting set up. Snacks of the AWP trying to get that first pick, but not going to be detected so far. You can see how defensive Hellraisers are right now towards that B side. We have got Sticko Hiding in heaven, and then Zero at the back of the site as well. They'll be smoking off towards Spawn, presumably, and maybe Molotoving towards upper here. But Sticker could drop this perfectly. He actually does. I'm going to segregate the terrorists as only the ones to the B side.
Is Zero going to get hit? That is the closest Molotov that's not burning him. That almost looks like it's on him, but it's not at all. And that may force them to overlook it. They're going to run in. He's still here. He's looking for more, but it's outside of the site that they still reside, inside of the B tunnels, except for Taz, and he's dropped. It's Snacks with 21, and Hellraisers are now going to go up to 11-2. Incredible half from them, considering how close the beginning of this all was.
How did that Molotov not touch him? It was like millimeters away from his feet, just burning his toes there, but still, great play from Zero to staying there, biding his time, waiting till he absolutely had to face at the end. And Virtus Pro, pretty simple B take there, didn't really work in their favor. Never looked like they're actually applying any real pressure towards Hellraisers. It's now going to be 11-2, and we're going to round number 14. They will be force buying this once again. AKs and a Tech 9 on towards Snacks. No AWP to work with this time. Haven't really been focusing towards the A side too much. It's been mainly the mid control and haven't really been getting too many clutch situations going on, but we'll see what they can bring as we get to the closing sectors here. Looks like a full-on A, just wall of smokes here. It's just, well, nothing else is working, guys. We're not finding the picks. Let's just send 2 smokes over, bust in through squeaky door, hope for the best.
See if these smokes can work. 5 aside, full HP. 2 to bust out the door. AWP rotating over late, but it's the rifles, thankfully, inside of the A site that have to deal with these smokes. And they've rotated out. They've actually given this up, so they're not willing to lose members and weaken up their retake. They're just going to stay close and catch out mistakes and early aggression. Oh, it's the open plant. Snacks, he's trying to catch them off. He nearly gets caught by Angel.
Yeah, it's a great play there. The set piece with the smokes allows them to plant very openly now. It's very difficult with the CTs to even try and get a retake going here. They have got a Molotov, make it 2 as well, Virtus Pro, although they're very low HP. CTs have to work very hard for this one.
Bondic still waiting as well. That door, they know the bomb's here, so where is it? How do you consider this? You know what a default entails, but where are they set up now? Obviously in places you can't find because it's 4 to the 1 kill in favor of Virtus Pro. And Zero, the last alive, is going to get 1 on a Taz. Pasha has 100 HP, but the other 2 are very low. Pasha's caught, there's a chance. Don't peek this, they can try and bait it out. Time is very low.
Well,
it's too low.
Not even working a default there, Virtus Pro going for the full-on set piece towards that open and plant. Can be very effective. The problem is CTs can read that coming. As soon as they see those 3 cluster of smokes come down, we saw the spray coming towards the plant of his Snacks. Actually got dinked as the spray came in, but he managed to get away with the plant and his life. They fit up in crossfire positions. Like I said, when the CTs are trying to retake that sort of position, it's so hard to actually find anything out of it. Such a decent plant once the terrorists get established. And the Molotovs are dropped as well. Virtus Pro find their 3rd round. Zero doing some impressive work there to find 3 frags, but that's pretty much all he got out of it. We're going to the final round of the first half here.
Shot from Oscar. Very fast start as we jump out of the replay and straight into the action. Bialy's going to take him back down, though. Look at this rotation. Very swift. 1 already in connector. Back toward the tree. In fact, in heaven to be exact. And Angel's made his way in toward that connector. The vents into checker. It's going to be a backtrack, though, from Virtus Pro. Bondic, the only one on the A site. Sticko's considered this. He's going to bring his M4 back toward the truck position, but that's easily thwarted. There's no smokes, though. He's going to have vision on this. And Bondic knows they're here because he gets the call from his teammate. He picks out to get 1, looking for the boost over top. Not going to be there. No one jumping up. He can sit on the inside of this smoke. They'll give up the bomb plant in doing so, but they've still got so much strength in these retakes, and Hellraisers have been so patient in that regard, making sure they have the numbers to win out these retake situations. Bialy finding Bondic is going to leave it at 2 versus 2. Taz gives them the advantage. Zero. Kit, M4, ample opportunity in time, but it is going to be the 4th round now for Virtus Pro, but the only the 4th round in this first half. 11 for Hellraisers.
Yeah, lots. You can see this, how many clutches there were there. I think there was like 7 or 8 diffuses total for Hellraisers in the round they won. So lots of clutches, lots of tense situations towards the end there, but it's definitely a very strong lead for Hellraisers going towards the second half. VP struggling once again in the opening sectors, going down, I think it was 5-0 at one point before they really got going, and only picking up 4 rounds total. I'm going to say right now, Matt, I don't think that's enough, but if they win the pistol, we never know what could happen. Cash, definitely not Virtus Pro's strongest map, but they just need a little bit of momentum, and we'll see what they can do getting into the second half now. They are currently 1-0 up. And whether the pistol will be an aggressive one from the T's, obviously we talk about B rushes being very viable on maps like this. You can just block armor up, maybe have one player on the utility for the smoke towards CT spawn. It almost guarantees you a bomb plant and can be very difficult with the retake of the CTs.
CT side has won every pistol in this series so far as well.
Oh, really?
It's 2-1 in pistols.
Well then, what can you say about that one?
Glock 2 strong.
Yep, guess you could say that.
Do you remember what it actually was? In like the 2012
It was
to 13
crazy,
era?
that Glock. The Glock literally was a guaranteed pistol round for the T's every single
The
time.
burst was overpowered to start out with.
It was like an AK in the pistol round type thing. It was crazy.
Yeah, well, this is the retake game onto the A site. A lot more pressure onto B. Bit of a long rotation from Taz's perspective as he's going to have to rotate all the way back to the B site. In fact, they're going to go for the flank instead. They're relying on Bialy to just get a chance pick through that smoke. He won't do it. And there's no kits. So playing a retake game with no kits means they're going to have to act quick on this retake itself. 2 players boosted up. They have the information. They get them both as well. Pasha and Neo, good picks. They're going to be able to walk in toward A main, but look at Sticko's position. 2 to face him. He needs to just get away from this. He can't afford to overcommit, and thankfully does not, because they're the only 2 left from Hellraiser's side. As Taz is going to take Sticko, it's just on Oscar. He's dropped as well. Very well done on that retake. They set up for it. They knew exactly what they wanted from the round, and they acted quickly.
Yeah, very nice stuff there from Virtus.pro. Reacting straight away, like you said, a retake mentality and sticking together as they were coming in from middle there, finding 2 kills towards the boost position, and there's 1 kill apiece for every single member of Virtus.pro there. And this was the really important sector there. That play from the boost spot is when they're coming in for the backstep from Highway. They find them just in time. It was split-second things there. Whether they had not found them, they actually got towards Highway. That could have been a very different round indeed. Timing working in VP's favour. And we go to round number 17. You would assume this will be a full eco coming in from Hellraisers. Glocks across the board, or maybe someone's got a P250 in a smoke. Once again, just trying to get the bomb down, boost the money going into the third, and just challenging the SMGs that Virtus.pro have. Like we discussed, it's interesting they've gone for such a heavy SMG mentality here, considering they know they're up against AKs in the third round. But here we go. You'd assume a smoke towards Highway and Quad. 1 flashbang on Sticko. He'll be using that as they move on towards the bomb site. Quite a passive hold, Bialy towards CD spawn. One of the few rifles, or only rifle I should say, on the Polish side.
Bialy has a smoke down in front of him. He's going to completely unload through it. Flashbang over to try and get his teammate Taz back in, Snacks back in. Taz gets 2 kills though with the P90. Snacks can't deny the bomb plant. Oh, look at Oscar. I think he's out of ammo. Is it a chance knife or is he out? Either way, he's hoping someone pushes through that smoke. He's definitely out because he has to run through it.
Okay. I like the idea of it. They got the bomb down twice to try and get another 1500. Why not? There it is. VP know they're up against it next round. They did go for their heavy SMG purchases, and those P90 kills don't exactly farm a lot of cash. So we'll see how they approach the next one. There's the crowd for you. We are in Kiev in Ukraine, as the color of the chairs suggests. See, they're hyped. Obviously, they can't hear us, Matt. We have got Russian casters.
That's okay. They're probably better than we are. We've got the cool thing about this stadium is that the field's open, so you get the weathering effects. This is not uncommon for football stadiums, but good pickup, good trade from Bondik. But you get this canopy, which does echo and resonate the sound. So if this place was full, you stay dry, you get to watch some rainy soccer, football, my mistake, and it's loud. I like it. They also, by the way, relocated the Dynamo Kiev. Good push through middle, but caught out. Oscar was waiting for it. Relocated the Kiev Dynamo's game to the secondary stadium just so we could be here for Counter-Strike this weekend.
That's nice of them. Well, then it's going to be a 4-3. As I said, Virtus.pro really were up against it with this SMGs they had remaining against. You can see an AWP on Oscar, 3 AKs. They had to go for some aggressive pushes there. It hasn't really worked out in their favor. They had found 1 kill. That was Bialy. Now, so much time to play with here. Hellraisers just can hold up and see whether they can sniff out the remaining CTs. Decent position from Neo. Could be towards that sunshine room. As they will be coming towards the B storage here. He could cause a little bit of damage here. If he does find the right timing, could potentially get both of these kills. They are going to be checking it, and the AWP's right in front of him. Here we go.
Oh, he did check it, but checked wrong. He checked the other corner, and Neo's found both. He checked the Bardov corner, but Neo's got better plans. And it picks up the WB, and another kill goes into Bondik. It's just Angel left. What a round. How to turn this around. Neo's done so well in this situation. 3 kills looking for the 4th. Angel's going to face it. Doesn't get it, but it does allow Taz to walk in with the execution.
So a round that looked like it was completely over there. Just an MP9 in the hands of Counter-Strike legend Neo in towards that sunshine room. I said that the timing's working in his favor. He could potentially get up both of those kills, and he actually does it as well. Picks up the AWP, nails the bomber, And he does drop in the end, but it just sets up his teammate for the little spray down there in the end. But there it is. This is the play. Oscar, like you said, checking the Bardolph position. And the double kill comes in. And then Neo back on the AWP. And to the force. Hellraisers now onto an eco here. Just Eagles and Tech9s. That was such a massive play there.
Pasha. Op shot into Angel to start this off well. So Virtus Pro starting to get the momentum rolling, and it gets scarier for Hellraisers. Remember, down a map already as Bialy's going to take Oscar. Door has opened. They know there's a player inside of it. They don't open by themselves, Henry G. Uh-oh. Sticko.
It'll take the fire, but they know he's there anyway, so he'll be trying to work something with this Desert Eagle. Shooting through the... Oh, okay, well, it's Bondic on the other towards A main. He gets the shot on Bialy. That certainly helps, but they're still on a 4-on-3 with just pistols here. Going to be boosting up. So Bondic, that's another go. Aiming towards Connector.
Spotted Neo's arm. Spotted Neo's arm and his head.
Why are the CTs facing this? I really don't know, but still. There it is. Bondic finds the second kill and brings it to a 3-on-3. This is actually possible for them now.
All too possible, if you ask me. Sticko stays out toward this open door, and he peeks out, nearly finds Taz with the pre-aimed crosshair placement. Strafes, misses.
When you've got the man advantage like this and a massive weapon advantage, mid's not even a problem for you. You can allow the terrorists to have mid all day long. Just play the bomb sides, play the long game, and they will be winning the round eventually, Virtus Pro, but he didn't have to give those kills away, in my opinion. The Deagle can be very deadly in that position, and that round was testament to it, but it will be recovered as it goes to 11-8 here. VP now definitely arriving on cash. And there was a Deagle shot that took down Neo. Bondic finding 2 that round. See what kind of buy is coming in.
In a minute.
Yep, this is... It does make me a little bit angry, I can't say, but still,
Yeah, so
it looks pretty.
Just to clarify, productions makes things so much nicer, but usually we have an in-game PC so we can still analyze that. Sometimes it gets a little tricky if we can't keep track of the buys, but that's just to give you guys an indication. The show must go on, and it must look great for you guys.
Exactly.
Well, should, as it should.
Round number 20. It's going to be 5 AKs here. No Orbs or Hellraisers. They have got full utility as well. Looks like they'll be going to a default here, but no position towards B, like no presence whatsoever. So they're going to be going for possibly something a little faster here. The smoke's coming in. This is a set piece. And can the CTs hold this one off?
Good shot from Bialy into Angel. Comes back out, sprays down. He's got all 3. Last bullet to kill 0, but Bondic is there to come back in with the AK. And he's still alive as well. He's got 3 of his own. Taz drops. And he's got this back to a 1-on-2. Still with the bomb, but watch the flank. And it's going to be Neo, or rather Pasha, excuse me, to take him down. Neo that was coming in on the flank, but Bondic nearly made that far more interesting than it needed to be.
We always discuss Bialy pretty much plays that position almost every single round, and it looked like, once again, he gets given, I'm not going to say an easy situation, but the fact that he got that spray down with no real challenge towards him, there's no Molotov at his feet, there's no real flashbangs or anyone really focusing to him. To be fair, it's good synergy from the CTs, flashing each other in. He finds a 3-man spray down. And no bomb planted for Hellraisers. They still have enough to buy here, but VP, round by round, getting back into this one. It was an 11-4 first half. And they're doing a very good job on the CT side. As we go into this one, it's going to be 5 AKs once again, but the lack of utility now for Hellraisers. They've got a Galil as well towards Sticko. Boosting up towards mid, potentially trying to find that next frag, but Pasha's going to be AWPing now. Like I said, there's no real consistency in who is the AWPer going forward. It's either Snacks, Neo, or Pasha. Just whoever feels like it, but they have boosted up. It's going to be Oscar towards middle. No AWP in his hand. And it's quite a defensive hold from the CTs towards that area.
You know, they're getting Oscar and then falling back as well is a good start for VP. They're going to give up mid on this pick as well because they know they can turtle into the sites and have the man advantage. The power play, as Maniac calls it. Coined, actually, at the last Star Ladder event in Minsk.
Oh, yeah.
He was an analyst with us.
And a coach.
And, well, he wasn't officially the coach at that event, but yes, he was.
No, he was.
Right.
That was the event he was announced. And he was behind them every time. He ran off after each
That's
segment.
true. Yeah, that's right. I don't think it was planned that he would, but you're right. He did actually go behind them every game. That's true. A man of many flavors.
Not the coach now, Nico, but
well, that's another story. Taz, great push back to middle, catches them sleeping almost, trying to sneak up mid, and it's another 2 kills for him. Try and find Sticko as well. He does drop eventually to that Galil. He was low on HP, but it's a headshot well placed from Sticko. Snacks isn't going to have any of that, though, and it's on to just 0. 1 versus 4. Down he goes. Bialy closes it. We're within 1. No rounds again for Hellraisers on their T side.
Surely
as it comes to 11-10.
Surely the pause at this point. I don't think we've seen any tactical pause from Hellraisers yet, have we? regardless. And this is going to be 6-0 from Virtus Pro. We said if he got the pistol, they're a momentum-based team. They could get back into this. It was Taz. Fantastic play here. Facing, as his teammate took a lot of the aggro there, but it's going to be one round away from tying things up, as you said. Just pistols here for Hellraisers. No grenades either. Just got head armor on towards Sticko. And look at the run boost map. We've seen this before. It's going to be Snacks going up this time.
No, we did make it.
Okay.
That's smart. Good strafe control. Gets away from the flames as well, so Snacks obviously practiced that. And he's there, but Bondic spots it. He's going to fall away from this, stay on top of the pipe. Still has vision from that position, but won't be able to get aggressive. Doesn't really matter, does it? It's just Bondic and Sticko remaining, and they've got information that they're still out in that mid position. Desperate to find that shot, Bondic. One bullet's going to take him down, though, 21 HP. One clean bullet through the canopy. It might deflect enough of the damage, and now it's Sticko that's also down to 1 HP. One bullet anywhere will do it there.
5-on-2. And,
oh, yes, sir. Snacks wants the money and the humiliation. We go to 11-11. They've tied it back up.
Very impressive stuff from VP here, looking like they're in 5th gear for sure. And it hasn't been hyper-aggressive play from them, but is winning a lot of key rounds there. That one that comes to mind is the MP9 from Neo. That was a big opportunity for them to get back into this one. And him taking it down with the SMG and picking up the AWP as well. Finding 4 kills overall. Was very influential in his current situation. We're going to round number 23. It's going to be another full buy here for Hellraisers. Let's see what VP have got planned here. Zero going aggressive in the early boost, but Snacks waiting for him once again. Gets the first kill. He's going to be pushing through the terrorist smoke as well. Flashbang comes in. It's going to be quite a scrappy affair. Who's going to come out on top of this?
Snacks certainly does. Finds Angel. It's back inside the smoke. He falls to middle. He finds Bondic as well, excuse me. And Snacks is going to just watch this angle. Oscar, all he can really do is sit up there to watch toward the connector. It's just he and Sticko again.
Yeah, the incendiary forces him off as well. A fantastic round from Snacks there. He gets that first kill from the aggressive play from Hellraisers. Flashes himself in. I said it was going to be scrappy, but he comes out on top, and Pasha reacting perfectly. He's pushing the B storage. He's taking down Oscar. And now it's just going to be Sticko in the 5-on-1. Virtus Pro will take the lead for the first time in this map. And they really have arrived in true style, I have to say. Very, very strong round from Snacks. He's been missing from a few tournaments recently. But this series especially, here's the replay on your screen right now, gets that first kill, and this is where it got interesting. Pushing through the smoke, anything could have happened here, and he comes out on top. Great work. I think this is the pause now, the tactical pause, of course, from Hellraisers.
Yeah. Have to do it.
Yeah, they had a great CD half, like I said. We were expecting them to be very aggressive and reactive, and that was very true. They won 11-4. It was perfect for them. That's pretty much a perfect half from as far as they're concerned. And going to the second one, it's been a bit of a nightmare.
And I have to reiterate the point. Not a single round so far on the terrorist campaign of either map for Hellraisers.
That's true. I forgot that happened on Mirage. That's quite an insane statistic, isn't it? Well, I guess this is a chance to have the mental reset. Like you said, this best of 3 doesn't mean the team will be going home. It's still the upper bracket, right? So it's okay if Hellraisers is not the last chance saloon, but it's looking pretty bleak for them right now. Really can't get rolling on this terrorist side. It seems to be so strong on those CTs.
I really like this, just to point out this cable cam.
Yeah, this is actually floating over the stadium on like wires, right? So it's can go anywhere in the stadium, get any view at once. It's normally used in like really high profile like soccer games and stuff like that, and like anything really in NHL. But it can get any sort of shot. It's really cool.
Yeah, it just adds to the scale of it. Cuban's looking happy. Just lounging.
He is straight up lounging right now. I think the pressure's off them now. I think after that 11-4 half, like I said, a momentum-based team. It was that round from Neo, the man on your screen right now. As soon as he won that, when they were up against it with the force, well, not force, they got 2 plans, the first and the second round. They saved the SMGs, and as soon as Neo won in that round, they thought, well, okay, we can do this now. We've broken their spirit. They can't get rolling here.
Angel. Most experienced player on this Hellraisers side.
For sure.
Bondic does bring some level of experience coming over from Flip side. Obviously, Oscar Sticko a little bit newer in terms of their overall prowess. Oscar coming over from the FPL more than anything.
Well, I can hear the timer ticking down, man. We're getting back into this one. It is going to be a difficult buy here for Hellraisers. 4 AKs, 1 Tech 9. That's just Oscar with the Tech 9 head armor, nothing much else. he may be saving his cash. We don't get to see him. A lot of AWPers in these scenarios will try and keep their money a little bit healthier to have the AWP in the full buys. I'm not sure, but this is the problem with not seeing the cash. We'll see what they decide to do here. And it'll be an A-sided attack by the looks of things. Just Zero holding in for the flanks and the aggression at the start of the round. Sticko towards Squeaky Door. First pick comes in for him though. That works out.
Taz goes down. The alley though, counter flash just to buy some time. Molotov out on the Squeaky Door. Second flash as well, just trying to get a better set for Virtus Pro. They are rotating the fourth player out of the B site. And Snacks gets caught on catwalk to Angel. They're going to walk in. Good push, counter push from Bialy. He gets in behind two of them, and that's Neo to win the duel against Angel. Sticko does get through the door, back into Bialy, but Neo still has fence, and Pasha's arrived. So despite that there's only 2 men left, they're still here. Molotov's going to bring Neo out. That's a duel that needs to be traded. Bondik does, down to just the 1. There's lots of time to go back to the B site, but they're still here. They're still committed, and it's on to Pasha. AWP in hand, behind quad. Flash is going to catch him in full effect. Sticko doesn't know he's here, though. They're both inside of the site. He's going to hear them. Pasha stays scoped in so that he doesn't give away his position, and he finds the bomb, drops it down, 33 seconds, but he hasn't spotted Sticko yet, and he's going to try and get up on top of Red to find him, and waits for the angle to present itself. He doesn't need to peek this. Pasha's going to play this out as long as possible, goes to the pistol, expecting him to get closer, and the AWP not as effective. Molotov, that'll limit movement. But this is really just a game of patience. 15 seconds, they do face off, and the AK's going to win it. Finally, Hellraisers get a T-sided round.
How did Pasha get away with that for so long? Just toward that core position, they don't check it at all. The bomb goes down right in front of him, but he was stuck in such a horrible position there. The terrorist could just wait on top of the bomb site. Such a positional advantage in terms of that one-on-one. Just with the AWP, Pasha does all he could. His Sticko holds his nerve for as long as he possibly could. It did come down to quite a tense situation. He only goes under 50 HP, so ultimately it's pretty comfortable. But if VP win this round, it's another hard reset, and it could bring them a step closer. But for now, we are tied things up at 12-12. All back and towards Oscar's hands. There's once again 5 players towards his A side of the map. They're going to have to operate pretty quickly here. Flashbang comes in and they'll do exactly that.
Bialy finds it though. Falls back far enough to get his vision restored. Zero manages to trade onto him, but Snacks will follow it up, and it's 3 kills against the 1 that Hellraisers found on this entry. Taz can't quite get the angle over top of the smoke onto Zero as they cross into the site, so they should get a plant out of this. But he hasn't committed to it, Zero. He's not comfortable enough to do so. He's going to go for the default. The safe plant, nice shot from Sticko. Just the top of the scalp showing from Taz. I would say just one too many hairs showing, but he's similar to Moses in that regard. Good play from Zero, pushing back through, takes down Pasha. Snacks trades it, and Sticko's going to play this 1 versus 2. Knows Neo's out toward A main. Can't find the shot.
Another big round there from Virtus Pro. Like I said, Hellraisers didn't have any presence on the map apart from the A side, so they had to move pretty fast there. Flashbang comes in. It was Bialy stepping up, found the first 2 kills, and then at that point, the 4-on-2, although Hellraisers found a couple of kills here and there, it was VP never really looking uncomfortable in that situation. And I'm sure even after the plant, they're only going to have $1,400 going into this round, Hellraisers. I'm not sure on the money situation, of course. We'll find out momentarily. Yeah, it's very low indeed. So looks like we'll be almost forcing into this fully. They're keeping it about $1,000. There's a UMP there, so not fully investing into this one. But Tech9's armor, smoke grenades here. And Virtus Pro, though, homing in on the 2-0. That's the first round. The Hellraisers actually picked up this half, and it gets reset straight away.
Yeah, exactly that. Oscar, he's going to get boosted up. Tech9. He'll just sit and wait as well for anyone to push through as they set up this execution with what little utility they do have. 3 smokes. Bondik still with 1. They go deep toward the truck. Second one to cover off the top of highway. Bondik's trying to look inside of that. He'll follow his up now close because they know there's a player on highway. They need to limit this. They need to get a bomb down, and they're going to cross it over. Bondik's going to plant it slightly more open because the Molotov comes in early to try and defend that, to try and deny that. Snacks will just wait out from highway, but 4 players still up right now on Hellraiser's side. They picked up the UMP. Snacks looking for a chance shot through the smoke. Anyone transferring back out, and they're going to put a Molotov out in Zero's position, but he can stay there. He doesn't have to move on that. It's not going to force him completely into the open. Pasha, though, does burn Oscar alive. Aggressive, of course, inside of that Flames, but Pasha does get Zero to respond after Neo goes down.
Yeah, a little bit of a YOLO play there, pushing through the Flames, trying to find a player towards quad. He does drop in the end, but ultimately it doesn't really matter too much. Virtus Pro there with the retake mentality there, as Hellraisers did go to site. Molotovs and smoke come into it, but it never really found much from that play. It's going to be 14-12 now, and even after getting the plant down, see Hellraisers still struggling in terms of the cash. Gonna have about 3K average by the looks of things. They are going to be buying up into it. There it is. Angel fully invests. This will pretty much decide the game. If they can win this one, they're back into it. But if it's lost, which is looking like it probably will happen, that's going to be the GG moment, I'm afraid. 14-12. No aggressive play here from VP, but focusing towards middle this time. And Bialy looking towards A main, seeing if anyone will dare cross. You have to keep a push through the smoke here as well, but looks like they will be waiting for him.
Good pick from Bialy as he gets in there. You said waiting for him, but Angel does get the refrag, still stays to 4s. Snacks is flashing so he can cross back inside of the site. Still the anchor position covered off from Neo, but they have brought him back in as well, and that's to boost up Snacks. He wants better position. He wants information early on the entry. So a shot, fade away, fall, goes back down with the smoke onto the wooden box. Can't wait to see what the new forklift brings us on this map. Neo's gonna find Angel from that exact position. And Snacks has scurried over quietly in behind quad.
This should be the round over. Pasha taking down 0 there. Terrorist with just trying to find a pick a UMP and a Galil. Not ideal, and there it is. Snacks does find the 4th kill, just going to be bonding now. Goes smoke towards highway, has a Molotov remaining as well for his quad, but this is desperate now. Running out, hoping something works in his favor, but it's not going to happen. There it is. Series point now for Virtus Pro. The money still not in a great position for the Hellraisers. As you can see, they're only getting $2,400 going into this round. Oscar can buy an AK, and that's all about they'll get, and it's going to be Bondig deciding whether he goes Galil armor. I think that's probably the protocol, but they need to have some nades to work with there. Yeah, there it is.
Sticko's gonna do what he can with what little money they have to try and prevent this from ending now. Map point, series point for Virtus Pro. Taz goes back toward the vent. Still have heard that bust out, but he's going to get away from it. And again, still has the M4 against just the AK and the Galil. 1 kill already gone. Taz follows up, takes down Angel. Galil and AK still in play. That's desperate at this point. 2 players boosted. Oscar's going to find 1 here. Does get Snacks down with the spray. That'll give him a bit of movement. Poor flash from Taz. He wants to peek that, but can't.
To be fair, it's just him staying alive at this point is absolutely fine. There's a chance he could have died there. It's going to be Neo finding a kill on the other side. He's towards middle.
And that's the AK gone as well.
Yeah, so surely the closing sectors of this series now. Bondig running through the fire there. Looking for the kill towards Neo. Not going to happen. And that's it. 3-on-1. Sticko finding a kill with the Desert Eagle. Taking down Pasha. Picks up the AWP with a minute remaining. He has got the bomb as well. Potentially could get another pick here, but the incendiary is good and does a little bit of damage towards him. And Taz, okay.
Nice shot.
Still have a chance here.
Do you still believe, Henry?
I don't, but I will pretend I do.
Things are back to normal.
Yeah. We'll see what he can do here. Smoke towards CD spawn. He's definitely got a chance of winning this one. It's just very unlikely at this point. He's going to be faking towards B, of course. Smoke goes down towards spawn, and the problem is he's got Neo waiting from T spawn. That should be it. Round over. 1 bullet is all it'll take.
Controlled and disciplined the whole way through. 1 round only in this entire series on the T side for Hellraisers is a huge issue they're going to have to fix, but they aren't done yet. They'll slide down into the lower bracket. It's VP that continue on. Convincing this time. If yesterday wasn't against worse players, this certainly was.
Oh, it's like a wedding ceremony already. Pretty impressive.
Certainly loud.
It's certainly loud. The rock music going on, but yeah, once again, Hellraisers finding 1 round in their terrorist half map. They found 0 on Mirage, and it's not much better here. 1 better, and after such convincing CT halves as well, you'd feel like they actually could do better than this. They're going to be having to go back to the drawing board, especially on the T sides. As you said, they do drop down to the lower bracket. VP continue. It was a difficult result yesterday against worse players. They managed to just get through by the skin of their teeth. Today, more convincing, but still very close games. Do we get one of those umbrella goals as well?
I don't know. But that's so that they get escorted off the stage and not into the rain, keep them dry. I was wondering how long the rock music was going to go for. It is a rock concert environment. Doesn't it feel that way?
It does.
Pasha doesn't care about getting wet. Those biceps are waterproof.
Skin generally is.
Not 100. It's water resistant. We still get pruned.
True.
We do absorb water. But yeah, very convincing this time around for Virtus Pro. Remember, we do still have one more best of 3 today, but not for a little bit. We've got League of Legends coming up in between that will dominate the stage, take it over.
I assume we'll be on this stream still. That's what it was last time. We still ran it, but it's saying CS coming soon.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'll swap it out on Twitch to indicate which game it's correctly playing.
There it is.
Again, the AWP swapped hands a few times that game.
It's so hard to predict. I don't know who's calling for VP right now. I don't know who's AWPing. It's pretty much just whoever feels like on the day, I think, is having a go at every single role. This time we saw Pasha doing it quite a lot. We saw Snacks, Neo every now and then. But he had some really fantastic plays in that game, especially that MP9 round. I was very impressed with Neo there.
Yep.
Like we said, he's always the master of CS. He always delivers when he absolutely has to, just when VP needed as well. They were 11-4 down after the first half. Win the pistol, get the first 2. They knew it up against it with 2 bombs down for the terrorists. And that play from Sunroom, that was a very, very interesting play.
Yeah, and it was interesting because you said he might check it, and he actually did consider the possibility because they had no information. He just checked the wrong corner, so it was kind of interesting from Neo to be in like the most... I guess you almost want the back to your wall. Steel made that video. It's like, why wouldn't he be in the corner? But
Yeah,
it's
sure.
like, it was almost like a mind game. Like, I'll just stay right here.
Yeah,
Worked out
absolutely.
perfectly as well, and then Taz finishing it out. I still think one of the issues that we have to highlight in this, and we've said it already, we've already harped on it, but the one round on a T side is unacceptable at this level of Counter-Strike, and obviously Hellraisers have a chance to address that situation. They don't play
One round
again
in 2
today.
maps.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's crazy. Considering they're actually quite close games as well. Well, I guess the first one it felt like it was a closer game on Mirage. After the first half, it felt like they were actually going to do well winning it. They actually didn't find anything on the second half. But Cash, example, when you get 11-4 and you actually only get 1 round in the second, you have to feel like, what the hell just happened to us? We didn't really get going there. It was very difficult for them to start or finish, and they did have some very close clutch situations, but it's VP is stepping up every single time. And that was the storyline in the first half for Hellraisers going in their favor.
Well, that said, we will take a break. Join in with the analyst. As mentioned, there's League of Legends coming up. We'll return with our third best of 3 of the day, after that. Don't go anywhere.
Gaming Bets. We accept bets on computer games online since 2011. Referral system for regular users and the first deposit bonus. Gaming devices store and the best choice of payment systems. Dota 2 and Hearthstone, Counter-Strike and StarCraft, World of Tanks and League of Legends. EGB.com. You know for sure who's going to win.
Getting tired of playing with the usual skins, but don't have enough money to buy a new one? Get rich fast with CSGoFast.com. CS Go Fast. It's a strong chance of winning in every game. Several rooms with different game modes. Daily, more than 1,000 games, 5,000 players, and 25,000 skins at stake. You don't need much in order to sweep the board.
Angry because you missed a big play? Tired of staying up all night to create highlight videos? Introducing LiveCut.tv. Simply press the capture button and bam! A highlight from the past 60 seconds will be instantly recorded. Get posts from streamers and fans around the world. Achieve legendary status Kappa.
Welcome back to the esports pool analyst desk. Other than that CT side, no, terrorist side on Cash, the Virtus Plow was pretty much in full effect. 2-0 to them, and they move forward to play the winner of Dobry or Godsent, and now HR drop down to play Na'Vi tomorrow. Pretty interesting game, right?
I'll be honest with you. We saw the CT half of Hellraisers, and it was all great. We saw the aggression at the right moments. we saw them pretty much just outplay Virtus Pro, and the first half was kind of something that we could expect, and then a little more in the favor of Hellraisers, I believe. And then I kind of just leaned back in the chair and didn't really pay that much attention, and all of a sudden, VP was back.
Well, I think what VP did correctly was they actually took a page out of Hellraiser's book in many ways. They were being extremely disruptive. As you see Pasha here.
Pasha taking photos with the biceps out.
Yeah.
His adoring fans loving it. Very nice of him. Very, very cool to take that time. Such a popular figure.
I mean, no wonder he is. Like, he's such a likable guy. So
yeah, I mean, what is there not to like?
Especially when he's playing well, which he seemed to have some decent performances here.
Well, I mean, if you look at the game in a big picture, like Asper said, the first half, I mean, it wasn't so clear-cut. Especially, like, I think it was 5-0 to Hellraisers, and then VP won one round, and because all the rounds were so close, Hellraisers were actually forced to an eco. And a lot of them were 2-on-2 situations. You had Hellraisers even winning a 2-on-4. Once again, Oscar being a main force there, and yeah. But then on the CT side, we were kind of caught off guard by the aggression that Virtus Pro. I'm actually happy to actually see that they do innovate, and they found some groove on that CT side. Obviously, pushing that sunroom we would Matt was talking about there, and then also Snacks playing really well in middle.
Snacks had some crazy
Bialy
plays
on that A side when they were playing 2 on A side. Bialy playing that forklift was just pure magic, to be honest with you. Taking the correct timings, just dodging flashes properly, and like it was just all going in VP's way.
It's actually pretty incredible. Bialy is pretty much known for playing 2 positions on that A bomb side and has been since the dawn of time, but he's still super effective from those positions. No idea how he's able to do it because everybody knows where to expect him, but it still comes out more often than not in a positive way. But yeah, no, for the better part of it, I think the aggression caught Hellraisers off guard. It didn't feel like there were that many rounds on Hellraiser's T side where they were actually allowed to either get map control or actually set up for an execute without being heavily disrupted by Virtus Pro. I mean, yeah, we've mentioned Snacks, but you could see his shenanigans, especially, I can't remember what round it was exactly, but, you know, you had him pushing up close, hiding behind this the garage smoke and, you know, getting the first frag on the guy who runs out, then, you know, doing typical Snack stuff in the middle of a smoke, throwing a flashbang, running into garage, then back out again, ends up with a 3 kill, and just within, you know, 25 seconds of that round, the entire plan that Hellraisers had is just destroyed. And he hit that multiple times.
On the Hellraisers side of things, Styko was actually the player who had the most amount of frags over both of those maps. And maybe Oscar's lack in that department was partly to blame for them being unable to win a map here.
I mean, the thing is, if you look at a team normally and you see the amount of frags that Oscar had, it's not like he's like crazily underperforming or anything. But when you look at Oscar and what he's normally able to do, then you might be like, okay, well, for this team to succeed with the results and with the frags that he's normally able to produce and the impact that he has, he didn't really have that, especially not on the last map here. So, I mean, you can't blame him, but normally we expect bigger things from him.
Also, I mean, I guess you have to say that when Virtus Pro gets to shower and have breakfast properly, they're happy campers and they play well.
I guess, is that the secret that Cubans let us onto? That VP, if they have a proper shower and a proper breakfast, then they have a proper Virtus Cloud performance.
Also, it was fun to see on round number 26, when it was down to the wire already, you would know that Hellraisers in that situation were going to have a quasi-buy, at least a half-buy with Tech-9s and Armors. We saw Virtus Pro be smart about that A-bomb side, played super passively. It was what we exactly been describing a few times here, where the terrorists are using all their grenades to A-bomb side, all the smokes and Molotovs, flashes they had. They had nothing left anymore. I think it was a 5-on-5 or a 4-on-5 situation. Or 4-on-4, but still equal numbers. But the difference maker being the fact that Virtus Pro had the Molotov to throw back all the way to quad of the bomb site, take over forklift, and then just basically sandwich the terrorists on the bomb site and play it safe. So it was really cool to see them really being on top of the game, dictating a lot of these plays and not getting caught off guard like we have seen them in a lot of times, recent times.
Yeah, because that's what we've been talking about. Like these kind of A executes make you having a safe entry to the bomb side and so on, but you also need to either get the advantage in terms of men or have a plan B for what are we going to do when it's a 5-on-5, we planted the bomb, we don't have any more smokes. You need to save some flashbangs, you need to save something where you can have a go signal, you can try and pick off the CTs together and etc. And what we can see right now is pretty much just a highlight of Hellraisers on the CT side, because they were very dominant, and I kind of feel like Cash has for a long time also been one of those maps where you go ahead and say that the Terrorist has so many opportunities, and it's actually a quite balanced map. So for this comeback to happen, must both be the credit to VP, but also
discredit to
yeah.
Hellraisers. Yeah, I mean, for the better part, it wasn't two great T sides from either team.
No,
actually, it was
horrible.
just. But then again, it was due to pretty really solid CT sides from both sides.
Yeah, you could say Hellraisers were probably thrown off from trying to take a mid take by that one round where Snacks just basically, he got 3 kills and he was just all over the place and Paul flushing himself through smokes in middle and stuff like that. At the same time, Virtus Pro, I think we were discussing with Vendetta that they probably took mid once and that was against an eco, but pretty much on all the buy rounds they were just directly pushing the bomb sides. But they did get into the bomb sides a bunch of times, but then after plants were definitely not something pretty for them.
Yeah, no, I think they had maybe one successful after plan on the A bomb site that I can recall, and that was right after they lost a retail or after plan that 4v2 that we saw Oscar and Zero handle for Hellraisers.
That was the push, by the way, from Virtus Pro that
Yeah.
we were talking about on the first weapon.
And at this time in the half, they could actually have started to string some rounds together, maybe if they potentially get this round, but it kind of gets thrown away. And when they then finally get around, and he would just see what we've been talking about, like Bialy on this forklift. And he was actually exactly what I was going to, because when they finally got around, then the round after, they go for this kind of YOLO play where they just one flash through the smoke in A main, and they just YOLO out. And Bialy actually manages to move behind the forklift and gets the easy 2K, and all of a sudden it's a 3-on-4 situation, and if the next kill goes in the favor of the CTs, then it's all of a sudden GG and Snacks with Snacks moves.
That was the crazy Snacks play
Move like
on...
Jagger, boys. Move like Jagger.
The Snacks crazy play on middle.
Smacks?
He certainly smacked them around. He got that crazy 3K in the middle.
We're playing with words now, eh?
Flashing himself through smoke and all sorts. Very disappointing on the Hellraisers side of things that they only managed to get 1 T round across both maps. That is just unacceptable if you want to win a game of Counter-Strike.
Huh? Well, yeah, no, it's definitely unacceptable. I'm not really sure what that is. Well, I think on Cash that was pretty much due to the fact that they
a lot of economic difficulties, maybe,
yeah,
because
exactly,
of the way
but also
Virtus controlled that.
I don't think they expected an aggressive Virtus Pro like that. A bit of a different story on Mirage. I think they just kind of fell flat there, but they still have another opportunity tomorrow, even though they're going up against Na'Vi.
I mean, I guess it's a storyline with Oscar. Basically, is that he's been there like Guardian for Na'Vi. Oscar's been the one to bail him out. He would get boosted in middle on Cash, basically, and oftentimes when the CTs give you the opportunity, he would get that pick, or he would force himself to that A main, just play around the smokes and try to get that pick or go to B, so that he could actually create a 5-on-4 situation, or at least a trade kill, to create an opening. And obviously, he wasn't having a game where he could create an opening, so that's going to spell trouble for Hellraisers going further if he's not going to do that. But in the same token, it has to be said, he doesn't have these bad games very often. It happens every now and again, but like I said, usually 9 out of 10 games, he will have that impact.
Yeah.
Any sort of closing thoughts before we do a little recap and then talk about what's happening next?
Solid showing from Virtus Pro, much better than expected. I was mostly surprised by their CT side on Cash. Definitely didn't expect that solid of a defense from their side. So that's a good positive. I'm still not sure where we have Virtus Pro in terms of who's going to show up in the next match they play, which is going to be the winner of Godsend or Dobry. But positive side. So you have to take every little bit of positivity that you can find with that team.
And the thing is, VP should get into the upper bracket final now. In my opinion, they should take down the winner of Dobry Gaming and Godsend.
Well, Godsend could be a challenge, but I definitely see your point.
For sure, but they have to be the favorites in the matchup, and a VP in the final is always a strong VP. And I mean, when they made it that far to the tournament, all of a sudden we gotta look back and maybe not entirely say that it's vintage VP yet, but I mean, in a final against Na'Vi, I mean, I kind of want that final to happen at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to see that Virtus Pro can still show us that glimmer of hope. I mean, it's still up. You never know which Virtus Pro is going to come to the occasion tomorrow. But at the same time, at least, we've seen them being a little down and like not happy at all. Their body language is kind of almost like they're bored, you could almost say. So it's really cool to see that they being pumped up and being innovative, reacting to plays correctly, and not. I mean, coming down from such a half as they did on Cash and just basically dominating that second half, it's just super cool to see. That's the vintage Virtus Pro that we've all been missing for, and this is the kind of environment that they have the possibility of showing what they're really made of. Obviously, they had that same opportunity in SIVO with a similar level of teams, right, in skill-wise, and now they'll have another opportunity to maybe gain some momentum, a little bit of confidence that could maybe give them an extra push to go further.
Let's get the bracket up on screen. I'll do a little overview of what has happened and what will be happening shortly. Just going back to what Cadian said quickly as well, Dobry, Virtus, they could know each other very, very well, and maybe Dobry could take advantage of that if they did manage to beat Godsent. But that is the match that we are seeing later. Dobry versus Godsent. You can see it there at the bottom. Dobry being CSGL. Hellraisers beat SK to then move on to play Virtus. Virtus beat Worst Players, and as we've just seen, Virtus took out HR to move on to play the winner of this Godsent Dobry match.
Which is actually very interesting. These teams have been facing one another quite a bit as recent times in online qualifiers and most recently at the minor. And actually Godsent has been struggling against CSGL Dobry Gaming now. But most recently they did beat them 16-6, I think it was, at the minor. So that's like sort of finally getting that demon off their charts.
Then in the lower bracket, so we got it a bit confused. It's not Na'Vi versus HR. It's going to be HR versus Worst Players, and then Na'Vi will play the other loser that will be happening, that we will figure out tomorrow. Or will that be the end of that?
The loser of Dobry versus...
The loser of Dobry Godsent. Okay, sure. All right, the brackets have switched around a bit. Anyway, that kind of brings this section to a close. We have one more match of Counter-Strike today, which we've just mentioned, Dobry versus Godsent. But right now...
Hello, Pala.
Yes.
Welcome to the show.
But right now, there is going to be a bit of a break because there is a League of Legends tournament happening.
Hooray!
League of Legends tournament happening here as well, and that will be going on for however...
Hide your children. League of Legends is coming.
That'll be going on for however long those go on for. I'm not too clued up on that. And we will be back, I think, in a couple hours, 3 hours,
4 hours.
Something like that. 4 hours would be quite some time. But either way, definitely check back in later, and we will have the final match of the day. It will be Dobry versus Godsent.
Gaming Bets. We accept bets on computer games online since 2011. Referral system for regular users and the first deposit bonus. Gaming devices store and the best choice of payment systems. Dota 2 and Hearthstone, Counter-Strike and StarCraft, World of Tanks and League of Legends. EGB.com. You know for sure who's going to win.
Getting tired of playing with the usual skins but don't have enough money to buy a new one? Get rich fast with CSGoFast.com. CS Go Fast. It's a strong chance of winning in every game. Several rooms with different game modes. Daily, more than 1,000 games, 5,000 players, and 25,000 skins at stake. You don't need much in order to sweep the board.
Angry because you missed a big play? Tired of staying up all night to create highlight videos? Introducing LiveCut.tv. Simply press the capture button and bam! A highlight from the past 60 seconds will be instantly recorded. Get posts from streamers and fans around the world. Achieve legendary status Kappa.
let it float away. I'll let it float away. I'll let it float away. Float away, float away. Yeah, I'll let it float away. I'll let it float away. I'll let it float away. Tell you a story about you and me. Stuck on the water, the waves are getting deep. They scream that only I can breathe. They toss out the mask, but it's a little out of reach. Yeah, I'll let it float away. I'll let it float away. I'll let it float away. Float away, float away. Yeah, I'll let it float away. I'll let it float away. I'll let it float away. There isn't any more to say. If you're not with me, I'd rather not be saved. There's no decision to be made. If you're not with me, I'll just let it float away. I'll let it float away. I'll let it float away. Yeah, I'll let it float away.